for, I think, 2035 or something. So within the next 10 years, the majority of taxis will be automated, driverless. I mean, some people really enjoy driving, some people don't, but that's kind of being taken away as well.
I mean, the car thing is tough because as far as like predicting what's going to happen, because there's always the legal part of it. Who's
Yeah,
responsible for the accident?
yeah. That's what my
The
driver was
robot,
thinking about as well.
the car manufacturer, the dude that's in the car, the people that made the road. Who's responsible for the accidents now? And now, what are they going to use for an excuse to pull you over? They won't have one.
Yeah.
Hey
But I would,
everyone, hey Judah, India.
what's up, security?
Hey, I don't have a lot of time. I just wanted to say what's up, guys. Hope you're doing well.
I am. How about you?
Good, you blew my mind the other day. Thanks a lot.
All right.
I appreciate your outlook on the metaphysical was a topic I wasn't expecting, and since then I had been thinking on it.
I was actually thinking about it again myself yesterday. Just like, why is it got to be either or? Why can't it just be both at the same fucking time?
Exactly.
Which is the way it actually is, right? It's like that is the way it is. You know,
Nothing is as it seems.
you see what you look for, though. So if you're just like in a materialist atheist, that's all you'll see. You won't see the other stuff. And if you're a woo woo head in the sky, all you'll see is magical mysticism, and keep stubbing your toe on that thing over there in the corner. Because you don't think the real world is real.
Yeah. Gotta find a good middle ground. Hey, did I interrupt a topic you guys were having, or?
Nah, not really. We're just shooting the shit about.
Well, earlier I did come in and I was discussing.
I
I was discussing the stars, and I used the wrong word. I asked for an explanation, but what I mean is, what's the story behind XYZ? I'm trying to reframe my questioning. You know?
Well, I mean, the explanation thing, like anybody, like I can explain why Spider-Man exists, right? Peter Parker got bit by a radioactive spider, turned into Spider-Man with superpowers. So that's an explanation. Not a word of it's true, right? We can explain anything. They used to explain the sun by being Apollo's chariot.
No.
Now, explanations are one thing, but is there evidence for the explanation? Is that explanation the only possible explanation? That's where we get into like
Yeah.
weird. That's where it gets a little crazy. People have been explaining stars and the planets since the beginning of time immemorial. But who's right? Us now? They them? They then? Way back in the past? Somewhere in the middle? Who's right? Which culture's right? Which group of people were right? Because none of that can be verified. If I want to know the composition of a star, how can I actually ever really know that? Now I could believe a bunch of things.
Observation.
Well,
Yeah.
observation? You think you can tell the composition of something just by staring at it?
No, I'm not a scientist, so.
Well, nobody can do it. You can't get the look. You can make what's called an inductive inference about what the composition could be, but you can't ever actually know for certain unless you go take a sample.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
I wanted to
Actually,
comment on that question you had before.
sure.
For another question, I just wanted to say that you're asking about the luminaries, and India's points are on point, but the observation that you're doing on the luminaries does tells you something, not the material, what it's made of, but it does shows you, in my opinion, since the luminaries moving cycle, kind of like clockwork, it shows you some type of design, and it also shows you that observed phenomena that it can be described as a beautiful phenomena. and it gives you kind of like a design beauty in a sense. So it gives you kind of like a sense of the creator or the designer, has a sense of beauty. Then when you look across the earth, you also see the sense of beauty of the creator, including with the luminaries, the order in place, and the whole creation with it. So yeah, the luminaries kind of like give you a sense of I will say some type of design, but you cannot go there and check what is that design made of. Not like down here that you can actually check stuff. Go ahead. Also give you a sense of wonder. That's why.
Security bounced.
Oh, security does that.
Yeah.
He does that often.
I think she thought that was some sort of gotcha, and I'm not sold on her veracity.
No, she came in and asked a similar sort of question earlier when I was around, speaking about the stars and kind of, how do we explain them? I kind of told her like you did that we don't.
We can.
but
We can make some shit up
you
right
can make
now on the
yeah,
fly.
yeah, but I was kind of leading her to the idea that whatever the sky is kind of, as Gemsy pointed out, it's wondrous. It's potentially got a lot of intent behind its in design and so on. So I don't think she was coming in with some kind of gotcha. I think she was just looking for more clarity on the question she asked earlier.
She has a question because she's wondering about it, and that's one of the biggest wonders for most people. Most people, even from both sides, they wonder about the luminaries, and
most
she's
of
an
humanity.
example of it.
Yeah, most of humanity since the beginning of humanity. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like they're inaccessible, right? You can see them. It looks like you can touch them, but you can't. You know what I mean? They're just like that's the curse of humanity. You're gonna look up, you're gonna see those things. You're never gonna know. And even if space was real and they made the craziest fucking spaceship imaginable, they still can't get there and know. So
yeah, it's all too far away.
And what is pseudoscience? Unfalsifiable claims.
Yep.
Prove they're not made out of hydrogen gas. Okay. How would I do that?
What if there's hydrogen gas up there? Then what?
I don't know. There could be. I don't know.
Yeah, but
Wonder over
they say
university.
if we do an analysis and we can look up and we can somehow tell the colors and we tell this color is hydrogen and then we look up and see the color and we say that's hydrogen, we have evidence that you're denying it. But I don't know. That's the kind of like the position they say.
but
Yeah, we
it's
look.
not that simple. They
Yeah, it's
try
not
to
that simple.
portray
Yeah.
it. Yeah, they try to portray it as that simple, that they're just like looking up in the sky at hydrogen, and hydrogen creates a certain spectrum, and it's like a fingerprint. No, it's not a fingerprint. A lot of times these spectrographs are smeared. They're not like what would you call it? Straightforward. You kind of have to interpret them a little bit. And then you have the problem of redshift and all that. So now you have your spectral lines and they're shifted in one direction or not. So you have to make the assumption that, well, this spectrum looks like this because all the freaking shit's shifted because it's this far away and it's moving this fast. And you know what I mean? But you're already starting from the assumption that it's hydrogen in the first place. And you're doing and they actually do a bunch of crap, which I actually found out recently. There's way more nonsense in it than even I imagined.
They have to add a lot of stuff. I mean, because you have you have a lab setting. So you have a lab setting where you can demonstrate light doing certain things to certain mediums, different gases, different mediums, and the light will give you. You can do those experiments, but how can you actually say it's the same thing as when you're looking up there? That's what I'm trying to mentally say. How can they go and get to that conclusion? that is the same thing.
Yeah, they don't know. I mean, they could if they even even if they had one confirmation, they'd have they'd have a little more solid footing. But they don't even have a single confirmation, right?
Yeah.
Because they say that the stars is just another sun because of these spectral lines. So they're all the same or close to each other. But you don't even have the first confirmation to even justify the rest of the theory that all stars are suns and that suns do this and stars do this, that and the other thing. Yeah, you looked up, you saw the lights of the stars and they all look the same in similar spectrum to the sun. Similar. I'm not saying exactly the same because there's differences between the suns and the stars. But you don't have the grounding in the first place. It starts with an assumption. Like the whole globe, like we all know, no matter what part of it, or the heliocentric model, or cosmology, or astrophysics, no matter what part of it you bring up, when you dig down, it's founded on some assumption that they can't prove. Foundation is always wishful thinking.
Great guy once said, "It's the best explanation."
Yes, based upon the best explanation, based upon the variable evidence. But that all falls apart when you start asking them, well, how do you know it's the best one? How did you determine that? What's the metric for best that you're using? And then it just becomes subjective. Well, I like this one. It explains the most phenomenon. What explains the most phenomenon? This mathematics. Mathematics don't explain, it describes. It describes the most phenomenon. Well, just because you put little freaking stupid names for the variables and say this causes X causes Y, you don't know X causes Y. Actually, this freaking Neil deGrasse Tyson said, science is true whether you believe it or not. Crazy. Geocoronium. No, I have never heard of that. I love what it says. A hypothetical gaseous chemical element proposed to explain certain spectral lines in the green glow found in the polar auroras. That was later to be explained by singly ionized oxygen. Now think about what that just said. It was found, and this goes right to what she just said. That was found to be explained, was later found to be explained by singly ionized oxygen. Why wasn't it discovered to be caused by singly ionized oxygen?
It is all very interesting. Like one of the first things I noticed when I started looking up their spectrography shit, right, was that ground-based. There's actually, well, I don't know if any exists, but I couldn't find any analysis of like Jupiter, right, which in the spectral graph shows helium or hydrogen. There's like ammonia, methane, and some other gas. And I was like, okay, then why are we getting told that that's made of helium and hydrogen? Like, there's a lot of it there, apparently. And you also find out that certain emission lines can mimic, like of one substance, can mimic the absorption lines of another substance, right? Like there's all you're right, India. There's a whole
Yeah,
heap
there's
of
a lot of
shit behind
overlap.
it.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap, and there's these things called Doppler line broadening and like all sorts of crap. So like, and then like complex molecules can totally screw. If there's any complex molecules intervening gas, then you know it's complicated. And I never understood this part. Is that if the sun is a plasma, that means none of the electrons are bound to the nucleus of the atom. They're free, zipping around. So it's just protons and electrons zipping around. None of the electrons are actually connected to the protons, right? These are ionized protons. There's nothing there. Just like a soup. Plasma. Electrons disassociated from the protons. Well, according to the freaking quantum theory of light is created, well, with the wavelengths of light, like hydrogen, when the electron is bound to the nucleus, goes into the excited second orbital, and then relaxes into the stable orbital, and then it emits a photon of a certain wavelength. Well, if the electron's not bound in the first place, how can that even happen? Right? What you should have is, and what we do, like what we see the sun at least a little bit, is that it should just be noise, be complete noise, because some electrons are being accelerated. Because if you accelerate an electron, it'll emit radiation. If you decelerate an electron, it'll emit radiation. It's same with any charged particle gets accelerated or decelerated, it emits radiation. It's like a wake field in an electric field. It's like a wake that creates a wake that flies out. And because the electric field is changing, it creates a magnetic field, and that's basically a photon, so that goes off in the freaking into the solar wind or wherever the hell it goes. But the point is that they say the proof that the sun is, a nuclear furnace or whatever is because like the hydrogen hyperfine lines, which is a certain emission spectrum for bound hydrogen, but there's no electrons bound to the hydrogen, so I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. It never did. And they invoke all these fucking weird processes that no one's ever actually observed, like a triple freaking alpha reaction, all sorts.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's literally a
they have
special pleading fallacy.
Yeah, and they're so far from actually replicating stable hydrogen fusion.
Yeah, fusion. I think fusion is nonsense, quite honestly.
Yeah, but don't they claim that the sun has an atmosphere of helium and hydrogen? Like it's not plasma, it's gas.
I mean,
that's how they can actually, even though it's a near perfect black body, that they can actually bounce like radar off it and shit.
Well, I mean, plasma, gaseous plasma, freaking, it gets a little weaselly. They get a little weaselly and kind of like they try to straddle both the properties of both states of matter at the same time, so they can get the advantages of one, right? So they can make an argument. Well, hydrogen gas emits this spectrum, but it's too hot. So, it's a hydrogen plasma. It's just, they can't reflect the fucking radar off the sun, dude. I had a Glober freaking say that in comments, dude, in one of the comments in a YouTube video. He's like, "You're just saying nuh-uh." No, dude, I'm not saying nuh-uh. I'm saying, how did they measure the signal through the noise? Think about it. You bounce a signal off the sun with any type of radar array on Earth. 93 million miles, inverse square law. The absorption of the sun, whatever that is, right? how much it would absorb the freaking radar radiation. What the fuck is left? And how is that going to be more powerful than the emission of the sun itself? So that you'll even see it against that noise, right? That's like trying to light a match in front of a floodlight and thinking you're going to see the light from the match flame.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not. You're not, and this isn't even the frickin' match, dude. This is the reflected light from the match after it went 93 million miles.
It's probably that same sort of power trick that they try to pull with the whole fucking bouncing shit off reflectors on the moon.
India, it's actually probably even worse than that. As the gentleman that you were speaking to, maybe in the last week or so, said it's the refracted, reflected, dispersed.
Oh,
something.
that guy. That was Talon X, yes. It's dispersion,
No.
reflection, refraction.
No, it wasn't Talon. It was some other kid. Talon's,
I thought that was
Talon. Was it? I don't think so. I thought it was some dopey kid that, was really trying. Yeah.
Talon was the one that was doing the geodesy thing. Or no, you said you would you said you talked to him a bunch of times. So who was that?
That was Talon. But the individual who said this, I don't think it was him, man.
I thought it was. I mean, maybe it wasn't.
Talon's probably equally as dumb, if not worse, because of his arrogance. But this kid, that was funny, man.
Refraction. I thought Talon was the one who freaking the dispersion in the rainbow and all that crap. Wasn't that him?
He might have. But the guy that... No, I think this was Brown Recluse who said this.
Yeah, that's right. You're right.
Yeah?
Brown Recluse, yeah. Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Because you guys were talking about the FE core tests, and he was arguing that the lasers, that were able to be seen from that far, it was because the light was doing all this shit. And he was just throwing all these turds at the wall, and,
Like, why? What satisfaction they get out of that? Where, like, first, they can't form a coherent argument for the thing they're proposing in the first place, where it makes any sense. And then, even if you took that phenomenon and applied it to that situation, like, you can't do what they say it's doing, right? That would be like a very rare one. I mean, hypothetically, at the limits of freaking the physics, it could probably do it in some like extreme physical, in some extreme meteorological condition. But like,
not sure. But I think the tactic is more along the lines of, throwing shit at the wall, seeing what sticks, and maybe throughout the conversation, a door opens that, gives you a glimpse at the sheer possibility that whatever they threw at the wall could stick, right? And that little bit of doubt, depending on how they word it or how the conversation goes, that ever little bit of doubt that emerges, that you're that you might be wrong because you didn't consider this one shiny little possibility, no matter how improbable, right? It gives them a cheap win. You know what I mean? Something like that.
yeah, I know you. I understand.
Yeah.
You don't know 100%. There's a 1 in 1 gazillion chance that there was a rare weather. That's why the FE core one's so awesome. Like, because they have to say, yeah, it happened again 3 weeks later. So, when I first started talking about that, for like 2-3 years, I didn't even notice that they did it twice, like 3 weeks apart. So it's like now they have to justify it not once but twice. How are they going to do that? When you have, especially when they have the meteorological conditions of the day recorded, right? Like, how are you gonna? But I mean, then again, they don't really care about justifying. They're just doing FUD, the regular FUD tactics, the fear, uncertainty, and doubt. You can't be freaking 100% sure what you're saying.
It's the same. I get the same kind of response with the Black Swan, right? Like when that comes up and I'm around and I have a moment, I try to press them on giving all the details of all the necessary components that are involved in bending the light. Right, like I did the same thing with Talon, okay? Because they need to have all these constituent parts worked out to justify that they know that it's doing this thing, right? So what I've done with the Black Swan thing is I modeled it out using the Walter Bislin calculator. Right? Did you ever see this? Hold on. Well, I think so. I think. Well, I know you've seen the Black Swan and all that shit, but the work or the modeling of it using the Walter Bislin. I'm not sure if you ever saw it. Hold on, let me just post it quickly there. Basically, the calculator shows that in order to get the view that we get, it would require some enormously high K factor, right? So I press people. I'm like, okay, like what's the necessary, all those fine details throughout the line of sight. Sample that, even sample at 1 mile apart. To start with, right? Something, some of these details that would warrant this observation, and they don't do it, right? Because but that's when the conversation turns into, oh well, maybe there could be, all these, just on the right day, the right humidity, temperature, and air pressure, and temperature differential between the water and the air that could do this. They just say that, and apparently, that breaks a hole in the argument. It seems to be like that's what they think. You know what I mean?
You don't think they actually believe that shit, though, do you?
I don't think so. I really, really don't.
And why are they doing it? They doing it just to frustrate us. They doing it like to like just have a plausible excuse for the audience on YouTube, like
something like that.
Well, actually, it's an implausible excuse for the audience on YouTube.
No, but it's enough. It's enough because here we are. We're talking our book, right? We're standing here all sure about what we're saying, and justifiably so. But for them to get that one little kind of jab in there, it's enough.
Well, it's just like, I that's why I try to flip it to them, dude. Like, if they say anything about you did this wrong, I say, okay, I agree. Tell me how we do it right then. Tell me how it's supposed to be done right. And they can never say how to actually do it.
I know.
They'll just mumble some generalities or look it up on Google or this, that, and the other thing. Well, then how do you know it's wrong if you don't know it's right?
Yeah, I think that's a good move, to be fair there. Because, they're adopting the burden of proof when they call you out in whatever you say. Like implicitly.
Well, the other thing is when they say, well, could be refraction. Okay. They have to justify the refraction effect that they say is happening is even
Yeah,
possible. No,
yeah,
because
yeah.
they need to show it's actually possible to do it, which they've never done.
That's the thing, right? So check this out, right? Just post it
And I
in the
mean
chat. You've probably
physically.
seen this before. Well, that's what I mean, right? Check this out. In the chat, 8 minutes past the hour. Okay. This is that. You must have seen this, man. But this is the Black Swan image from the 1 foot observer height. Right? And we see the oil rigs in full. Both of them. But the last one is the most important one, right? The 9.41 miles away. We see it in full. So according to this thing, you need a K factor of fucking 0.989182. It's like, is that possible to achieve? According to them, apparently. No matter how improbable, well, how did you know you didn't just go out there on the right day at the right time to see it, with that type of effect? That's what they do. And then somehow they win. Which is why I think what you were kind of hinting at before about repetition, repeating the thing multiple times, right? That's what whittles down that kind of argument. Because the likelihood, it shouldn't be that high where you see things consecutively like that. You know what I mean? Like the odds of you seeing it once is already very low. But then think, if you want to throw in like a little twist on it, apply Bayesian reasoning to it. What's the likelihood of you seeing it consecutively as close, as you do one day apart from each other, or several days apart from each other, et cetera, et cetera? The odds go very, very low. Shit like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and they can't, and they also can't say the mechanism, only in a very general way. They just say, "Oh, refraction can do it." Yeah,
I
how?
know.
Well, how?
That's the
You got to say how it can do it. You can't just say it could. Yeah. Oh, you don't believe in refraction? That's just shit you hear all the time. Oh, you don't believe refraction's a
yeah.
thing. Yeah, of course refraction's a thing. We're talking about
They,
very it's just to me, like I'm even getting pissed off even talking to you about it because it's just bullshit, smoke and mirrors. It's
I
someone
know.
literally trying to obscure the truth, dude.
That's
Actively
all it
doing
is.
it, trying to
That
obscure, and they know they are. You
they
tell
must
me
be.
why someone
Yeah.
intentionally would come on here and try to obscure the truth. Why? I mean, and I
I'm
don't believe
leaning.
in that agent
Yeah.
bullshit that fucking everybody flips out. Oh, they're agents in fucking the Discord or something. I don't even believe in that shit. But some of these people, their behavior, it like can only be like rationalized why it's even happening is if they're fucking like being paid to do it. Why would you come in here? Listen, I if Earth is not a globe, if you think Earth is a globe and somebody thinks the Earth is flat, why would you want to convince them based upon a lie or information that isn't truthful? Does just the ends justify the means? Is that it? Just keep believing the
But
globe. Even we got to scare everything and bullshit. We don't care. Just as long as you just stay on the globe.
they think it's true though, right?
I
Even
know, but the
or
ends
even
don't just
possibly true, right?
do
So
the
you can't.
ends justify the means, bro.
If you're insane, if these people are either paid, like you're suggesting, they might be, or they're just really like there's something wrong in the head, man. Like Talon, for example, he's the one that blows me up, man. I'm telling you, I've had too many conversations in too short of a period of time where every time I lose my temper, and I don't like doing it. Okay, and it's hard to get me to lose my temper.
I
You
know
know,
that. Look, dude, we'll just lay down the law with him. Next time he comes in here, He's going up on the witness stand, and we're gonna take him through step by step. In each step, nothing's gonna happen until that little step of rationally walking through the problem is resolved. We're gonna walk through it step by step. Okay?
I've been trying, man. Matrix and I worked on him a few weeks back. You know, you've seen
but
my.
there's no taking no for an answer. As soon as he gets off, like, listen, bro, you get one fucking chance. The moment you walk off the fucking track onto somewhere else, you're banned. And just keep doing it every single time. Okay, where are we? Oh, yeah, we were on step 5. We're gonna start there.
Yeah. I've attempted to do that last few times, right? I always like hint at, oh, you know, the India thing. Oh, yeah, the refraction thing. Oh, yeah, the you didn't give us the data of all these constituent parts thing. Yeah. You know, like I try to bring it back, you know, because of exactly that. It's too insane, man. Like, check this out. I don't know. Did you get a message from him anytime recently? I think DJ and I were talking. He mentioned he got one. Were you there? Did you happen to get a text from Talon in the last 3 days? 4 days? Check this out. Do I have it? Oh, hold on. He sent me a text. Wrote literally. Okay. He sent a screenshot of some textbook, an older book. Looks like a screenshot of a page from it. He wrote, I didn't post the whole page. They literally say they take temp measurements. LMAO, y'all are so cooked. Lol. The Great Trig Survey keeps getting stronger and stronger. Okay.
Yeah, I got that same thing.
Oh, you got the same fucking.
Yeah,
Did you read the page?
Yeah. I mean, let me see. I'll pull it back up. Where?
I'll post it in the chat.
So I told him. This is what I told him. I said, "Shut up, noob," and then I posted about 13 citations saying that terrestrial refraction is not quantifiable from academic literature, and this is what this is. I wasn't going to get into it with him, but this page, they're telling you how they made the tables, not what they did during the surveying. You understand? Because it says straight up, refraction is had from the tables of mean refraction, and no notice is taken of the barometer and thermometer or the heights of stations above the level of the sea. Considers doubtful, blah, blah, blah. With corrections for the micrometers were determined by taking runs between every dot, right? So this, from what I can tell, is how they came up with the mean refraction in the first place.
Sure.
Right? The tables. How are you going to make the tables? You got to make the tables out of something, right?
Wait, the mean refraction? Or because when Talon and I were talking, he only talked about them basically averaging out the angles that they take, right? So you get an average angle from point A to point B, an average angle from point B to point C, or maybe even a reciprocal one back to point A, whatever, right? Then you all those averages, then you sum them, and then you're supposed to get a 180 degrees, right? But if you get over that,
that'd take days.
Huh?
That would take days to get a decent data set.
Well, that's another good point, right? Things change over a few days, right? But he claims because they take enough samples over the course of a few days from all points that it averages out enough, I guess, so far. Like, he's never ever posted any of the data, to justify this. But let's say let's say watch this.
Actually read any of this or understood it?
Probably not. But all he has been doing so far has been relaying our inquiries to him through ChatGPT.
To AI,
and we've spoken about it too. That's all he does, right? So according to ChatGPT, this is how they did it, right? So even if we take it at face value that maybe, let's say, okay, between 3 points, you got, a group of guys over there taking the sample on the same day as the other guys, and then they average it out. Even if that were the case, there's still problem. You know what I mean? Because you get an average excess. So maybe on average you get 181 degrees, 182, 180.5, I should say, whatever the case may be. That 0.5 extra, that 1 extra, that 2 extra, like degrees. The problem still comes in how much of that is caused by what? The curve versus the light bending. And then how do you determine that? Proportionally speaking, right? And according to him, they can do some shit, but he's never been able to show. And that's where the frustration arises, man. It's like we've circled on that so many fucking times. He just doesn't want to
There's no light bending.
No?
That's the thing. There's no evidence of any light bending. Just because you expect to sight in on a certain freaking dot on your rod, and you sight in either higher or lower, does not mean there's light bending. Okay, that's just a jump to conclusions. Because there's other reasons you could be sighting in at that location. Deflection of the vertical. The curved plumb line and all that shit. That's one reason. Expansion of the fucking rod. The invar. These rods, it even says it in here, unequal heating cause them to expand on one side than the other. This is known. Okay, this is known. I've seen this in contemporary geodetic surveying stuff. Is that they should store their rods like in their case, and then when they take them out of their case, they should warm them up. Right? They shouldn't they should only use them when the temperature is equalized, and then they should equalize the temperature to the rods because the rods themselves expand and contract. So
their leveling mechanism varies, basically.
Yeah, everything varies. It's not. This isn't an easy thing to do. I think there's a lot of variables. Needless to say.
Yeah. That's another one, man. So how do they account for that potential?
Light's just bending. That's just stupid. It's just dumb, dude.
Well, I mean, light bending. I mean, you look at what Radwin posted. Like that phenomena of shit going up and down, waving, and all that. If I were trying to sight the beach from that same position where the camera is, I would have to be angling it up and down. You know what I mean? So I get that.
But
it's just the way.
But the funny thing is, light's not rays. Light, there's no such thing as a ray of light. That's a concept.
I know. It's an abstraction. I know.
So when you say light bending, you're talking about bending rays of light. There's no bending of rays of light. What's actually happening is the wave front of the phase of the wave is getting tilted. It's getting tilted either forward or backwards. And okay, think about it like this, right? So it's really simple. I mean, so say you had a fucking 12 by 12 tile, right? And it's coming right at you. It's freaking perpendicular to its direction, smacks you right in the face. So you got the entire 12 inches of the tile. Well, if the tile's tipped back or tipped forward, it's going to look like it's a different size, right? It's going to appear compressed or because it's tilted, right? And this is the same thing that's happening when I say wavefront. The wavefront is like the tile, right? It has a front, like a front surface. And I mean, that's the way you can think of it. But it's like, that's actually the way it excites the fucking molecules in your eye. So there'll be more excited freaking photoelectric fucking cells in your eye if it's straight up and if it's perpendicular to your eye, the direction coming toward your eye, versus if it's tilted. And that's what happens with this turbulence is that the wavefront is changing its orientation. It's not bending or anything. It's just changing its orientation, kind of like wobbling. So it's like these words are kind of like
misleading.
They're being misused. in this context, I'd say they're being misleading, but the idiots that are using the words don't know what they mean in the first place. So they're not misleading anybody because they don't know what they're talking about. But they can be used misleadingly, I guess.
Sure.
Well, I got a good illustration of this. Oh, go here.
Fucking fences. That's funny. What are you looking for?
Yeah, I found it. An illustrate a diagram. So the wavefront, the wavefront's that vertical line. So it's tilting back and forth, but when it actually inputs like the fucking retina or the plane of the sensor or whatever, right? If it's tilted and it's not coming in directly perpendicular, it'll be distorted. It'll be smaller or larger. It depends, right? Like there's no bending
Sure.
rays, dude. That's what I told him that day too. I'm like, bro, everything you're doing is an oversimplification of what's really happening. There's no simply spherically symmetric atmosphere with a vertical temperature gradient. It's not that simple. It's not the way it works. And that's what we know, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have the black swan because you have the other image where the reg appears cut off, right? So how can you have two different images that show two different things? Because the light's not always reaching you the same way. It's just not. But that's not our problem. They're the ones. I'm gonna say it. Here, hold on. It's something. It's this burning question we all want to know.
For 1,000 years, globe apologists have claimed that ships go under the horizon. They used to believe the horizon was the physical edge of a ball Earth. Now they say it's only apparent and not physical. Tonight on Unsolved Mysteries, where is the geometric horizon?
That's what we want to know. Where's the fucking geometric horizon? They promised there was one. They swore up and down there was one. How come our observations are magical, mystical fucking illusions, but theirs are the reality the way it really is, right? They're all geometric. Until pushed, then they're not geometric anymore. So all this shit we're talking about, it's just a game. None of these dudes are serious people. They're dishonest losers.
Hello, guys.
What's up?
Not much.
So I got a question. Is the horizon? You know what the horizon is? Expand your horizon. Is the horizon the geometric edge of a frickin' ball? Anyway, my point was, Mick, is that, right? They do surveying. They got to survey India. They got to account for refraction. But somehow, when they go down the Himalayas and they go to the Bay of Bengal and frickin' look across the ocean and they see some frickin' Chinese junk halfway cut off, then refraction don't apply no more.
Yeah, I hear you. I remember asking or posing the scenario, was the how you put it, mental exercise in the past. How can one tell between these two scenarios if without the finer details? So, say scenario one, you're on a flat plane, you look out, it looks flat, but then something changes and it looks curved. Okay, the light bends, wavefront tilts, whatever the fuck, right? Versus the contrary, or the other scenario, you're on a curved surface, you look out, it's clear, you see, the curved part because it's bending and, some shit's blocking some shit out, whatever. But then one day it looks flat. Like, unless you have the known, unless you know all the details of what contribute to the light bending, right? And how,
Nick,
under what
Nick,
circumstances.
I know how. I know how to tell the difference.
If
I
you
know
have the
how.
detail.
I've talked about it. No. Like, listen.
Yeah.
Chromatic aberration, man. I've talked about this 100 times. Chromatic aberration.
Yeah.
We don't see
So if
this.
it was actually,
But if you were to make a camera, right? If you were to make a camera, say you decide, hey, I'm gonna make a camera, I'm gonna grind my own lens. Okay, let's take a picture. Hey, why is it all fucking rainbow looking? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, because your refractive medium is too thick, you got heavy refraction going on. The blue takes a different path than the red, which takes a different path from the green, so you get 3 images. Okay, so correct your lens, grind it differently, and then, you can merge these images. And okay. How can you do that to the atmosphere?
You can't.
How come the atmosphere is chromatically corrected all the time? See, it doesn't make any sense. So we should at least some of the time on these high refractive, extreme refraction days, especially over long optical paths, right? Especially the longer the optical path, the greater this effect is going to be, right? Because the more air it has to go through, the more distance it has to separate, right? So we have red going in one direction, green going in one direction, and blue going in another direction, and they're all getting spread out like a prism. Now obviously the bigger the prism, the further apart the rainbow is going to be, right? The greater the rainbow. But we never see this. It's never been seen, never been reported. No one's ever seen. Damn, dude, I went out and I saw a freaking refraction rainbow. I went out and I saw the frickin' the Willis Tower across the Chicago skyline looked like a rainbow. No one's ever said that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess what I was just highlighting was on like the naive, simpleton
Well, I mean, we
way of
can't tell.
explaining
No,
if
Mick, the
everything.
reason I say the reason I even brought it up is because they want it, like, because you brought up a good point. How can I tell the difference between, hey, a flat Earth that sometimes will look like a globe or a globe Earth that sometimes look flat? How can I tell which one it is? No, they just wanted to make it all the whole thing unfalsifiable. They want to go, oh, you can't tell. The only way you can tell is you got to go on a rocket to space. That's the only way. You can't tell from the Earth, remember? That's what they want. They want you never to be able to tell what the Earth is from the Earth. They hate that idea. You have to go to heaven. Or, I mean, space. You have to go to space. Sorry. I misspoke. Or did I? No, you got to go to heaven. No, you got to go to heaven. That's the only way you can tell what the Earth really is. When you're in heaven, you can look down on the Earth and see the freaking little people.
So if given it's planar, right? The days where it looks like it's being cropped from the bottom up more intensely than it looks when shit just gets really far, right? We don't see chromatic aberration either, though. So
Well,
is it kind of like
I don't think that's caused by refraction. I have never thought that. Because what do we
right?
see? We see like in a little inferior mirage, which is a reflection. That's not refraction. What they try to say is that inferior mirage, and this is what they've always said, inferior mirages are caused by like the light dipping down into colder air, then coming back up and making a double image. So you see directly the thing and then the refracted light popping back up. When it makes like just more just common sense that it's just an actual reflection.
Do you
Because they
actually
didn't know when they came up with the refraction thing about inferior mirages, they didn't know about things like total internal reflection. That wasn't even a thing yet.
Yeah. Okay. But I mean, but are all images of the kind that I was kind of talking about or hinting at, do they have mirror images? Because I thought I could swear that I remember seeing like one instance of the oil rigs, for example, where they look a little stooped, right? I don't think I remember seeing
Well, that's one, but what I've noticed is sometimes they look magnified way in the background, right? So it'll like up to the horizon, there'll be like one like I don't want to call it a color tone, but it's something like that. Look, hold on, let me get the black swan. The other one, the frickin' the halfway cut off one.
As DJ brings up and talks about a lot about the phenomena they've dubbed stooping, looming, et cetera, right? I think they're forms of what you were talking about. Inferior mirages or superior. I always get fucking confused between them all. I don't fucking know.
Inferior,
right.
Look, bro. Inferior means under, and superior means over.
Yeah.
So inferior is when the bottoms, right? So you have the city, and then you have the reflection of an upside down city underneath. The superior mirage is where the upside down city's on top. So underneath inferior, on top superior, right?
Okay.
So their tops would be touching, but the city would be above the real city. And if it's under the real city, then it's an inferior mirage. Both of those are like. Does it make more sense that they're just reflections to me? That's actually what they are? Because they're saying that there's a layer, right? A hot, cold layer, in that the light's dipping down into that layer and creating a double image. Well, that's also how reflection works. You have two different refracting mediums, and if the angle is small, it reflects off the boundary and creates total internal reflection, which makes more sense to me than saying the light is going into it and coming back out and making a perfect fucking mirror image. That doesn't even make sense to me.
And you're not the only one. I mean, people within academia are challenging the previously held mainstream idea of what's going on. There's publications out there about it, exactly what you're saying. Exactly. They are, at the moment, it is, the books are getting changed.
Yeah, the textbook's trash, bro. Like, they probably didn't know about it at the time they, came up with the idea for mirages, and it's just like something that just like keeps just going on and on and on until someone like gets the nuts to change it.
Right. Okay. So in these instances, we would see a double image, one reflected of the original. But what about we still haven't?
I know
really
you're talking. I can't find. I need the.
Okay.
I need the black. Oh, there it is. Matrix posted it.
Here's one we prepared earlier.
Yeah, you see how the back, the oil rig in the back. You see how like the color scheme looks different. It looks like faded or blown up. It looks like the oil rig in the back is like how many? Isn't it like 3 miles farther?
No, I think that 3.
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
like 6 and 9, right?
Oh, I heard.
Sorry,
I thought you
yeah,
said-
6 and 9.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I thought
so
you
it's like
said
6 and 9. Now,
Yeah, I thought you said
why
30.
does it look the same size?
And not only that, it
it's
doesn't look. Not only that, but it doesn't look like it's tilting back either.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, there's that. I mean, that's a big problem.
Like that, yeah. I always wondered about that one. Like at that low of a fucking sink, man. Like that's steep of a curve in 3 miles.
In 3 miles, that's a tiny Earth, bro.
Well, that shit. I should be seeing that thing at a fucking like 20-degree angle or something from the looks of it.
Well, hang on. So the horizon's at 6 miles, and then there's curve, right? Like so. So you've got an Earth with a radius value which is equivalent to whatever would produce a 6 mile horizon, right, from whatever altitude the camera is, and then you've got that the hidden target, right?
Yeah, but I get the point though.
What's hidden?
It is a little bit faded. And it almost looks like around like the. I don't know if this is an artifact of the camera.
The size isn't right. Like the side, there's no way if it's that much further. I'm assuming these two rigs are like nearly the same size. Like,
I think so. I remember looking up one, like to do that modeling there in the Walter Bisling calculator. One of them is 94 feet, I think. I didn't check the other one though. But I was going to say, like, if you look at the arms on this thing, the little, like the sides there on the cranes or some shit, right? The one on the left, if you zoom in a little bit, it almost looks like a little bit, there's like a pinkish, reddish cloud around it. Like a smudge kind of thing. Like zoom in a little bit. I don't think it's a camera. I don't know if it's a camera thing. It looks like a very like a little bit of a smear or a smudge compared to the other one there. You don't see that as pronounced. Yeah, not as bad, not as much. See what I mean?
yeah. I mean, I think there's even an inferior mirage on this one that Matrix posted. Because there's a discoloration right at the horizon. Here, let me see if I can pick it up with this.
Normally, chromatic aberration is more pronounced when you've got very specific lenses in your camera. Normally, the high-end lenses will have multiple group sets of glass, all moving in different spaces and different timings to zoom in and zoom out. This minimizes chromatic aberration, whereas some of the cheaper lenses have one thick, chunky lens at the front. You twist your lens, it moves further out, and you focus with those ones with only one big, thick piece of glass will notice it more so. So if you're looking at images, you probably want to be looking at older stuff or stuff that's being used with shit lenses.
But is the chromatic aberration an artifact of the camera lens, or is it an artifact
No,
of
it
the other
can be
stuff?
created. No, hold on. It can be created at the camera lens, but it should also be because camera lens is a refracting medium, right?
Yeah.
But so is the air supposed to be. So according to these guys, that the air is a refracting medium. But
Right.
none of the effects that we associate with refraction, chromatic aberration, vignetting, that's where it's a dark around the edges and like bright in the top, like magnification, shrinking, right? We don't see any of this in nature. But why not? If the air
Mhm.
is acting like a lens that's bending light here and there and everywhere, right? And flattening the curve, right? So if it's flattening the earth to make it look flat, right? If it's like if it was 7.6R, right, is what? A larger ball. Well, a larger ball is a magnified ball. Right? So not only should it be, 7.6, the earth should appear 7.6 bigger. Not just the fucking curve part. The waves, the shit that's out there, the boats, the fucking goddamn windmills. It can't just happen to just the curve and nothing else.
Right. Never has the air ever temporarily just so happened to correct my short-sightedness.
I know, right? That'd be great, though. Oh,
Yeah.
it's 2020 Vision Day today. All you short-sighted people, get out there and go surfing. Good day to be shoot baskets, target shoot, anything that involves shooting. You'll be good at today because now you can see the target.
Yeah.
I'm wondering now. So, just checking out the photo from Jäger Bruno. No, the second, the last one, right, where it kind of shows that graphic of the colder air, warmer air, the vanishing line, and what happens when it kind of lowers or whatever. Yeah, you see the reflected image, right? But might there be scenarios where that reflected image doesn't reach your eye, but the phenomena kind of creating the kind of elevated horizon line or whatever still manifests, but between that part of the water in this scenario and your eye, it has another effect on that reflected image, so it doesn't reach you, so it just looks like it's one giant body of water.
What I think happens is that whatever you're looking at, like when you look out, especially over the ocean like this, is that it's not as continuous as you think. When I say continuous, I mean like vertically continuous. Meaning, like, say the air right above the horizon, it could be opaque, right? There could be sea salt, freaking sea spray, all sorts of shit. So light can't, that's beyond. So say you're looking out and the horizon's 5 miles away, say. But the light beyond that 5 miles, and say you have like sea spray right on the surface. If it can't penetrate that sea spray to where you are, it's going to effectively act as a wall, right? Where the light beyond that you wouldn't be able to see. It'd just be a wall. But stuff like higher up, that might be more transparent. Or it could be freaking turbulent or refracting or reflecting or any number of things, right? And then stuff before that, like on the ocean itself, because you're looking at it more at an angle and you're looking into it, that could be freaking just look normal. So it's like a combination, like, because, I mean, I don't think a lot of people understand that at the distances we're talking about, the way light behaves at these shallow angles is way different than where it just behaves at just a regular, because we're like glancing across the surface, you know what I mean? And the light the light that you'd see is like coming in at like a super shallow angle. And that's where but the thing is, super shallow angles are the reflecting angles.
Right.
Yeah,
Right?
and
You
Like,
remember that dive?
I guess they would interfere. They can interfere too, right? If there's a phenomena that kind of like, redirect, some part of the wavefront, it can kind of like cancel out the other part or whatever. I
yeah,
don't
and
know.
there's
I'm not.
and then there's destructive interference. So you could have like
You go, yeah.
it's
That
called
was-
multi-path interference, right? So say you have the light coming in, right? But some of that light gets reflected off the surface. And well, that can constructively interfere on some boundary layer. When I say boundary layer, I'm talking about right at the surface. It's like this is like the fallacy of the single cause. It's way more
Mhm.
complex. That's why I start like I want to do this year of the observation. It like if you guys have been following Pavel's dog, like he's got these weird ass observations because he's been just going out there for like a couple of years. And like in the mainstream narrative of what they say is going on, nothing that he sees makes any sense, dude. It doesn't make sense within their narrative. There's no possible. But I don't think anybody's ever gone out and consistently made observations of the fucking sea horizon that this guy has made.
Right. You remember that dive
Did I
guy,
read?
Beethoven dude? The
Who?
strange Aussie flat earther dude. You remember him with the pendulum in his kitchen and all that? That elaborate. You remember him?
What's his name?
He was Dife, DEIF or something like Dife something or other, and then he was
No,
Beethoven.
I don't remember.
Anyway, like,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So he posted one day. He posted this footage. I think it was amateur footage of someone had filmed the debris of a exploded fucking SpaceX rocket or something, right? So this thing's way up there and way out, right? And they're following the debris in the frame, and watching it go down towards the horizon. And this shit's on fire, right? And it fizzles out before it hits the horizon, right? And like, so you've got some options there of what happened, right? It fizzled out before it hit the surface, and you saw it fizzle out midair, or it's actually hit the water, right, just above the horizon. Like, so you've got that internal reflection thing going on.
Yeah.
So you're actually seeing more of the surface, and it's fizzled out in the water, or it's hit some sort of like you were saying, some haze. So it's gone behind the haze, and you just don't see it get to fizzle out because it's just the light's just not reaching you. But it was just interesting that like this is just amateur footage. They weren't even trying to capture that, right? Like that were just following the debris, right? Because it was a cool event, This thing exploded. I caught it on film, So yeah, it was like that. I'd say, like, my guess would be is that it hit the water, right?
Yeah, I think I
That's
know
my
one you're
guess.
talking about too. It
Yeah,
was like
I'd
a
never
rock. It
say.
was like, this is way back, man. Didn't Reg Rhetoric do a thing on it or something?
I'm not sure.
It
sure,
was like
but
a rocket launch that like freaking crashed, and they were like saying, or, I don't know, it was one of Elon Musk's reusable rockets.
Yeah. I asked him to post it again, and he never got around to it, and I never get to save it because it was in politics where the chat gets wiped.
Hey, here, Mick, look in the chat.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen this one?
No.
It's a clip. Just watch it real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, it reminded me of the dolphins, one that AG posts a lot.
Oh
with the
yeah,
dolphins.
there's some seagull ones that are like that too. The seagulls just appear out of nowhere. They like dive down to like catch fish, and like one seagull appears like it's floating in the air on the water, but it's not on water. right? It's in the air, but it's like on the air because it's an inferior mirage. So there's like a seagull's like floating there in the air. Another one just like flies up out of nothing, right? It just appears in the air, like half a degree above the water, like. Yeah, man, but just like ships go over the horizon, man. That's it, man. There's a geometric curve, man. That's it.
Okay, so explain to me what I'm looking at here. It's a little bit vague. What's going on?
Dude, that there's a boat there. They're dropping cargo into the boat.
Yeah.
So there's an invisible boat on the left-hand side of the oil
It's an
rig.
invisible boat, bro. Do you think they're dropping the cargo into the ocean? Don't you see like it come up, like the reflection of it come up and meet it and then disappear?
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, it's got the cargo, and then it hits a certain height, and then it kind of just there's a mirror, and then it just okay. Okay, yeah.
So, I mean, like refraction? I don't fucking think so, dude. That's not refraction. That is definitely caused by reflection, and because this angle, you got to think. If I calculated the angle from the crate, right? So you got two images, right? You got the crate and the reflection of the crate. Now the refracting, the boundary is going to be the halfway point between the two crates. If I calculated the angle between that point, right, that line, to the camera, that angle would be small, like super small, in the thousandth of a degree, in 100ths of a degree, or in the 10,000ths of a degree. Well, that's total internal reflection. That has like even if there's if you have a difference of say in refractive index of 1 in 20,000, right? Which is kind of where air hangs out. Like when you change a degree, the refractive index changes by about a 20,000th. And you just calculate what the angle would the total internal reflection angle. It's freaking just like 2/100ths of it or 2/1000ths of a degree. So it's like or 200ths of a degree. Is that right? 0.02? Yeah, 2/100ths of a degree. So the part of the problem is like people don't understand that like at these very shallow angles that you're looking at long distance stuff with, their expectation of what light should be doing is wrong because it's different because it's far away and you have these very shallow angles of the light traveling. It's just totally different. Just the way it behaves.
I see.
So what I would bet, right, is that if you were out there in the ocean and you measured like to 6 feet above sea level, it would probably be like 3 degrees warmer, 3 degrees colder than like the 3 feet of like a meter. It's like say a meter above sea level would be like 1 degree warmer than higher than it. Well, the light that is above that will reflect off that boundary. Not refract, it'll reflect. There's a little app. I mean, you could just type it in. You like it's called Total physics simulation. Yeah. It says and, like,
Physics
you can play
simulation,
around.
powder
You can
toy.
yeah, it's just for reflection and refraction. Like you can just play around with it. You just change the angle incidence, and it'll show you the intensity of the reflected beam versus the refracted beam. When you start getting to what's called the critical angle, all the light's reflected. None is transmitted.
Well, it's like those floating ships, right? Or flying ships. Now they'd have to be claiming, right, that there is a total internal reflection thing going on, right? But that whole scene is actually behind the Earth curve and being refracted up, so that the incidence of total internal reflection is being refracted into a position that you can witness it occurring. Because right, they can't just claim that that's refraction, that's light lifting the boat above the horizon, above the Earth curvature, and making it appear to be hovering in the air. Because otherwise, if it's going to show the part of the boat which would be sitting in the water, then it's going to show you the water that it's sitting in as well. It's not going to look like it's in the sky, right?
Right, exactly right. But, I mean, when it comes down to it, Goldberthers, well, at least the worst ones, are going to come in here, and they're going to try and obfuscate all this stuff. They want you to go, oh, in the textbook, it says frickin' it's caused by cold air on top and warmer air on bottom, and what do you think, you're smarter than all the scientists?
Yeah, they can explain why refraction decided to just eliminate the water and just focus on the boat.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Did you guys were you guys in? I don't know if I was in. Yeah, I was probably in here. Maybe the home server. The frickin' what do you call it? Let me see. Naval Surface Warfare Center. Horizon Infrared Surveillance Sensor. Detection range performance. You guys heard of this yet?
No.
No? What's this?
Oh, shit.
And
Okay.
detail.
So, the United States government, on behalf of the U.S. Navy, decided that they were going to make something called the Horizon Infrared Surveillance Sensor, where they would try to detect, at the longest range possible, missiles, incoming threats, boats, you name it, right? They're going to use infrared sensors to pick up these things. So this report is detection range performance. So they're testing how far away they could detect. They first got a detection of their targets.
Yeah.
Now their targets
Yeah.
were TLX towed targets were typically conducted in a sequence of 4 inbound burn runs per day. The first run was usually around 200 feet altitude, and the next 3 reached lower altitudes, approaching the intended altitude of 30 feet. This figure shows the effects of a target's altitude as compared to the effects of atmospheric transmission in band over a 200-kilometer path on first detection range. In the top chart, and this is the important part, there is no apparent correlation between altitude and detection range. But if the Earth is a globe, how's that fucking possible? Altitude and detection range should be directly correlated.
Oh yeah, because there's supposed to be a massive hump of Earth curve in the way.
Okay, well, it gets worse. Because this goes along with what we say. The longest detection range was at high altitude in the bottom figure. However, there does appear to be a correlation between atmospheric transmission on detection range. The longest detection ranges occur during the time of the highest infrared transmission. The shortest detection ranges occur during the time of the lowest infrared transmission. In the previous figure, it was apparent that on a single day, you could see the effect of altitude on reducing detection range, but if you look at all the runs, it appears that the TLX altitude was not the most significant factor on reducing detection range. Rather, the overwhelming factor is the change in atmospheric transmission from day to day.
Shocking.
Shocking. There's gambling going on in here. Shocked. I'm shocked, I tell you. I'll post that in chat. Link to that.
Yeah, during World War II, the Japanese didn't think the Americans could hit them from far distances, and they were shocked to learn that they were putting shells on target for 20 miles.
Probably had to take over Japan and stop them being flat earthers that could shoot artillery shells. What if that crap's a psyop, dude? That freaking flat Earth globe, they tell the rest of the world the Earth's a globe so that they'll believe them, and then make military equipment for that. And then when they actually go into war, they lose because the Earth's not
Yeah.
a globe. They're accounting for Coriolis and can't hit nothing. Accounting for curvature, can't hit nothing. Think they can only shoot it so far because the curve of the Earth's in the way.
Yeah, the Brits thought the same thing about radio signals, right?
Yeah, the Kinnickabine. How'd that work out?
Yeah, then all of a sudden the Brits had to come up with all sorts of countermeasures for these radio waves that were going over the curve of the Earth.
Oh, Dark Matter lore update.
Oh, man, we're going to get a new gravity theory. Yes, we can add that to the pile.
When does the pile become so large it collapses in on itself and forms a black hole?
No, when it falls over, we blame gravity.
Well, that'll happen when we try to find the mass of the Higgs boson, and we accidentally collapse the Earth into a pea.
quantum immortality, man. We'll just like skip to a different verse.
How do you know we didn't already do that?
Oh shit!
We skipped from the flat universe to the globe universe.
Right. 2012. It happened. We just don't remember it.
Universe is flat, by the way.
Sorry, man. What was that?
The Earth.
The Earth. Yeah,
It's flat.
it is indeed.
Yeah, it is. Someone just confirmed it. That for me.
How'd they do that?
They saw it.
They saw it.
Yeah.
Where did
his home in high mountain, and when he was in the roof, he saw that it looked like flat, and I believed him because he never lied to me.
So it looked the same from the top of a mountain as it does like when you're at the beach, flat.
The beach is flat.
Yeah, haven't you ever been to a beach or a lake or like, large body of water?
Maybe. It doesn't make sense also. Nothing can change my mind. This is flat. It's over.
Well, I mean, your friend only confirmed what you already experienced.
I believe my friend, but I don't believe math and physics. That's it.
You don't believe math and physics? Why? What is math and physics telling you?
Is physics like a matter of belief?
Bro, do you even know the people who invented this math and physics? You don't know them, so how can you believe them?
Bro, try to say that same thing again, but with something in your mouth.
Something in my mouth.
Yeah, like food or something. Try to repeat what you said, because you said the syllables like halfway.
Okay, let's end my food. Let me end my food first, and I will keep talking to you. Okay, I said, how can you believe people who invented math and physics and you don't even know them? Maybe they lied to you.
It's because we can confirm their findings.
How can
Yeah,
you
yeah. The
confirm it?
teacher showed me. She had an apple in one
They
hand
told
and an apple in the
you the
other hand.
theory and told you how to confirm it.
Plus another apple equals 2 apples.
What? What about the apples?
Yeah, there was 1 apple, and then there was another apple introduced, and now you have 2 apples.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the math is describing the situation that you have, where first you had 1 apple, and then you introduced another apple, now you have 2.
They told you that there are 2, but maybe these are not 2. Maybe are something different. And there is no one to tell you the truth, so you don't know the truth.
You think that maybe there's more apples than there really appears to be?
No, not like that. There is no more apples, but you don't know the count of the existing apple. They told you there is only 2 apples, but you don't know this 2 apples is 2 already or something different.
What? So you can't
No,
count?
yeah. See, the math and the language is just to help you describe the situation.
I don't believe in math.
Just helping you identify, what's actually there in front of you.
Math is a big lie.
Math is a big lie. Okay, bro.
Okay, hold a second. I'm gonna mention my friend who told me about this.
I mean, you can use math to lie if you want. Math is just a language, basically, in the form of numbers. Helps us describe quantity. Yeah. You look for your friend. Anyway, what were we talking about before that?
Just wait, he's coming. Okay, let me ask you a question. Can my friend come?
Okay.
Do you believe in aliens?
Aliens, Jamesy.
Yeah, aliens.
You mean
You don't
Mexicans?
believe in aliens?
Oh, I
Tell
do.
me.
I know many. I myself, I'm an alien in the United States. I'm an immigrant, and I immigrated from another country to the United States. So yeah, I'm a legalized alien, someone from another land.
Okay. Now you know
Do
the
you
truth.
do you
Now
live
you
in
know
the
everything.
country? Do you live in the country that you were born at? Do you live there?
The country what?
Do you live right now? Are you standing on on your mother country, the country that you were
Uh-huh.
born at? Is
Yeah.
that where you're at right now?
Yeah.
Is there foreigners in your country, like people like Chinese people in your
No,
country?
no Chinese people. No.
No foreigners.
No.
So, yeah, aliens. In the fictional sense, it will be beings from other planets, but in the actual meaning of the word, it will be a legal term, alien for foreigners, people from other lands. The fictional sense, when you're speaking about the globe and being from other planets, like the Earth is a planet, fantasy, fiction, science fiction, then you use the word alien to talk about beings that come from the other globes or the other cartoons imagination from the vacuum of space. It's fantasy. Like in the movies, when you see Star Wars and you see the aliens in Star Wars, that's the globe. That's the globe is the same. They're in the same universe. fantasy.
the argument for that?
That the globe
I haven't
is
seen one
not
before.
the ground that you're standing on. The ground that you're standing on is not curving. It's not a globe. So when you see Earth as a globe, that's a misrepresentation of the Earth. And it will, if you see it in a movie, it's a cartoon. When you see it in the TV, it's not what the Earth is. When you
Yeah, I
see
know
it
that that's your
as a
claim.
globe.
Yeah, I know that that's your claim. I'm just asking what the argument is for that.
That wouldn't be my claim. That would be the acknowledgement of the physical or natural world out there. I'm acknowledging the surface of the
I'm
Earth.
just saying, what's the
And
argument
you're
that those
saying
depictions are inaccurate?
because the surface of the Earth is not doing what the depictions are showing you. Like the
That's
water
not an
doesn't behave
argument. That's
that
just a
way.
repeat of the. That's just a repeat of the claim in different words.
Okay, the surface of the Earth.
Like, imagine
does
if I
lack
said, "Oh, the
curvature.
Earth is not round," right?
So the surface of the Earth lacks
Okay.
the drop over distance to a specific rate that will conform to the claim of the sphere in the TV screen. So the sphere in the TV screen says that the Earth has specific variables, specific dimensions. So when you go turn off the TV and go outside on the Earth and you check that, you check the Earth, you measure the Earth, use lasers, long distance observations, you do all of those things and you check and triple check and 100 triple check the surface of the Earth and it's not curving, then the thing on the TV is not real.
But have you actually checked, or?
Yes.
Okay, so you must have come to the same answer that all professional surveyors have, right?
Oh yeah, the surveyors definitely tell you that the surface
Oh
is
yeah, so
measured
the
as
professional
a plane.
surveyors say that we do indeed observe a curve. So
No, you don't.
agree
You're a
that
liar.
we do observe a curve, right?
No, we don't.
I'm glad that you're a fellow Glober. Welcome to the Globe.
Is this idiot even listening, or is he just going to come here and just bark out bullshit?
Have you got Matrix muted?
No, I heard what he said. He said that the movies would be wrong if they don't conform to the measurements we take. And I said, yeah, have you taken the measurements? He said, yeah. And I said, did you come to the same conclusion that
Yeah, but you didn't listen to what he said.
do?
You kept
And he
fucking
said,
talking,
yeah.
you rude little shit.
And he said, yes, I did come to the same conclusion.
No, you chose not to listen to him. And that conclusion was what?
Yeah, tell me what was the conclusion.
That's right, you spoke over the top of him because you're a rude little shit.
Yeah, but what is the conclusion?
How about
Let's talk
Unity,
about that.
instead of speaking over him, sorry, Jamesy, don't. You're a fuckwit debate child. We don't need your caliber of shit stain in here.
He spoke about conclusion, maybe.
What he did, Jamesy, and you missed it because he spoke clean over the top of you, was when he said you've come to the conclusion, he didn't even give a fuck what you said, mate. He just ploughed right through. Oh, so the conclusion of all the other surveyors is that it's a globe. And he just ploughed straight through you.
Yeah, I got it. I just wanted, yeah. No, you're right. You're right on point. I get it. That's a tactic. It's pretty obvious. But he's presuming that the conclusion. He's presuming that the conclusion. He doesn't want to talk about the conclusion. He said the conclusion is that it's a globe, and you agree with that. But he's misrepresenting the conclusion of the measurements because it doesn't represent the globe. The globe
if
will
it's
be
been measured as a globe, Jamesy, he'd have the measurements. If he knows that it's come to the same conclusion, he'd have these measurements where it shows as a globe.
Yeah.
Unity, have you got these measurements to put forward to everyone? Or are you going to go quiet on us?
Oh, cool. I'm unmuted. I
yeah,
could
congratulations.
Share
You're back.
I could share such measurements if you're referring to the claim I made, which is that professional surveyors do indeed observe a curve. You want me to post the link for that?
You know, Jesse, Path of Light's not a professional surveyor.
Do you want me to post a link showing that professional surveyors observe a curve?
No, we want to post you to post the data that you've got that proves this curve.
Well,
where it's been measured as drop over distance.
My claim was
blah blah blah. Post it in the side chat. Listen, this
Yeah,
is
my
not a
claim-
debate. Post your data up.
Yeah, my claim was just that
The debate, bro, just post your data. Yeah, you got to reiterate your
Are you
claim
okay?
so no one
Are
plows
you
through you. It's a
okay?
bastard, isn't it? Post your data in the
Are you
side chat.
okay? Are you okay? Calm down,
Are
sweetheart.
you okay?
Anyways,
You post your data
my
in the side
original
chat,
claim-
boy. Yeah, we don't care about your original claim
You're the
because
man.
you have to
You're the
reiterate
man.
it again.
Hey,
Yeah,
listen,
let's
man.
just put you on there. You're going to post your shit in the side chat and then I'm going to unlock you. See, if you haven't learnt yet, kid, I don't go for the debate bro tactics. You come in here, be an adult, not a complete fuckwit, post your data in the side chat. And no one's holding you in here either. No, a lol is not data. You can do better than that. So step up, sunshine. It's your
What do
call.
you say? What did he say? Did he say surveyors measure curve or something?
Yep.
Okay.
His claim was professional surveyors. We've got to make sure we get that right.
And observe it. And observe it.
Oh, and observe it.
I'd like the data posted up in the side chat. Unless anyone else wants to
Yeah.
talk to him and listen to his shit. I thought it was piss weak, him just plowing through Jamesy.
I didn't hear. I just got back.
I'll get him
I
for
left
you.
for a second. I'll
I'll get
unmute
him. It's all good.
Okay.
There
Unity.
you go.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
If they measure curvature, can you tell me what the reference ellipsoid's for then?
I don't know, but I just know that the land
if
surveyors
they
say that
me-
they've
well-
measured curvature, so that's good enough.
What?
I just know that the professional land surveyors have said that they do account for curvature when structures get large enough and there's project planning, so that's good enough.
Yeah, but they don't say that. You just made that up.
No, they say that.
No, you made that up, dude.
You want me to just give you a quick Google search or something?
I want
You
a
think that's
cite-
made up?
I want a quotation from somebody saying what you just said they say.
Yeah, look. So I just quickly Google it. Professional land surveyors do account for the Earth's
That's
curvature.
not a
The
quotation.
approach-
That's a general
the
bullshit.
approach- The approach depends on the scale and purpose of the project. For large scale or
Count
precise projects,
Still not a
such as-
quotation.
such as national mapping. I don't know why
Google
you
is
need
not a
quote.
human being, dude.
Yeah, I don't know why you're
Count
looking
for
for
it. I thought you
some
said
quote.
measure it, not account for
Brother,
it.
you said
You're
professional
you're just
surveyors.
moving the goalposts.
No,
You're
no,
moving the
no.
goalposts.
You
that's
said
just a-
he said
no.
measure. Indio. He also said measure, not account for. Slightly different.
Yeah. So Unity, you said professional surveyors. That would be a human being, not
Uh-huh.
Google. So show us the professional surveyors saying that.
Yeah. Professional surveyors
Yeah,
account
an
for Earth
actual
curvature.
one, not
And
the
in the-
abstract concept. No, an actual one. An actual
You
one
guys seem
saying that.
really,
An actual
out
one,
of
Unity.
control
Why are
here.
you
Can you guys just
deflecting? Why
calm
are you
down?
deflecting? Why are you deflecting from you not being able to?
There's no
Cash-
deflect. You're just getting a little rowdy. Just calm down. I don't know why you're
No,
so
he's not.
hurt.
Well, you didn't answer my first question. What's the reference ellipsoid for if they measure curvature? Why
I
would
did
they-
answer. What was my answer?
You said you're an idiot and you don't know anything about this subject.
What? I
That's
didn't
what you
say
said.
those words. I said I don't know because I'm not sure how those terms are
You
used.
know what a reference ellipsoid is?
And then you said,
What
all I know is I've
what did
heard
I
surveyors
literally
say.
hello what did I literally just tell you?
Surveyors also say
You've
that
heard-
they use. Hold on. Surveyors also
Well,
say
yeah.
they use a reference ellipsoid.
What did I literally just tell you?
Yeah, but that's what they also say. They also say that they use a reference ellipsoid.
What did I literally just tell you?
Who cares?
You're reading shit off
I told
Wikipedia
you
or something.
that
We
I
don't give a
answered
fuck.
that
We
question,
want an
so you
actual
agree that I did.
quotation from.
So
Yeah,
you-
we're just going to talk for a minute. No, you're not. Unity. I don't know if you can get this through your thick little skull, but the debate bro tactics don't work in here. If you're going to
No,
put
they
data
don't.
forward, put it forward. And he thinks he's funny. You're a child.
No.
If you want to go do the debate bro thing, fuck off to politics and do it. No one's going to stop you, mate.
So,
Seriously.
Yeah, Unity, let me get this straight. We're supposed to have a conversation with you when you don't know anything about it. Say somebody says such a thing, you don't know who said it and can't quote a particular person.
Yeah, I don't think needing to quote a particular person is some sort of reasonable standard because there are a multitude of
You
things
said you've
that we
heard them
take to
say
be.
it.
Calm down. I just
You
started speaking.
said
Why are you
they,
cutting me off? Calm
hey,
down.
bro,
Calm
you
down.
said,
Calm
hey,
down,
I'm
Joey.
correcting
Calm down.
you because that's
Okay,
not what you
he can
said.
concede
Now
he
you're
didn't.
changing the story. The
Okay, he
story
can concede
was
he
that
didn't.
you've personally heard them say it.
When did I say it was personal? You're just
Right?
putting words in my
Yeah,
mouth.
you
That's the
did.
best you've
Right
got.
at the start.
You know you can
I said the
rewind
words
the live
personally.
stream
Yeah,
and
do you
just
have that
hear
on
yourself
recording?
say it.
Do you have
You
that
said
on recording? I'll give you
yes,
$200
we do.
if you have a recording of me saying that. You want to
Okay,
make a bet?
hold on. Yeah,
You want to make a
just let me
bet?
go. Let me just find
Yeah,
the
so the
recording.
bet is that I said I've personally heard surveyors say that. And if you're wrong, you owe me $200. If you're a man, take that bet. If you're a little bitch, dodge it. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna go and check.
Yeah, you're a little bitch. I knew you were a
So
little
you
bitch. You're
don't know that
submissive
they
and
say
weak.
it
You have
then.
no testosterone. You're not a real man.
Oh, I
knew
know
it.
who this is. Just get rid of him. I know
Which
who this
clown
is.
shoes is it?
Yeah. Are you the faggot that's
I know the
always in my
voice. I just can't.
DMs? Unity? Are you that little
Are you
fag that's
dodging
always
the
in my
bet?
DMs?
Are you dodging the bet?
India.
Are you
What?
dodging the bet? Oh,
No,
he's
let me
dodging the
find out
bet.
what your
Dude,
name.
even
No,
your
I
friends
want to
could
find
see
out what
that
your
you're
name
dodging the
is.
bet. That's so weak, bro.
Dodging
Holy
what
shit.
bet?
Yeah, the bet that I said that I've personally heard a surveyor
The
say
bet that
that,
I
right?
said, so you get to make the terms of the bet that I bet? I don't think so.
No, you made a claim and I said, are you willing to put your money where your mouth is, retard?
First of all,
Loser.
No,
you're
you didn't use
wrong.
those
Female,
words.
micro penis haver.
First of
You're
all,
so weak
you're
and
wrong.
submissive. Holy
First of
shit.
all, you're wrong. I didn't say it. T-Dub said it. So you want to correct yourself?
Whichever one of you said it.
Oh,
That's the person that's dodging the
oh,
bet.
that was just whoever. You want to bet on it? You bet on bet?
Wait.
I
So
didn't
you
say
think
it.
that your friend
No,
is wrong
dude,
when he
give me
says that?
$200.
So
You're a
your
little
friend is wrong.
testosterone.
So is your
No,
friend wrong?
dude,
Yes or no?
no, bet me $200. I didn't say that. You're a little testosterone was bitch. Yeah, see how that works? You stupid fuck.
Is your friend wrong? Yes or no? Is your friend wrong?
Yeah, I
Yes.
just played the same game you did on you because you're so weak.
Now, Unity, just so you
Turn
know,
about
if you can
fair
read the
play,
side
dude.
chat, we know you can write in it, so obviously you can read it too. Just above what you just posted by Yaga Bruno. Heard them say it implies you've personally heard that. So you failed. Not anyone else. Please try harder.
Yeah, when you say you hear, that means you heard with your fucking ears. You didn't say I read. You didn't say someone told me. You said I heard them say it, right? Correct? Did you hear him say it or not, Unity? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah, Princess, that's you.
Yeah, back to the drawing board, Unity. You in your DMs? Circle jerking your girlfriend?
Finally uncucked. Yeah, so if you're thinking
How
that
he
what
said.
was meant is that I heard a surveyor say that in person, how would I even share a quote with you about that? Are
How
you
else
slow?
would you have heard it?
You know that if I hear something, that's audible sounds going into my ears. Do you understand that that's distinct from writing that you could
Who
extract
did
from
you
the
hear
internet
it
to me?
from?
How do
Who
you
did you
get a
hear it
quote
from?
from me? How
Yeah,
do you get a
who
quote from
did
me?
you hear it from?
That's irrelevant. I probably heard it on some YouTube videos, heard people talk about it in like documentaries.
Shut up, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
Could have been in my fucking.
Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Yeah, keep coming back. I'll just keep doing it.
All right, so I'll admit he didn't actually say he's heard them say it. What he said was, I don't know. All I know is that surveyors say they measure the curvature.
I can clip it if you want, but that's what he said. So he didn't actually say he's heard them say it. He says, all I know is that surveyors say that they measure curvature.
He doesn't know what they say. He doesn't know anything. He's a bullshit artist. And your
He's
bullshit
probably
doesn't even
heard
come
one
out a good
YouTube
picture.
video. He's probably heard one YouTube video with McToon and Jesse Path of Lies.
And you know
Yeah,
who
Jesse
doesn't
Pat.
account for curvature?
Yeah, Jesse Pat the Light is not a surveyor, by the way. Unity, Jesse Pat the Light's not a surveyor. That's who you got it from. Neither is McToon.
Why do you keep talking about this Jesse Light person? What the fuck? Anyways,
Because most of you
What-
little
I wanna
cockstrokers
know what
coming here
I don't know
talking
what
about
the
him.
fuck that is. Anyways, so now that we're
Nobody
clear
claims
on
they
how you
measure
don't know how
curvature.
quotes work, right? If you want me to find a quote, I'm happy to do that. But I want you to think
Well,
of
you
this
should already
analogy.
have it.
Suppose that
Well, you
someone
should already
says,
have it.
suppose that
Yeah,
someone says, but Christians say that sex before marriage is bad.
Great,
right?
great analogy.
Now,
Get back to your
if you
curvature.
ask
We
them
don't
for
give a shit.
if you ask them, if you
Dude,
ask,
I'm gonna just fucking ban you, bro. Why the fuck can't you stay on topic?
What's going on?
Not much. What are you up to?
What I'm up to?
Yeah, what are you up to? Yeah. What are you doing? What brings
Eating.
you here? Eating. What we having tonight? Anything good?
I'm eating cheese.
Cheese pizza? Or just cheese, dude? You poor? You just eating down on a block of cheese?
Not just cheese.
Just cheese. Goat cheese?
No, it's like do you know like Turkish cheese?
String cheese.
Turkish cheese? No. That shit's good though. Is it good?
If we said Earth is cheese,
It's
Let
the
me
moon. The
show
moon is
you.
cheese. Turkish cheese, man. I want to check that out.
Yeah.
So are you from Turkey? Is that why you're eating Turkish cheese?
No, I'm not from Turkey, but Turkish cheese is the one with too many holes, like you.
I thought that was Swiss cheese. Oh, there's more holes or something? Huh. Why are you eating only cheese, man?
Is that funny?
That you're eating only cheese? I
That
guess
has more holes than you.
it has more holes. Wow. So if the Earth is a ball, how can there be cheese? Can't be no ball, no cheese on a baller.
Yo, what's up, Shadow?
My friend just came.
Oh, he's here?
Yeah, you can talk to him. His name is 3BDULRA7 MAN.
Yep, three
Yeah.
B dollar. Seven man.
$3 man. Yeah. Now talk to him. He said to me that Earth is flat, and he saw it. He has the proof.
He saw it. You saw it too. Everybody's seen it. What are you talking about? Everybody has seen a flat Earth.
I saw
Everybody.
nothing. I saw nothing. Don't
Oh,
say
so you're
everybody.
blind? So you're blind? How did you find your cheese if you're blind?
What? I didn't say anything about Earth being flat. He just told me, and
That doesn't matter whether you think it is or not. You did see a flat Earth. There's no doubt about that.
No, he just told me that Earth is flat, but I didn't say anything about that. What I can see is Earth being flat, but my eyes can't see is what Earth is being flat or not, because my eyes is limited vision.
Chad, what are you trying to say?
He doesn't know.
I don't know.
He doesn't like the idea that he saw a flat Earth. He wants to just imagine that he saw a ball, but that's all he can do is imagine.
Just you need to tell me if Earth is flat or not flat. I don't know. Both of you
that's easy.
gonna
It's flat.
have a conversation. Okay, it's your opinion, but my friend think it's not flat. Now you can have a conversation to tell me,
Okay,
and
it's not,
change
but
my
but
mind
you're wrong.
if
It's
it is
not
or not.
it's not an opinion. An opinion is red's my favorite color. That's an opinion. The Earth is flat.
Okay.
That's objectively true. It's not an opinion.
Okay, give us your proof.
The ocean.
The ocean. What is about
The
the
ocean.
ocean?
Okay.
Okay. What is about the ocean?
Is most of hold on. You asked me a question. Is most of the surface of the Earth ocean water? The surface of the Earth. Ocean. Okay. So whatever the ocean does, that's what the Earth does, right? Hold on. Why you interrupt me? Whatever the ocean does, that's what the Earth does, right? So if the ocean curves, then the Earth's a ball. If the ocean's flat, then the Earth is not a ball.
Okay, let me
Okay,
tell you.
so the ocean's
Let
flat,
me tell
bro.
you.
We know. We measured it. It looks flat. It measures
Okay.
flat. We use it as flat.
Okay,
Yeah, that was
ocean
easy.
is flat ocean is flat in human perspective. What your eye can see is ocean being flat, but the whole ocean, what your eye can't see, is curved.
How?
Human perspective.
Because
My bad. Go
Earth
ahead.
is so massive. Ocean is so
How?
massive.
Yeah, it can be so massive, but it can be massive and flat. So why do you think it's curving?
Why do I think it's curved?
Yeah. Why do you think the ocean water curves? Why do you think it curves into a ball?
Because he saw it on the TV.
Yeah, because I saw it in the TV. TV told me.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. So you went outside, you looked out, you saw the ocean, it looked flat, and you're like, nope, go back inside, watch TV.
Bro, let me tell you.
Yeah, that's the situation. You can't get out of it. That's the way it is. You can
No,
believe in the TV. I don't care.
not about the TV. I was making fun of you, idiot.
No, you
Look at
you
the
have
moon
never
and the sun.
listen, you've never seen curving water. You've never seen a curving ocean. You
Look at
haven't.
the moon.
That's true. That's why I said you saw a flat Earth. Everybody's seen a flat Earth since the time began.
Look at the
Okay?
moon and the sun. They are totally
Are they there?
identical.
So notice how you had to say, "Oh, look at the Earth over here." You said, "Look at something that's not the Earth." the sun and the moon? Why should we
Because
look at the sun? Why would we look at the sun and the moon to tell what the Earth is?
Because I'm gonna relate everything together. Because
Okay,
the
why?
gravity, bro.
You didn't answer my question.
Objectives.
Why would we look at the sun and the moon to know what the Earth is?
Because Earth make gravity with moon, because they are object.
Earth make. Okay.
Bro, Earth.
There's no reason to think that the Earth is like the sun and the moon. Okay.
It is like them.
How do you know they're the same?
Because it is among them, so it should be like them.
What do you mean among them?
It follows the rule. It follows the rules, so it should be like them. The gravity rules, the physics rules.
What about other planets?
That's what he just said. Other planets. Other than what? Other than Earth?
Like, yes.
Okay.
I want to know, if Earth is flat, then how the satellites and space station and everything are there in outer space?
Okay, one question at a time. Okay. For the first guy, second guy, I mean, Earth isn't a planet. Okay. So there are no other planets. There are planets, but not planets other than Earth, because Earth isn't a planet. Now the other guy, what about what'd you say? TV station?
Yeah. So what I said is that the space station and the satellites, those are roaming around the Earth. So how they are doing it if the Earth is flat?
Okay. How do you know there's satellites and ISS roaming around the Earth?
If you use telescope and at particular time at the night at the sky, so you can see good enough with clarity that something in the sky is rotating, and which is some shape. And
okay, fine. Yeah, but you don't know how high they are. You don't know how big they are. You don't know what they are, right? So let me tell you a story. So about 6 months ago, some astronomers published in a journal. They went back and looked at photographs, telescope photographs from 1947 to 1957. Okay, before satellites. Right? You understand? Before satellites were ever launched?
Okay.
Yeah, they found satellites before satellites. I'm not making this up. This was published in an astronomical journal. Professional astronomers went back and looked at old photographic plates from telescopes and found objects that looked like they were orbiting the Earth, even though that's impossible because there was no such thing as rockets. There's no such thing as satellites. The point is, from the Earth, you can see all sorts of stuff in the sky, and somebody can tell you any story about them. You have no way to confirm it.
So the thing is, why Earth is round? So if you want to put some mass or put let's say area, the circle has the least area, sphere has the least volume. So everything which is attracting, like why Earth is a sphere shape, because the gravitational force pulls everything to make it the volume of that subject or that matter, whatever it is, in the shape of a sphere, so that its volume is very less as compared to square, rectangle, polygon, or whatever may say.
I understand. This is ninth grade. Yeah, I understand. But that right there, what you just said, that's a hypothesis. Right?
It's not hypothesis. If you calculate the area, if you how times measure.
I understand that part. No, hold on. You said two parts. The mathematical part you said and geometric part you said was correct. The part about there being gravity that pulls it into that is a hypothesis. So you
Okay.
mix two things. You mix math with physics. Now the physics part, okay, if your theory is, hey, there's a force, it's going to pull everything into a ball. Okay, that's your hypothesis. Well, you're going to have to go out into the natural world and actually measure that the Earth is a ball, right? To prove your hypothesis.
Okay. And so what about the videos that we see from the
Yeah,
space
you better
station?
skate past that one. So has anybody actually measured the Earth as a ball to prove that hypothesis, buddy? That gravity
No, no.
forms things into balls.
Yeah. So that is everyone proved. Like in India, in laboratory they can easily prove that they can
Oh,
increase
really?
the
They can
gravitational.
do gravity. They can do gravity in the laboratory and form balls.
They won't take the gravity part because gravity is like we are not
Well,
supposed to develop
that's
anything.
the
But
hypothesis.
they try to oscillate the object in a high speed so that its gravity is going to be get less, then how the density of the matter is going to change. So that kind of indirect study you can do. Direct like gravity, directly gravity you can't study it, but indirectly you can replicate some of these things to study those behaviors. So yeah, so
Yeah, that's
this
a
is the
lot
way
of
it works.
nothing. You just told me a lot of nothing, dude.
Okay.
Science is empirical, right? It's based upon empirical evidence. So if you have a theory or hypothesis, you have to go out into the natural world and demonstrate it. So if your hypothesis is gravity forms everything into a ball, you need A, an observation of that happening, or B, something or doing it in a lab. Which one do you have? Neither.
Okay. So
You have to confirm
so
your
if I can
hypothesis,
prove
right?
so if I can't prove the hypothesis, then the other thing is correct. Is it the way to say
I'm not
like if
saying
I
that.
can't prove A, then the B is correct? If I can't prove A, then B is correct, or B is
No,
also
we
not
know
correct.
B is correct because we know B. The way to prove what you're saying is correct, or at least indicate it's correct, or give evidence that it's correct, is to actually measure the surface of the Earth and show that it's
Okay.
curving, right? If the Earth's surface of the Earth was curving, then you could say it's a ball, but it's not curving, so it's not a ball. It can't be a ball. And how do we know the surface of the Earth isn't curving? Because we can measure, right? You can shine a laser, and if the Earth is a ball, then the laser will get higher and higher and higher, right? With distance.
Yeah, so that is the thing people are doing. So what is the
Yeah, we've
like?
done
Yeah.
this, and it doesn't get higher and higher and higher. We've done this.
So how
So
far you went like to measure that?
40
Because if you measure
kilometers.
this, yeah, so 40 kilometer may not be the curvature of the Earth because Earth is a diameter is around how
Yeah,
much?
that's
It's
great,
around
but
12,
that's great.
1200 kilometers, 12,000 kilometers. So in order
Yeah,
to get a curvature, you need to go like quite a far enough distance. Obviously I need to do the math, but obviously 40
well, we
kilometers is
did the
not good
math,
enough.
and that's why I'm telling you 40 kilometers is enough because the drop in 40 kilometers is supposed to be 127 meters. So if I start at a laser, right, on one side, I'm 2 meters. I shine the laser across water, 40 kilometers. At the other side, 40 kilometers away, the laser should be 127 meters off the water. But we've done this, and it was the same height. From 2
So you are
meters,
measuring
40 kilometers, 1.5 meters at the other side. Not 127 meters, 1.5.
so you are doing it in the water in the ocean.
In the air, dude. Well, no, this was done at a lake.
So you know the Earth has different elevation. If you go to let's say California, it is a
It was
different
done on
elevation,
a lake. A lake?
so
Water?
a lake is for because yeah, but the lake has also how lake flows. It's because of the Earth elevation. It's coming from top to down. That's why the water flows. If that is not there, the water won't going
Okay.
to flow.
This
It will be a
lake,
pond.
hold on, this lake is an inland lake. It was created when it's called Lake IJsselmeer. It's in the Netherlands. It was created, it's man-made. They cut it off from the sea. It doesn't have a water source. There's no water flow into it. So that
So
don't
it's a
work.
pond. So it's a pond.
No, it's
So
a
it's not a
giant
lake.
lake that they cut. It was like a what they call a fjord, and then they dammed it up, right? So they just cut it off from the ocean.
So water stay there, or it flows, or there's no
Doesn't
way. It's
flow.
like.
There's nowhere for it to flow to.
And how big? The lake is 40 kilometers? That big lake?
Well, it's bigger than that. It's freaking probably like the full size of it's probably like 100 kilometers. But they did their beam was they did 19 kilometers, 12 kilometers, 47 kilometers, or 40 kilometers, 41 kilometers, and I think 12 kilometers. They did 5 different trials.
Yeah. So the thing is, you need to have some sufficient horizontal distance in order to get the Earth curvature, because diameter
Yeah, I
of the
just
Earth
told
is
you
around.
what it was.
Yeah, that
Do you
makes
think I
sense.
can
Yeah.
measure the difference? Do you think I can know the difference between 1.5 meters and 127 meters?
Yeah, that's true. And the second thing is the elevation of the water or the ground. That also varies when you move from 1 meter. At least from if you travel like 1 meter, also your ground is going to
Don't you
elevate.
think we accounted for all this, dude? You're being a dunce, okay? The laser was 1.5 meters off the water. At the other side, the laser was detected 1.5 meters off the water.
Okay, maybe you have done the experiment, so I
but
need
it's
to believe.
across
Yeah.
water. Water doesn't have different elevations unless it's a freaking waterfall. It wasn't a waterfall. It was a lake. This isn't the only one. There's Salt Lake. There's Great Salt Lake. There's 21-mile laser shot there. You don't understand. Like, you think the Earth is supposed to curve, so you guys all say this. Earth is so big, you can't measure the curve. But if you do the math, it should be easily measurable. So I'll give you, for instance,
I'm just difficult to find like 40 kilometer
in
is
15
lake.
kilometers, bro, in 15 kilometers, the drop because of curvature should be 20 meters.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking 40 kilometer is like a lake,
It's an
and the
exponential
water is
function,
not
bro.
flowing. Water is not flowing anywhere. Just 40
No, it's
kilometer,
not
water is
flowing.
staying somewhere.
Yeah, it's a man-made lake.
Okay, so can you say me like what the name of the lake? I can Google it. Like 40 kilometer lake. I also want.
Lake. It's bigger than 40 kilometers. It's Lake Isomere. I'll post the name in the chat. It's a freaking because it's Dutch. They got weird names.
Yeah, definitely. Because if you guys have done the experiments, so yeah, maybe it makes sense something because you might have observed something, that we don't know.
I love how you guys always default to we fucked up. We didn't fuck up. This is like the 7th time it was done.
Okay, that's
you guys have you pretend you're not biased. You're extremely biased, extremely, and you don't realize it. You're extremely biased. Like I'm giving you information, and you're just popping up every possible reason you can think of on why it's wrong. You have never, ever in your entire life looked at the globe Earth that way and said, "Holy shit, dude! If the Earth was a globe, how does this work? Or if the Earth was a globe, how does that work?" No, it's only if the Earth was flat, how does that work? You only question flat Earth. You never question the globe.
Actually, physics makes sense when it is globe.
It just makes
when
sense.
it is flat.
No, you just like it. Has nothing to do
No,
with
it
making
makes
sense.
sense.
You just like it.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. That's why how satellites
I'm sure that's what
get
Plato
orbit.
wrote down.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what the famous philosophers, Plato, he wrote down. It's a globe, just makes sense.
In the sense, physics, science, math, and logic, everything match when Earth is
The
globe.
globe has no logic. There is no logic to the globe. None.
But yeah,
It's
but the
real simple.
experiment, if you have proved something, then obviously that need to be seen because experiment has more weightage than let's say logic, philosophy, and other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Experiments determine cause and effect relationships. If you want to know the geometry of something, You just measure it. That's the only way to get that. So if the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe, you have to measure the Earth. That's the only way to know one way or the other. And because only one thing separates a sphere from flat, that's whether the surface is curving or not. That's the way we can know if it's curving, could be a ball. If it's flat, can't be curving. It's called a true dichotomy.
Yeah. Okay, it's fine, but one of my cousin is a pilot, and he also says me the same thing. The way he used to fly the aeroplane. Obviously, you can say that no one has proved, no one has seen that something and all. But yeah, so basically the thing is.
Are you gonna tell me he sees a curve from his airplane, dude? Is that what you're gonna tell me?
No. The way he told me that he has to take this path, like he can't go directly, so that it doesn't make sense because Earth is curve. We have curvature in the Earth, so we need to follow this path. That's why we are going to this space. So yeah, because you can see down there. So let's say you are traveling from Europe to, let's say, Washington, means like Seattle. So you need to go to the from like, because the Earth is curved. That's why flight usually say they used to go from the northern part. Then you come to the Seattle. Let's say from France to Seattle. So up there you obviously won't able to see down. But if the pilots, like they used to say, if they come down, they can see that the thing that they are crossing the northern pole when they are going from France to, let's say, Washington, that is Seattle. So they are not going straight from the France to Seattle by crossing, let's say, New York or Minnesota or any other
That they're
United States.
looking down from their plane at the North Pole.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying the pilots and all, but the fighter jets and other.
Santa's freaking workshop too.
Okay, it's fine. So the pilot won't able to see that, but the fighter jet and other one, if want to travel, like which aeroplane can travel in a low altitude, and they can easily see around from if we are moving from one location to the next location, how they're which path they are following and what down there.
Look.
So if Earth is a flat, like
I was on a plane.
saying,
I was on an airplane last week. Okay, you can see maybe from an airplane, even though the globe says 140 miles, I think you can see about 150 based upon my estimation. Okay, now 150 miles is nothing. Nothing. You can't tell which way you're going. Planes fly in what's called international and domestic flight corridors. They have transponders, they have waypoints, they have a route which they're supposed to fly. If you're talking about the way the route is projected on, say, a Mercator map, that is just an artifact of taking one coordinate system and projecting it into another. So if you have a polar coordinate system, which uses angles, and then you project it into a Mercator map, which uses, rectangles, which is actually a cylinder, you're going to get distortions because you're doing a different projection. But that's not the way the plane is actually flying. I can post right now, I can post a polar projection from pilots inside the cockpit talking about their map, and it shows they're flying in a straight line. But that's just an artifact of the projection. It has nothing to do with which way they're actually flying.
Okay, it's fine. So one is your experiment. Then second one is obviously they are, let's say, going straight flying. And the third one, if I
Yeah,
ask,
they don't fly. They don't
the satellites.
Hold on, let me clear this up. Planes don't actually fly in what they call great circle routes. That's a myth. Air traffic is highly controlled. Like, say you fly from the Atlantic, say you fly from New York City to France. You have to fly in a flight corridor. That means there's a narrow corridor that all the planes fly in. So if you're in New York, that corridor is in like Nova Scotia. So you have to fly north to get into it to fly across the Atlantic, even though it's out of your way. If it was a globe, you would just fly across the Atlantic and you wouldn't take that route. But they fly wherever the goddamn government tells them to fly.
fine, because obviously you didn't see that, I didn't see that, so yeah, so there's no proof for us. But those who are dealing with those coordinates or those who are flying, let's say at low level, if those guys can see those things, so they might
What are
have
they going
more.
to see? What do you think they're seeing?
I mean, yeah, they can see like the route they are following, and in the if the art is flat, so they're the route
You really
supposed to
need to get
follow.
an airplane. You really need to get an airplane. You can't see what route you're following, bro.
No. What I'm saying is commercial flight is obviously is difficult. Like they are going, if I remember, 30,000 feet or something. So you can't see the city that you are crossing on. But the thing is, if you are going for, let's say, the fighter plane or other thing, those who can fly in very low altitude, and they can see even the earth or the surface, what are the location they are flying on. So I'm saying in that regard, but obviously I didn't talk to any let's say air force guy which is using flight like the fighter planes, and he is observing the path and the ground. So obviously I'm not saying that because I don't have a proof as of now. But yeah, no one has said the same thing that the fighter guys, that yeah, if we are moving from one location to the next location, we are following the straight path, not the curved path, and or something like that. So the fact that we know is that the aeroplane or the flight generally follow the curved path because of the curvature of the earth. So yeah, so that is what I'm trying to say. But obviously, I don't have the
Yeah,
proof
I
for that.
understand what you're trying to say, but it's not a curved path. It only looks that way in a certain projection. So if you show the flight path like on a Mercator map, that path will look curved because because the plane is flying in the latitude longitude coordinate system. But the Mercator map has latitude and longitude coordinates, but they're distorted. So when you take one mapping and you mash it onto another, the line will look curved. But if like you pasted that on a physical globe, it would look like a straight line, right? So why does it look like a curved line? Because it's a projection. It's a map projection, but it's a map projection onto a different map projection. So it just looks like that. That's not the way the plane's actually flying.
And that makes sense.
The
And one
map
more
is
thing.
just another. The map is not the
Yeah,
territory, okay? The map is just the map. It's not the territory. That's
yeah, yes. But if the flat is a flat, let's say we are staying at the upper part of it, then what about the down? Is there
down.
anything
What do you
else
mean
down?
down?
A
Earth
flat
is not
surface
in
has two surface. A flat
There's no
surface
outer
has
space,
two.
buddy. There's no outer space.
Okay, there is no outer space. And one more thing, why the sun goes down somewhere and it goes up for somewhere? Like sun is like, let's say if you are in US, your sun goes down, but obviously in some country there will be sun is going to go up. So
Doesn't go
why it
down.
is happening?
It doesn't go
So
down. It just
what?
appears that way because things that go off into the distance converge with the
Okay.
horizon. It's called perspective. You ever seen perspective drawing? Everything converges to the vanishing point.
And why it is coming back from the back of side again? Like if it is going east, it is coming from west.
Yeah, because east and west are circles.
If east and west are circles,
That's
then
right.
yeah, then something is moving
So
from
when
east
you
to west.
circumnavigate and you go east and circumnavigate, you go in a circle and come back to the same spot.
Then all the space program, all the satellite that
Here it goes.
is happening. So no, just I'm asking. So those are
This is so
also
funny.
develop one.
Your
Develop.
mind escapes right back to fantasy land. That shit's fake, bro. That shit's
That's all fake.
That's it.
Okay.
That's a TV show. Do you understand?
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. I think I remember. I think there's one movie. I think some third man or something.
No, the
where
things that they say are not the TV show are still a TV show.
Okay, it's fine. So satellites are not there. Gravity force is also not there. Okay, so what else?
No.
Argument.
So the gravity thing, you have no evidence for the claim that gravity forms things into balls. There's no evidence for that. It's just a claim, right? I said, hey, dude, where's the experiment? We don't have the experiment. It's just bullshit. Till you got the experiment, I can't take it seriously. No one's ever observed that happening, gravity forming. Nobody in the history of all humanity has
No,
observed
the thing
gravity
is,
forming
gravity
anything
is,
into a ball.
you see, yeah, no. I think you are getting it wrong there. Gravity is a force.
Ugh,
So,
God.
so people have observed that if you can use magnetic force and any force,
I
you can
understand the
apply
story,
light.
bro. I understand the story. There's no evidence for the story. Do you understand?
It's fine. So if the
Is
argument
there
is that
evidence or
way,
not?
no, evidence is what? Like everything is working on that principle. So that is the evidence and all.
That's
So
oh my God. That's circular logic. That's circular logic.
And a pragmatic fallacy.
Nobody ever
appeal to pragmatism.
calculated anything on Earth to do anything on Earth ever using the universal law of gravitation, ever. Little g, the rate of acceleration of a falling object, that's known empirically. You don't even need a theory of gravity to use that. You don't need a theory of gravity to shoot a cannonball. No, you don't need it. It's because you have little g, 9.8 meters per second squared. Little g. We know that empirically because we can measure that.
yeah,
We don't need a theory. Mass
we
attracts
don't need
mass is a theory. Do you understand? That's a hypothesis.
Yeah, a hypothesis long since abandoned.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, like then, how the nuclear bomb that has been created? It is also based on that physics and all. Energy is equal to mc squared.
Based upon gravity? Jesus Christ.
No, energy. It's not. It's based on energy. It's energy. It's based on energy. Mass. When mass is going to dissolve off, then your energy is going to come equal to mc squared. So, so obviously it's not. It's not about the gravity part, but what I'm saying is every physics is working well when it comes to gravity, and when it comes to, let's say, flat slab, then that is not working well.
This is
We
an
have
all or
satellite.
nothing fallacy. That if one part of physics is wrong or right, then all of physics is right. No, there's parts of physics that are incorrect, and there's parts that are correct. The universal theory of gravitation is bullshit. They don't even believe it nowadays. They abandoned that for general relativity. That's also bullshit, but it's stacked higher, I guess.
No, in the bullshit you can find it in a natural and physical and natural world.
I mean, I guarantee, but like, I know this is hard for you to hear, but if I ask you what the definition of mass is, you're not even going to know what it is. But you think it's like you'll say it's a quantity of matter. No, it's not the quantity of matter, not in physics. Mass is a unit of measure. It's the measure of resistance to acceleration. That's a unit of measure. So how can a unit of measure attract a unit of measure? It doesn't even make sense. Gravity's horseshit, bro. Sorry, it's just a bunch of nonsense. And I'm talking about the universal theory of gravitation. We all agree things fall. But whether things fall, how you get to things fall, therefore Earth's a ball, that is not logical. You need to fill in the logical gaps to make that statement. And if you want to say gravity forms things into a ball, you need to measure that ball. You don't just get to say, well, we have a theory. No, you got to go out and measure it. You got to go out and test it in nature. That's how you confirm it. Is that unreasonable? To expect confirmation through experiment?
I need to ask maybe ChatGTP, like if they have done any sort of gravity experiment.
Yeah,
But I have no idea.
Cavendish, but that's not what you need. You need is there any observation, experiment, nature that showed gravity forming an object into a ball? It's never been observed in nature. The claim is after the fact, right? We look in the sky, we see balls now. We don't know how they formed. We have no fucking clue how they got there, how they formed, what they're made of, what they're doing, how fast they're going. We don't observe orbits, actually. If you think about it, has anybody actually seen an orbit? No. From the point of view of Earth, you just see the planets go across the sky and then whip around and go back the other way, and then whip around again and go forward again. That's all we see. We don't see them go around the sun. We don't have that viewpoint.
Then, if we don't
We don't
see
see the
that
Earth
those
go
things,
around the sun.
no. Yeah, that's true. We are not seeing those things. Then we are also not able to see the frequency. Now we are talking to each other from the internet, from the web, and everything. We don't see that. We don't see electricity.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, we don't see air. So everything is now questionable.
Well, we can measure the electricity. We can measure all these things.
So, but these measures are again
they exist because we're generating it somewhere, someplace. They freaking built magnets and wires and freaking substations and towers, and they freaking flipped the switch and turned them all on. That's how we know the electricity's there. We put it there.
Okay, it's fine then. Do I have anything else to say?
How come you're not doing this to the globe? Why don't you go on ChatGPT and ask all the reasons why it's not a globe?
It's fine. Yeah, it's quite interesting talking to you, and yeah, you have good arguments and good points. But obviously, it's difficult for us to believe. But yeah, you have good points.
I don't know why, because the flat Earth is not about believing something; it's about abandoning a belief. You'd be leaving belief behind, and you guys just don't seem to comprehend this for some reason. I know. I think that's harder to believe that the globe is a belief than actually believing the globe. It's like you guys can't comprehend is that you're stuck in a belief system. Okay, we observe the Earth is flat. Nobody has to believe that. The Earth looks flat. Even the scientists say, well, locally, yeah, the Earth is giant and it looks flat. You said it. You said the Earth looks flat. We don't have to believe any of that. We see that. Now, saying it looks flat, but that's because it's a giant ball, that's a belief. Okay? Because you actually don't have the evidence for that to support that. Not from observation. Now, you can conceptually in your mind think, yeah, if I can think of a ball that's so large it would look flat. Well, I can think of a shark that's so large it would look flat. And I can think of a freaking, Roger Rabbit is so large he looks flat, or any other thing. Any large enough thing, if the other thing's small enough that it'll look flat. Great. But that doesn't mean it is that thing. You want to know what looks flat too? Things that are flat look flat. Yeah, things that are flat look flat. Now, I don't have to believe that. That's just true. And, we don't have the belief. The belief is stuck on you guys. He bounced.
I'm just going to see if this bot will play this YouTube clip. I don't know if it'll play because I know the Muso or Musox or whatever it's called, it won't play clips. I just want to see if it'll play this. No. Damn it. Okay.
Yeah,
we need a bot that plays clips.
Yeah, I don't even know how you would do that. Add the clip first in like the queue or something?
I suppose I could just like put it into some thing and just turn it into an MP4 something.
God, man, some of the mainstream physics channels I've been getting in my that I'm sub to, man, they're going off the fucking rails, bro. Time doesn't exist. Time is all happening at once. It's all an illusion. Like, just like, dude, brain in a jar on frickin' steroids. Frickin' Jeffrey Epstein. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I see some crazy shit too.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Jimsy, beautiful. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about you, beautiful?
That's good.
Just here, been listening to the guys talking, but it got quiet for a little bit.
I think, yeah, it seems a little quiet. Where is Indio?
Taking a break. He probably said
Mm.
over 10,000 words in the last 30 minutes. So, yeah.
He hasn't accepted my friend request yet. He broke my heart.
Oh, he barely checks his
I'm
DMs.
just kidding. I know. It's okay.
If he sees it, he'll accept it. But yeah, gotta probably be like, Indio, your DMs.
Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Your family and friends, etc.
Likewise, thank you
Yeah.
for the good wishes.
Yeah, I hope your babies are okay too.
Yeah, they're doing good. I don't know babies
That's
anymore,
good.
but yeah, they're still
Oh,
still
yeah.
my babies.
Exactly. My husband drank too much and then he got into an argument with me and then passed out.
Well, the alcohol can be detrimental. I mean, it could be bad if someone's for arguments. I don't like arguing with people that is drinking. Not good.
No, of course not. It wasn't like the funny thing is we weren't arguing at all. We were having a very intellectual conversation, and then my phone beeped, and it was my friend from India. His friend might be dying, so I just looked to see who messaged, and before I did that, my husband said, "Don't worry about that. Listen to me." But instead of listening, I checked to see who it was, and he got angry, and he was being illogical. So I said, "You're just drunk. Go to sleep," and he did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe he was a little overreactive, but definitely people in the interwebs, you just check in because you got a beep. But if you're having a conversation with your husband, definitely I will say, yeah, he was maybe overreacting, but
Yeah, so I didn't take it
there's so
personally.
many things going on online that taking away. Yeah, we all do it, right? We take away the attention from the family because we spend some time with friends or whatever. But at the moment with the family, just start and finish whatever you're doing with the family, and then when you get a break, do the friend stuff. That's it.
Yeah,
Especially with your husband.
that was the thing that blew my mind is I didn't even open the message. I just see who messaged me, and he was like so illogical, and he's never like that. So that's when I said, "Go away, go to sleep," and he did.
Yeah, just keep it cool. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
Wanna just keep the friction down in the family circles as much as possible.
Exactly. Like we just want to love and respect, and sometimes people can act illogically, but sometimes there's conditions. We keep those in mind. We don't hold it against them because maybe sometimes they get out of control. In the morning, he'll wake up and he won't even remember what happened.
Hopefully not.
And if he does, I'll spank him. Yep.
No, if it does, you'll be like, you know what? Yeah, you overreacted a little bit for the notification noise, but whenever I'm talking to you, I'm not gonna be paying attention to those people on the interwebs. I'll have the conversation with you, and then if I want to go online to look at TikTok doom scrolling, I'll do it after you and I finish our business.
Exactly. Or I could be like, when you fell asleep, I started talking to a beautiful Mexican guy and we had a good time.
And you're gonna be like, yeah, right, ha ha ha. Such
Dude,
a
I'm
great
stupid.
time.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I feel bad for you guys that I come in here and I'm not I really enjoy the company of the great minds, but I often feel bad because in my
Feel bad?
deepest heart of
Talk
hearts,
to your
like I don't
doctor,
know if
though.
I Yeah, I feel What was that?
If you feel bad, just call your doctor, though. Or
Exactly, call the doctor, yeah, 'cause the doctor is gonna be like, "Come on, girl,
I'm
like, you
just.
know the earth is
Were you saying
flat,
you feel
chill
bad
out."
though? You feel bad because of what? My bad.
No, I feel bad because I come in here and I engage with you guys and I agree with you. I'm not educated enough to really say, I will say I'm a flat earther, right? Because I agree with your perspectives, but deep down I don't know if I think I believe the earth is round, but I
You don't
come
have
in
to
here
label
and I
yourself anything for anybody. You don't have to say I am this and I am that because I'm here with you guys. You can be yourself. You don't have to use any labels at all. Doesn't matter what
but
anybody says.
what if I'm a glober, then I'm just somebody that has to be argued against. But if I agree with
If you want
you,
to be a
then I'm
glober,
a
be a
friend.
glober. Listen, it's
No.
different caps. Listen, different shirts, different caps, right? If you're gonna get if you such a beautiful, talented young lady, right? If you're gonna get a contract with a high price company and they're gonna tell you, hey, you gotta be a glober to do this, you be like, you know what? I'll wear the globe hat. You know, in the private, in
Exactly.
here, you can wear the flatter hat. You can do that. People do that.
Hey,
You
that
don't
makes
have
me
to.
feel better.
When you go to the grocery store, you wear the mom doing the groceries hat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good point.
yeah. You don't have to be a flat earther at the grocery store though, or at the Thanksgiving's dinner. You don't have to unless a family member brings it up and you're like, you know what? Some of that stuff makes sense to me. Some of it.
Luckily, my family's dead. Like, my parents are dead, so I don't have to deal with their crap anymore.
What about you? Still your husband, which is your family.
What was that, Jimsy?
You have your husband and your children, so that's your family.
Well, yeah, we have our daughter. Yeah, exactly. The only family that matters.
Well, that family is not the only one that matters. This one does matter,
Well,
but it's
no.
not the only one.
Well,
Well,
of
maybe for you.
course not.
Maybe for
No,
you.
of course. No, I believe everybody
So,
matters. When I'm talking about that, I mean in an individualized way. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah, you already like you're the fruit of a tree, and you already rolled your seeds gave root, and you already have your family, your children. You got your husband. So yeah, you already have your own tree on the side of the other bigger tree, or the other
Yeah, I
bigger
need more
trees.
babies. I'm trying to have another baby, but I already had a miscarriage last year.
Hmm.
It was very
Yeah.
sad.
Yeah, it's tough. I've seen that happening so many times. You gotta, I will say, take the approach. I don't know. Gotta check into the terrain to your body and see what's the condition for it to be in the correct way. And I mean, you need two people. You need two people to tango. So your body has to be good, and everybody else has to be good as well. And the environment. That baby, you want to have babies? Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, make
Maybe
babies.
I just need a young guy, and maybe my husband's too old, and maybe because he has erectile dysfunction, maybe his sperm is not strong and could cause a genetic mutation or something. So I aborted it, like my body self-aborted it because it wasn't healthy. What if I need a young sperm,
It made it. So if it made it already, so it made it. But the terrain that it was in, it wasn't fertile. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I
At that
think it
moment,
depends. Yeah.
doesn't necessarily mean that it cannot be in the right conditions again. You did it one time,
Exactly.
so you can do it again. You guys did it one time, that means you can do it again. So
Actually,
it's
no, we
just the
didn't.
right time, the
I
right
had a child.
conditions, and you gotta be healthy.
Well, I had a child from a different relationship, so we don't have a child together.
So there you go.
Yeah. I have a
If you want
Cuban
more,
baby.
Cuban baby?
Yeah, she's Cuban. And in white, of course, but yeah. I love, sorry. I really, like, remember when I was pregnant, I just couldn't wait to meet my beautiful brown baby, like, and she's so beautiful. I'm so delulu.
Baby. She's doing good, the baby. That's a blessing. Babies are a gift from the Creator.
Yeah, she's 6 now. She's gonna be 7 this year.
Cool stuff. Yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty ages. Super pretty.
You're not having more babies?
Not for now, but I wouldn't. I will say, not right now.
Okay, well, if you
But
need help, let me know.
well, if I need
I'm
help,
sorry. You got a
yeah, if
wife.
I need help, I'm gonna need a partner because I can't do it. I can't do it by myself.
Exactly.
You know what's the thing? The most like you hear the woman around, and it's like a huge percentage. They don't want to know anything about having children.
Wait, really?
Like a big percentage. I live near the city, so it's kind of like a city thing, I guess. People just kind of talk, and like you were saying, they're incoherent because a lot of the time people are kind of like drinking alcohol and I don't know whatever else they're doing, whatever brings them to open their mouths and say like, no, I don't want to have babies. I heard you saying that you have a baby, so yeah, that's a refreshing sound compared to some of these weird ladies that don't want to have babies.
I know, it's so weird. Like, I don't understand, like, the party culture either. Like, going to the club is, like, the most disgusting thing I could ever think of. Like, it just reminds me of, like, the ghetto. Like, it's just like, why does that sound fun to people? I'd rather be at home. If I'm gonna have a drink, I'm not big into drinking, but if I'm gonna have a drink, I'm gonna do it at home where I'm safe. Why would women go out into public and get crazy and have this? I don't understand. This party culture is really weird to me.
I don't see it appealing either.
I think they're just less just not intelligent because they equate having a fun time with doing something that's so to me, I'm not engaged by that. I'd rather talk to intellectual people than go to the bar or to the club and talk to some idiot who just wants to get in my pants. But you know, you're an adult like me, so you see past that. Like you're not stupid, you know?
It's all preference.
You
Some
had
people certain things, certain environments, and they want to either stick with it or even get out of it. Because there's like young people that have families that are pretty well organized, and they end up going into that lifestyle of partying, clubbing, and spending a lot of money and that stuff. But these days, I will say, it's just a preference, and people just want to do what they want to do. There's so many options out there. The clubbing thing is one.
so you wouldn't say
Not
they're less
everyone is doing
intelligent.
that.
So you wouldn't say they're less intelligent because they go to party, right? You just think maybe they're not meeting their potential,
They're more
or they just
distracted,
have.
bro. They're more
Yeah.
distracted in that sense. And then there's
So I shouldn't
it's
make
kind of
fun
like
of them.
when people are like kind of in those ages, they're looking to kind of like meet a bunch of other people because they're kind of like in the horny years, a lot of the people. Still,
I think they're
Yeah.
horrible. They're loud. The
I'm
music sucks. You're fighting to
exactly.
get to the bar to get a drink. You're bumping into people all the time. It's just
over each other.
I was at a good time.
It sounds like neurotypical behavior to me because I'm autistic and suspected ADHD. I mean autism. So I could never imagine being around so much stimulation at once. I just don't have the patience to deal with their simple-minded. I think it's rather primitive. This party mindset is very. You don't need a brain cell to drink a drink and to be an idiot. You know.
And it's really expensive too.
It's almost like
I
a
know.
trend.
Going out.
Like a certain, I don't know. Everybody's like that music. Like it's kind of like everybody's like in that, and you know, then the alcohol and there's drugs and
Hypnotic.
it's like it's like a hypnosis in a sense for everyone. It's like a group
Yeah.
hypnotism.
Yeah, and if you're dumb enough to do a drug that could kill you, you're dumb enough to die, in my opinion. And I don't feel sorry for people who, you know, I maybe this is extreme, but when people get hooked on these crazy drugs, I don't feel sorry for them because even though they say, "Oh, addiction's hard to get out of," you made the choice. I mean, even the government websites tell you these drugs could cause you to die. It's like agreeing with suicide when you do these drugs.
Yeah, but
So,
addiction's not that simple.
yeah, some people are more prone to addiction than others. Like there's people that can have a drink and get drunk even, and then they won't touch it for a couple of years, and then they'll have another drink, you know, and then not touch it again, you know. Like it's that there's people that have a drink, get drunk, they want to do it again, and then again, and then again every day, you know. Like it's just, I think
Yeah, there's
it's like,
people who can have a single drink and become addicted to alcohol.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
So it's not a matter of weakness, right? It's more of a matter
Nope.
of an addictive personality or genetics sometimes, would you say?
Nope. They did it in rat studies for alcohol, and they found that when the rats were being fed the average diet, about 10% of them became alcoholics.
Oh, wow.
But when they removed all the nutrients from their food, so they just basically gave them empty calories, 100% of the rat colony became alcoholics.
Oh, God.
And then once they reintroduced a very high nutritious diet back to the rats, they all became non-alcoholics.
Good.
Because
It's interesting.
I saw another study the other day
if
with parrots.
if you're suffering from malnutrition, the alcohol gives you something that you're missing, which is a little bit of push to the brain, because the brain is usually the one that suffers most from the malnutrition first.
Interesting. I never thought about it that way. Maybe that's why I never got addicted to things like that.
So the alcohol is like a sugar.
Yeah, it's sugar, feeds the brain. And then they found out also about 50 years ago that vitamin C will cure people of heroin, but they didn't want to use it for heroin addiction because they'd have to lay off 80% of their addiction counselors.
What the hell?
Oh, what?
Yeah, that was so effective. Vitamin C is so effective curing heroin addiction that they'd have to lay off all the people. They didn't want to do that because that would mean they'd lose out on the budgets, right?
I lived with somebody who had a heroin addiction. He was one of my exes, and I can't believe he hid it from me for so long until one day he talked to a girl that or on the phone. This girl called him, and I'm not a person who's causing drama, but I was like, who's this girl? What's this all about? And he finally had to tell the truth. Well, she's my drug dealer. And I'm like, good God. Oh, that was a ride. To have to know every day that the person you're with is going to the bathroom to do something. You don't know if they're going to come out alive in that. That was the worst kind of thing to go through.
Well, if you look at what happens is today's heroin is far, far stronger than it used to be like 40 years ago. And
Fentanyl.
that's what killed Philip Seymour Hoffman, because he was a heroin addict. He got off it. But then he decided to go back and do it again, but he forgot that it was more potent this time, and it killed him.
Hmm. I can't imagine. That stuff terrifies me. Hmm. So I'm stuck in the middle of do I give compassion to these people or do I reject them as idiots, you know?
Well, depends if you're
a
gonna
certain
engage with them
percentage,
in reality.
of them are just idiots, but most of them are just stuck in a cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. Poor angels. They're so perfect without all that stuff, and then they get addicted to it, and then they don't know how to live without it. Hey, Hairline. Hey, Hairline, you should ask Flat Earth Discord a question. We're just shooting the shit. We're not talking about anything in particular.
No, I've already asked my question a couple of times. My questions are not worth asking in this voice chat.
If you asked me a question, I probably forgot. But, alright.
What was the question, Herline?
I got a very short mind, guys. I forgot my questions.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess I do have a flat Earth question because me and my husband were talking about flat Earth earlier, and he was saying that if you give the example of aurora borealis, he claims that that proves that flat Earth is moot. Aurora borealis.
That's an observable phenomena up in the sky.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's not the ground below it. You look up towards the borealis, up, above the ground. If the aurora borealis turn into a triangle, does that mean that the Earth is a triangle?
Yeah. Alright, here's another thought I've been working with. I've been contemplating on the universe, and basically the concept was if I believe that the universe I believe everything that there was no beginning. I believe it just always was. But the argument is there has to be a beginning for there to be a present. But I was like, well, you can't have nothing without something starting something, so why couldn't both be, the universe, I think it just always was. It just always was a thing. There's no beginning, uh, because you can't have nothing and then create something, because if you have nothing, then something has to start something. Like, even if we go back to the Big Bang, we could argue that the Big Bang is just a result of two nuclear fission, maybe even two universes colliding together and creating a big, big, big
Bada
burst
boom?
of energy.
The big bada boom?
The bada boom, bada bing.
The big bada boom? Is that the one?
Yeah.
You could say that the creator sparked and he made the big bad boom. Sparked the first spark that started everything. That might be the beginning of our reality, but you're asking, you're saying, but it always has been. But you're saying that this
Yes.
construct, this design, there's it always has been. It wasn't put in place and designed to be the way it is. This construct
Yeah.
wasn't constructed.
No, it wasn't constructed. It just always was and always will be going on forever, forever, forever expanding.
But that might be in our concept of timing, right? Our human concept of
Yeah.
what we think is ever, or
See, I don't necessarily even believe in time in the same way other people do. So
Well, I
my
think it will be more like passing. We see the luminaries moving like clockwork, and the sun, the sun and the moon, they move in cycles, and you can observe them moving ever so slightly in a. You're gonna see them in a different spot of the sky, and then they reset like a clock, like gears. So that shows some type of mechanism, and that kind of, to me, that's what we kind of look at as the phenomena. And since we have to eat food, and we wake up with the day, and we conceptualize time into a man-made version, we make a clock, right? And we have a watch, and we do the 1 2 3 4 5 12 whatever, and then we call that
I
time.
feel like all these things are just man-made concepts because even like if you think about languages, we made words to describe things that are happening. How can we claim to know truth when we ourselves as human made languages to explain things that doesn't maybe this falls in line with the flat earth too, because how can we claim to know truth when we made all the truths ourselves?
Yeah, but not everything is
You
man-made
know?
though, because the sun and the cycles of the world are not man-made though.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying is we're limited. We're limited by our bodies. We can't see in between the lines. We can't see what we can't see. Like we can't see oxygen, but we know we're breathing it, for example. But how can we prove it's real other than that we're breathing? What say you?
Well, oxygen, I guess, one of the gases that are in the air. How many other is much more complex than one thing? Is many things happening at the same time.
Yeah.
And just like any machine, any design, the gears of the design each piece have to be in place for the clock to tick correctly and give you the correct time. Just like this reality. Just like your proteins, your enzymes, your body, the code that runs the program that runs your body, that can be also hacked by man and damaged, right? Original code that the
Right.
creator put in place that it can express in so many variations. Like you have a brown baby, and you're not brown. You're saying you're a lighter brown, right? You can have so many people out of so many different colors. So it's amazing. It's an amazing design beauty. So the creator has a good beauty sense of things. A well-designed package. A
Do you
well-designed
think that
code. And a
yeah.
code requires a coder. The code doesn't put itself by itself.
Do you think that there's like okay, we're on a flat earth, right? What if there's an alternate reality or another dimension where there's not it does not apply the same laws of physics or the same laws we're bound by? What happens when we realize, "Oh my god, there could be another reality where the earth is round or the earth is also flat, but there's this law of physics?" I worry about those things because I feel like there is so much more than
Don't
meets
worry
the
about that
eye.
stuff though.
Why?
Don't. No, because if you worry about something that you cannot comprehend, then you're gonna start mixing fantasy things into what could it be? I mean, just stick more to the order of things and how to just acknowledge reality. No, don't worry about how the creator um, designed the luminaries. I don't know, like what was before the big bad boom.
I don't think we have
I get.
like a solid
No, what
like
was
Yeah,
that?
he's
proof
Someone else
that
is speaking.
listening.
sorry I don't think there's like a solid proof if there is an alternate reality. Like there is actually someone that proved it. I think it's only like Marvel stuff, and DC of course. Fantasy I mean.
I almost got what you're trying to say, but I don't know if you have to get closer to your mic or are you eating something?
Oh,
Try to complete
it's
your syllables.
yeah, I have a problem with my tongue,
That's better.
so I can't really talk. And I don't have a mic. It's my laptop mic.
Okay, I get it now. I was able to hear that. So you made a comment about what? What were you saying?
There isn't like solid proof that there's alternate reality, you know?
Oh, of the alternate reality? Because we have this reality
Yeah.
and there's a lot of evidence of this one. You're saying
Well,
there is no
yeah, but
evidence of the other one, of the alternate one.
yeah, like sure, it's like hypothetical, you know? There isn't like, oh yeah, it's only
Yeah,
maybe,
we
you know?
click a button and we are in a different realm.
Don't fucking pretend like.
Babe, I
you're-
need to wash my face and go to bed.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Wow.
Hot
I
mic.
just muted him.
Anyways, what was the point again? So yeah, no, that was all. We were off. Just
My point is that you shouldn't really be thinking about something that you don't really understand. That's what I'm talking about. Like we hypothetically said that there's an alternate reality, and now we're thinking that if there is a law of physics there, but we don't have like a solid proof that there's an alternate reality in the first place. That's what I'm talking about.
yeah, I agree with you though. I mean, yeah, we can speculate, but she was saying that she worries about the alternate reality. I'm like, no, you don't have to worry
Well,
about that.
then
There's no.
no need to be worried, you know.
Yeah, no need to. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Plus, we have like a lot of things to worry about now than just not just that, you know, what's happening
We
right
don't
now
want
in
to
the
add
brain.
more to the basket.
No, I'm saying there is like a lot of things to be worried about.
Yeah, way
In
too
our
many, and now we
human
want to
brain.
add another
Yeah,
one. We don't want
yeah,
to add another
exactly.
one.
Yeah,
Like an alternate reality of this fucked up one.
exactly. Like our reality right now is on a conquest of doing or a checklist of doing like the worst thing possible. Like who's doing the worst, you know? They're competing for this stuff right now. Ah,
Out of alternate realities, I will say there is a possibility that there might be, let's say, speculating, right? Breakaway civilizations that might have a different way of operating in the world, in a sense that the way of the politics that we have and all the scarcity and fear and war system that we have in place at the moment, it could be a different way of going, you know, dealing with neighbors, foreign policies. It might be a different reality compared to this one.
Like a
yeah.
parallel?
No, I'm saying that it could be different politics, different ways of operating instead of this scammy sphere scarcity mentality that we have at the moment.
So materialistic, essentially.
I will say a more abundance, like open source. You know, like we have technologies that we could be using to do a lot of things. So look at the U.S. The snow on the streets, on people's driveways. We could have, instead of fighting jets, each house could have like a snow melter. You could be throwing small snow in a box, and all of the snow will just melt. You know, like a snow melter, like a hot machine. You throw the snow there, and it will go through the drainage, hot water. Instead of, you know, the city can be doing that too. Have huge snow melters. I mean, that just a problem that is so easy to solve. But oh no, well, that's too expensive. Yeah, how much is a jet? A fighting jet? It's probably like billions of
Millions.
dollars. Billions.
Yeah. No, maybe not billions, but a couple hundred millions probably. At least for the ones I know of.
Yeah. I think they probably
Maybe
they
300.
probably yeah. Imagine the jet is 300 million, but the bombs that they throw is probably the amounts of bombs. That's probably super expensive too. So yeah, they're probably super expensive. Anyways, I'm just saying that when you talk about alternate reality, I think the course of history that we have taken with these scammers in power that took the keys from everyone and have been rocking the pulling the rocks out of everyone's feet at any moment they decide to, it could be a different reality than the one that we have at the moment with a different
Yes.
approach.
I forget where this quote came from, but it was a funny quote like, I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wish things could be different here very much. Like even when I was a young child, I got very depressed for a long time when I realized I was assigned a social security number. I'm just a number. I'm just a slave. I'm just a person who is added to the mix to go to work and make money and work until I'm 65, and it just all felt like I'm nothing. Like I'm just a money machine, and I just hate it. To this day,
Yeah.
I'm not motivated by money, and it becomes a block in a way because I've been out of work so many times because of this. Way
Yeah.
of thinking is not beneficial. You have to play the game to win, and it's sad.
That's true though.
I don't like losing, but you gotta lose to win sometimes, I guess. Go
Yes,
against your values.
there's gotta be so many ways to stay within keeping a certain value from the production that you do and be motivated to stay productive for your family, your community, even though if it's being a mom in the house, just being productive
Yeah.
as a mom, as long as your husband, the family, the home is in place, the water is the wood is there to turn the fire on, to everything is in place. The community should be doing fine if everybody is doing the work that will uplift everyone, each part, right? But what we're doing, we're sending our women to work for billion-dollar companies that don't give a fuck about them. So they can, like you're saying, work for 30 years and then retire at 69 or whatever, 66 or 65 or
65,
60
yeah.
or whatever, right? Instead of building a family enterprise that can, benefit the family, the community, and keep things in order, and everybody work efficiently. I think it's definitely doable, and it has been done. We have this practice of this. We know that we can do it, but we're wasting way too much time in these scammers in power,
Yeah.
wars,
Well, the
war on
scammers have us
drugs.
thinking.
The scammers took
Yeah.
over.
The scammers made us think that in America, at least, like everything's individualized, like there's no community, like we have separated ourselves from community. It's dog eat dog, like we've got to uh, fight for ourselves, and I hate that. Like I want to be a part. I'm taking care of my own family. I'm making that work, but I have almost an inability to help the community because people can choose whether they want to be a part of that as well. You know.
Yeah.
I guess I'm doing okay then. I want to get back to work.
Do it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of good things going on as well. The negative things that are happening obviously are on our faces, but if you want to get something done, you want to be you can obviously put a goal and accomplish it. But the environment is so toxic at the moment that you're gonna need I don't know, like a gold plate or something to go out there and engage with the world, because you can go
Yeah.
to these days you can just go out, people will rob you. I mean, I know this has
Exactly.
been the case. This has been the case for a long time, but people are crazy. I'm just like trying to cross the street and people almost running me over. Like, bro, like, damn, it's like a jungle.
You almost have to give the award to yourself to keep going, because there's going to be nobody to say, hey, you're doing a good job, unless you have a big community. So sometimes we work and we do all these things and we still feel underappreciated because we're not hearing it. Sometimes we have to give ourselves a pat on the back, but that's easier said than done, at least for me. I want to believe I'm doing a great job, but I know I'm focusing on these things that I'm not doing instead of all what I have done. That's my downfall, I think.
Just gotta get it done.
Yeah. We can't all, when mom and dad is gone, who's going to give us a pat on the back? Not many other people.
So, yeah, you gotta stick with that, and if you gotta get a job, but getting a job for you means being away from your baby.
Yeah. I hate that.
So if you are in a position that you don't have to get a job, but your job is taking care of your baby and your house,
Well, I'm
whatever you
not
do
in
at
a
home.
no, actually, I'm in a position where, uh, because inflation is so high, I really truly need a job right now because we're barely making it. Sure, I'm a good mother, but in this economy, we both have to work because we're not making enough money. And I have to just stop the excuses, do what I have to do, instead of crying about what I haven't done. I'm almost there. I've been struggling with mental health issues for a long time. Uh, Finally got on a good medication. I think I'm almost ready. Woo!
Bro, you have a voice that you could be helping people like in some type of online customer service. You could be receiving calls on your computer and just replying and getting paid just for telling all people, just press this button on your cell
Oh
phone,
yeah.
this
I
one and
love
this one,
customer
and then do
service.
that. And then after after the end of the day, you made some money and you're still home with your baby.
Oh, I guess I need to find that opportunity and take it when I get it then, for
Go
sure.
to Indeed, or there's many apps for jobs in your area. You'll find companies that will train you
Where
and
do you
hire
live,
you.
Jimsy? Are you in the US or a different place, if you don't mind me asking?
I live in my body,
Oh.
and my body stands on a ground that people call America.
America Jean. Hell yeah. The land of the free, home of the brave.
Yeah.
I know I've got this. I don't give myself enough credit. Jeez.
Bro, if you need to make some money to just have extra after all the bills are paid, just get a
Mhm.
part-time job as a customer service or something and answer calls from your cell phone or your computer. You'll make some money easy. Because
Exactly, and then
you have
people.
communication skills though. You can do customer service easy.
Yes, I do. I even when I worked in retail, I mean, everywhere I went, I always got like, "You're so good with people." Well, yeah, because I have patience for people. I love people. You're right. I can do this. It's the only limitation is the limitation I'm giving myself. Good, good, good. I would ask what you're doing as your job, but you'd probably just say being human.
I'm doing all the jobs. All of them.
Oh, you do all of them.
Yeah.
Can you hire me?
No, it's a one-man job. It's a lone wolf job.
Hmm.
You know, like
Life
like
coach, yeah.
like the Pope, like the Pope. It's only one.
What if I wanted my job to be, and I know this may sound childish, I'm actually working on a project. I want to bring people closer to God regardless of their religion. This has been something that's been on my mind.
If you really
But I
want to do
don't.
that, I'll give you a good idea. You go to
Mhm.
you get like a computer, right? And you go download an app called Roblox, right? And you go in there and create a game about whatever religion, Christianity or Jesus, and you create that game, and people are gonna start joining. And over there, you're gonna talk to people about Jesus
Well,
or
the
about.
point is inclusivity, but regardless of religion. But it's inspired by Hinduism and other Eastern, and it's inspired by Christianity, Buddhism, and Hinduism.
So there you go. You can create an app in a game like Roblox. There's billions of users, adults and children that are in there, and people are just gonna see that you want to talk about God, and whoever wants to talk about God and hear what you gotta say about it, they'll join you. Just you can create a server here too.
I don't want people to create this separation between God. I want people to know, hey, it's as simple as remembering and you're back on track. Like, it's not complicated like all these religions. It's just easy. 1, 2, 3, boom, you're back on track. We're living in love. We're living it big.
Yeah, that I don't know. You're gonna find
I'll
people.
figure it out.
You're gonna see people. Because me, I'm gonna. When you say we, do you mean like you and I, right? But other people, they're gonna tell you they ain't no we. Someone is Alvi. What is it?
Yeah.
Alvi.
I
Alvi is
can
hot
hear their
mic.
chat. Yeah. I can hear their chat a little bit.
He's
Oh,
gone.
he left. Okay. It's hard though when people want to debate and say who's right and who's wrong. I'm trying to make it where it's very inclusive. Anybody can take this on and improve their life. I'll work on it over time. But in the meantime, I will definitely take your advice and just take some action on my part. Not stay stagnant. Let's evolve here, you know?
Bro, at the moment you actually do and take the steps and just get the job and you start making money, you're gonna feel really good about it though. Like once you start making
Yeah.
money, you're gonna feel good.
Yeah, because there won't be so much of a scarcity. There won't be so much of a worry or the guilt of I'm not doing my part. We're suffering because I could be helping, but I'm not. And that's what I don't want for my husband at all.
That's
So
if that's the way you feel, definitely go try a part time or something. Just check. I'm pretty sure you'll find a lot of options though. It's just that's it.
yeah. Wow, that let me think if I've got anything else inside of me. Hey, it's been right now it's about 1 a.m. and I what do you want, Misty? One of my cats. Misty, leave him alone.
Muhammad.
Hey, Mohammed.
Yo,
Yo, you.
anyway, how are you, everybody?
Good. How are you, Muhammad?
I'm good.
Wow.
Yo,
Hey, what's on your mind today? Did you come here for Flat Earth, or do you have any questions or any debate topic?
Like just trying new things and
Oh,
becoming
good.
interesting in some topics.
Well,
I
there's a
just
lot of
Flat is
great,
not
smart people here that can help you, for sure.
look. Flat is not flat. The Earth is not flat.
He said he's
there.
the planet of Earth.
Yeah, of course, we have a lot of smart people there.
Yes,
Hey,
yes. I see.
okay, so you correct yourself, and so you have a point. You're saying something about Earth.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Earth is not flat.
It is not flat. Is right.
You should come prepared for your debate with some facts or something that you know about the Earth being a globe, and then we'll work through it together.
Do you
No,
do you
no,
have the
no.
impression that you know what the Earth is? You're saying it's not something, but you're saying that does that mean you know what it is?
Like you have a point.
And if you do know, how do you know? How?
Hmm.
Did someone told you? Do you saw it on the TV? Did you checked? Did you verify it? Did you looked?
Take your time. We're not judging you. We want to hear how do you believe the Earth is round?
I mean, he said it's not flat, the other guy, but he hasn't made a claim yet about. He made a claim that it's not flat, which is a description of a surface, an orientation, a horizontal orientation that is parallel. Everybody's parallel to that horizontal all across the world. So you see, on top of the surface of the Earth, there's sea level and there's altitudes, right? And you could be at a different elevation, and I could be at a different elevation, but we still horizontally parallel to each other. The flat Earth is an acknowledgement of the surface of the Earth as a orientation and as a description of it, because
Just
it's not
checked.
curving. It's not curving though. So if it's not curving, it's not a ball.
Is there any other like flat planets in the universe, or did we discover
The
any
the the
flat
ground that you're
universe?
standing on, the ground that you're
Like
standing
any
on
planet, any
is
planet.
no. Listen. The ground that you're
Okay.
standing on, that everyone is standing on, is not a planet. Not a planet.
Really? So what
Yeah,
is it?
really. Is the Earth, and the waters above, the waters across it, or the water, the Earth. This reality, this place that you're standing on, is not a planet. A planet is a wandering star, a light in the sky. You know, what people call Mars, Venus. Those are
Okay.
wandering stars, planets, celestials. The ground is terrestrial. The ground below your feet, you look down to the ground. The celestial, you look up to the sky. The earth and the celestial are they don't have anything like one to each other. Like, tell me what of the celestials you see that is the earth is like. What do you see? You see trees, you see pistachios, you see cars, airplanes, you see people, the celestials? No, nothing. You see trees? No, nothing. You see water? No. So the celestial are nothing like the earth. So you cannot say, "Oh, look at the celestial. Therefore, the earth is like the celestial." That will be equal to me saying, "Oh, look, trees. Therefore, I'm a tree." Or I see a bunch of cats. Look, many cats. Therefore, I'm a pussycat.
Okay. You have a good point.
It
Not gonna
doesn't
lie.
logically follow that if you look at the moon, you say, look, the moon it sometimes looks like a circle. Therefore, the Earth is a circle.
I'm not saying like the Earth it's not flat or it's flat, but the question is like we are in a big university. Yeah, we are in a big universe. Okay. What makes us special to be in an Earth that's flat and everything surrounded is just circles?
In this big universe, what are you saying that we are in this big universe? What does that
Yep.
look like? Are you like picturing something in your mind and what are you talking about? Can you post this big universe in the text so we can be on the same page?
You know what? I don't think about it deeply like that, so I
Yeah,
don't know.
because you're
Are you talking
imagining
about the solar?
something. Go
Are you
ahead.
talking about the solar system, Muhammad? The ever expanding solar system? Is that what you mean when you say universe?
He's thinking beyond that. He's thinking the
No,
big.
no. Not only the solar system.
Yeah,
Like
he's thinking
the full
beyond the solar
world, for
system.
example.
He's thinking the universe expanding into whatever else beyond that, like billions and trillions of miles away.
Nope, exactly.
Yeah, but you never seen that. You only saw it on the TV. No man has ever seen that. That wasn't discovered. That's an invention. That's made up.
But same thing for you. You don't see that.
We see
You don't
the
see
earth.
the
I
Earth
see
flat.
water. I see gas pressure. I breathe air. I mean, reality. I acknowledge. I
Yeah.
can traverse
Yep,
across the
but
earth. I can check.
comparing
I
We
to
can
do
your
see
verify. I
it.
can
size.
measure.
But look.
Listen.
Comparing to
I
your
can measure
size.
the earth. I can observe the earth. I can check the earth. I can do tests across the earth. Everybody can do that, and we can come to the conclusion of what the earth is like. And the earth is nothing like the cartoon that you're trying to think about.
We're not claiming to know what the Earth looks like as a whole, like in its entirety. We're not saying that. That's not what we're not saying that Earth is like a flat planet in outer space.
Okay. So if it's flat, okay, why we didn't reach the end of the Earth? Or where it
Another
is?
place that you
Because it's
don't know
circle.
about.
Okay, I don't know about it, so describe it to me.
So listen. You're thinking about disk in outer space. That's not what we are trying to tell. You're projecting your mind outside of the earth. In your mind, you're imagining some disk floating in space. That's another
Okay.
cartoon that is like a replacement for the globe cartoon. But those two cartoons are not the place that you're in.
Okay, I don't understand your point. Like my question is so
You just said
specific.
disk. You said it's round disk, the flat disk. And where's
If
the
it's
edge?
flat,
You're saying
okay,
where's the
where's
edge
the
of
edge?
the disk?
Yep, exactly.
There is no edge of the disk.
How?
I mean, have you been to it? I haven't been to it. Have you checked it? I haven't checked it. Have you been to the ends of the world? Do you know anyone that has been to the ends of the world? No.
Why not?
Good question. Maybe you have limitations of travel. Can you get in a car right now or an airplane right now and go anywhere you want?
Like yeah.
Yeah? Can you?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can go anywhere you want. You can go to North Korea right now.
Yep.
Then you can go to China without permissions. Yeah.
Yep.
Can you go to Antarctica? You can get in an airplane and go to Antarctica.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you?
Yep.
Can you get in an airplane and just go to the United States without permission?
Okay, if you have permission, you can go. But if you assume that you have, so you can go.
Okay, you're assuming that you can go, so you can get in. So you're going with permission. So you get in an airplane with a pilot, right? Because you're not a pilot, are you?
Yep.
Okay, so the pilot is gonna get in the airplane. Is gonna say, "Hey, buddy, get in the airplane. We are in this airport, and then we're gonna go to the other airport. And once you get to the other airport, you're gonna get off the airplane, and then what? Do you think that's the end? That's not the end of the world. You're not gonna be able to answer that question by getting in an airplane and going places. Or getting on a boat. You're gonna go from shore to shore. from port to port. Nobody's gonna take you to the end of the world. Not you, not me.
Okay, I think you have a point, but we
Yeah,
can't
no,
reach it.
no pilot is gonna. You're gonna go, pilot, take me to the edge of the world. No, no pilot is gonna
Because
do it
there
for you.
is
Well,
no
isn't
edge
there?
for the word. Like, if there is edge in the word, I think we can reach it. But because there is no edge of the word, and it's just a circle, so
What
we
if?
can't
What,
reach
Well,
it.
there's a certain part of the Earth you can't access because there's laws against it. Wasn't it the Antarctic, Jimsy? I can't remember.
Yeah, there is the Antarctic Treaty, and the limitations of travel are just enough for not being able to reach any end of anything. So maybe the end is you dying before you reach the end. You know, maybe you freeze to death. That's the end of the world for you because you died.
Okay, I don't think so. Okay, but okay, you have a point. You have a point, but it's not because the place. Oh, okay. It's not because we can't live in this place. Okay, because it's not for human being, and we can't live there. Okay, I don't know what to say, but.
No, the thing is about the edge that you're asking is an unknown. It's
Yes,
an
yes.
unknown. We are not allowed. You're not allowed to go to places indefinitely. So I cannot check if there's an ends of the world, dude. So you asking me a question that I cannot answer for you. It's an unknown.
There was a gentleman who tried, but he got arrested when he went to a territory he was not supposed to be in. Correct, Jimsy?
And who knows if that's the ends of the world? Maybe there's just more land. I don't
Get
know.
arrested? What?
Yes. There's a certain
Did you have a
area.
reference?
Yeah, there's an area, I believe, in the Antarctic where there's laws. I think NATO. I'm not sure who enacted it, but you can't go to, like, where the ice is. You can't go there. You'll be arrested if you try.
Yeah, over 50 countries have signed a treaty preventing the free and independent exploration and travel through and beyond the 60th South Parallel. So it's off limits to to private private what would you say travel, right? Yeah.
Exploration.
Unless you go through a lot of a lot of red tape processes to get permission to be there, right? Like, and it costs a lot of money, and then you may even be like they may not approve of your application. You can go beyond these points as a tourist. It's all very highly controlled, and your time and the places you can be in that area are very limited and controlled, right? These 50 plus countries have claimed territory, in these regions, and it's supposed to be in place to protect that region and preserve it for scientific endeavors and non-militarized use and non-privatization. So yeah, and if you do attempt to go into these regions without permission, right, without express permission, then you will be arrested, and people have been arrested for being in those regions. Guy in the plane, there was and what was his name? Yandaha or something. Okay, there's a Norwegian guy. He was with a film crew, and he attempted to go into these regions without permission. Even though he said he had permission, like verbal permission, but he didn't have the right papers, and all that. And he was arrested. Yeah, he was arrested and went through a lengthy court process to get cleared.
did he arrested because
What about the recent
that
Korean?
is
It
the
was a
age?
there's a recent, I think, a Korean guy that was flying to all continents, also got arrested.
Okay, maybe he got arrested for another reason, like
Yeah,
not
because like I
because he
told you,
was.
like I told you, the you live within borders, right? So you need permission to go to places. So when you're asking about, let's go to the outside of these places that we're allowed to go to, no, you're not allowed to go to whatever you want to. So that guy that went to all the continents, he went to Asia, he went to Europe on his private airplane, a small aircraft, and he went to many continents, and then he went to Antarctica through South America, and then he got arrested.
So you believe that the pictures we got for the Earth is fake?
The pictures that you got that show you because you can have photographs of the Earth. You can go outside, you can take photographs of the surface of the Earth, the water. You can go high up from airplanes. You can take photographs, and that's totally fine. But when you get the outside perspective that shows you like a sphere, like a ball, like a globe, those are misrepresentations of the Earth and the water on the surface of the Earth, because the Earth doesn't curve and the water doesn't attach itself on the outside of spheres in vacuums. So the picture that you're picturing, when I say Earth, what picture do you get in your mind? Do you see a globe, like a blue ball, blue globe, water? Is that what you see? Yeah, that's what you see, right? That's an image that you saw on the TV that was impregnated in your head, in your mind, in your psyche. When someone says Earth, you think globe. But the globe is not the Earth that you're standing on. It's a misrepresentation of the Earth.
Okay.
Because the surface of the Earth is not curving. It cannot be a ball. Water is not on the outside of spheres. Have you ever seen spheres and water? Water goes off the sphere and it goes to the ground and goes splash, splash. You know, you pour water on a sphere, and then the sphere spins, and the water goes splash, splash on the floor, on the flat, level floor. And you also need a certain air pressure to have the water on that liquid state. So when they claim you that the Earth, the water ball, is in a vacuum, water evaporates in vacuums. You know what happens when you put water in a vacuum or gases? You know, gas pressure, the atmos, the air, the pressure that allows the water to be in the liquid state. So if you grab that water and you put it in a vacuum, you grab the water with the gases and everything, and you put it in a vacuum and you turn on the vacuum, you know what happens to the gases and the water? They dissipate. The water evaporates into gas.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about
That's how
helium?
evaporation works. So it's
What about-
evaporate not because the temperature of the sun.
Oh, the water can also evaporate because of
the heat.
temperature. But what I'm telling you is that the globe that they tell you that water ball is in the vacuum of space, that's an impossibility. Because if that was the case, the water and the gases will evaporate, flow into the available volume, loss of nature. You know, when the high pressure goes to the low pressure.
Okay. I think that's the work of fundamental of the sphere. Like this is why we have a sphere. To protect.
What sphere?
To protect.
You said you said we have sphere. What sphere do we have?
I think we have like 7 spheres. I don't remember, but one of this sphere is like to protect us from these lights of the sun. What's the word of it? Google it.
Magnetosphere.
Oh,
Let me
okay.
just
Magnetosphere.
Google it.
The atmospheres, yeah, my bad.
Oh, yep.
Mesosphere, stratosphere, troposphere. I think he's speaking about those, Jimsy.
Yep. Look, I'm electrical engineering. Like, I don't go deeply in these things. Okay. I just learning when I was in school. Let me do some research.
Yeah, they show you the cartoon Earth globe with the cartoon layers, and they name them, and you see the layers one on top of the other one, right above
okay.
the surface of the globe Earth.
Mm.
Is that what you picture in your mind when you're talking about these layers of the atmos?
Like, yep.
Yeah, yes, those are cartoons, not the Earth.
Okay. When you talk about your point, you're talking about your perspective. So, in my opinion, the flat Earth is the cartoon things. Okay.
No, but the flatter descriptions of the Earth will be a measurement, a description of a orientation. When we measure the surface of the Earth level, like we use water levels to orientate to that horizontal. When I do it on my property here in America, right, and I'm like 30 miles from the coast, from the sea level, my water level, it's parallel to the water level of the sea. Okay? There's no curvature between me and and the water of the sea. There's different in elevations. I'm higher than the sea level, but the level is horizontal, parallel. Okay? Then we go to your country, and it's the same thing. Your water, the bottle of water next to you on your table, it's parallel to me, to my level, to my water. You know what parallel means? Check parallel.
Yep. I know what parallel means.
Yeah, it's a horizontal
Like
orientation.
we are standing horizontal line. Yep.
Yeah. You could be higher than me in a higher mountain than my mountain, or I could be lower, or you could be lower, but we are horizontal, parallel to each other.
This is if the Earth is flat. Okay. So, you're saying that the
It
Earth
has
is
been
flat.
demonstrated to be so. It's not like it's my opinion, though. I'm not telling you this is what I believe. With laser test, long distance observations,
What is the point?
infrared, we can look across the surface of the Earth and conclude that there is no curvature. Therefore, it cannot be a globe. Therefore, people describe it, as always has been, as a horizontal frame of reference, flat level. So when people say it has to be a globe, and you're trying to, okay, you're picturing the globe, and we're saying it's not a globe because it's not curving. I'm not trying to replace your globe with another construct. I'm not telling you the Earth, the whole of the construct of this whole thing is. I cannot give you an image of it that I can replace the globe for you, though. I'm just telling you that there is no globe, and the surface of the Earth is not curving. Based on measurements and observations and the practical use of communication systems, laser targets, line of sight, communication towers, line of sight, all of those things. Airplanes are designed to work on a motionless Earth. The Earth is not spinning, like, remember the spinning globe? So the Earth is not curving nor spinning. My bad, Jedi. You want to say something? I'm jumping around. It's kind of late for me.
Okay, but we have like satellites, the Earth, and it's spinning around the Earth.
Yeah, the
Like,
satellites,
it's now moving.
the equipment that we can send high up and move across the sky, that's totally fine. The cartoons that you see next to the globe cartoon,
Okay.
those
Not cartoon.
are not
I'm electrical
satellites.
engineer right now. Okay, so I'm studying these things. Okay,
Yeah,
the satellites.
Yeah.
Okay, when I finish the satellites, I just put it in the distance in the atmosphere where it's just like we put it in a rocket using rockets. Like, okay, there is a small satellite like
No, you don't do
universities.
that though. You don't put anything with rockets. You don't do that.
No, we okay, not me, but we made it
There's
in our
no
university.
we with that. There's no we. When we put satellites with rockets, that's not you
There
though.
is okay. There is a small satellite. We made it in our university. I think it's called like it's so small like a can. Okay, like the size of the can. When the rocket go for like any task or anything, they throw it in a distance in the atmosphere where this satellite or small satellite can simply spin around the Earth. Like in my perspective, the Earth is circle.
You can do a circle above the sky, like airplanes.
Yep.
You know, you can do a circle above the flat, the horizontal.
But what's make this can just not falling if the Earth is flat? So if I put
Well, many
this
of
can,
the satellites are satelloons. Have you seen satelloons? Balloons,
No.
helium balloons. There is also electromagnetic tethering, allegedly. So there might be some
No.
mechanisms. Yes. No,
No,
why are you saying no?
this mechanism.
I'm
No,
telling you.
because I'm working
Hello.
on it. Okay, I know because
I'm telling you what
working on it.
I'm telling you what the satellite companies do. They attach the satellites to balloons. They also use electromagnetic tethering. Now tell me
When you
what are
first-
you using? So tell me
When
what
you
is the
first came
mechanism?
into the chat,
But there
you
is
were
no
saying that
electromagnetism.
Listen, you're saying
like
that
to
you're
make-
working on it, right? So tell me the mechanism that what is the actual technology that you're using to do this the movement of the device across
This is
above the earth.
exactly what I'm talking about. We don't work in the movement because we just throw it in a certain distance.
He
where
just
it
throw it. You just throw it.
Like a ball.
No. You throw it in a certain distance. Like okay. Because the atmosphere
Wait,
it's
you
moving,
throw it
okay?
away?
Oh, yeah, like a ball.
Okay. In a certain distance, like
He's
for
throwing the globe
example,
away.
not a global, the satellite.
You know, most globes are like people throw them away. They're like 90% off when you go to the store because nobody wants them. Yeah, throw it away. You can find them in the trash can.
Wait a second. Are you telling me that you throw something into the air and it doesn't fall down?
Like yeah, because it's atmosphere.
He says that
And
he
this is how
works with
space
satellites, though.
working.
He's like Josh 2.0.
You keep saying atmosphere, but most satellites, I
Okay.
think the ones that you're talking about, aren't in the atmosphere. Right?
Did you believe that the satellite has like fuel and rocket to stay like
No.
a certain distance of the Earth?
No. We're not
So
denying
how-
things in the sky. We're just talking about the many mechanisms that keep things in the sky. Many of
So
those
what's the
mechanisms you can find on a quick search on nasa.gov.
Okay, let me just Google it. Okay. Going on the sky. On the sky. To any gravity and velocity. Okay.
I think it's like his time to pray, and he's praying at the moment or something. So just give
Like
him
an
a
altar
second.
sometimes, isn't it, Google? Sit down in
I'm
front
Googling,
of it.
so if you
pray.
want, you can Google it.
that is in heaven.
he has to Google, but
Like, I have to.
What did you find?
Okay, I don't find like there's an engine to make it. It's just like I said, they just throw it in a certain.
when you say throw, are you saying that because you're is English your first language? When you say
No,
I
no, no,
think
no.
it's
My
right to say launch.
English is
Launch the rocket. Launch.
okay. English is not my first language.
Not launch.
First language is Arabic.
Launch.
Okay, okay,
No
okay.
problem.
Okay, okay. Mm. No, it's not launch because the satellite is not launching from the Earth. It's
We
being a rocket,
understand.
then they throw it. Like they
So
exactly.
somebody
you
opens
know
the
what
door and throws it.
They throw it with balloons. They release the balloon. It's like
Yeah,
you're throwing
yeah.
it up.
Yeah, but not using.
So when I said satelloons, you said no. But now you're saying yes, yes, yes. So which one
Okay,
is it?
this is another categories of satellites. There is satellite that's thrown using rockets, and there is using balloon.
So why do you say no?
Because it's not called satellite. It's called another word, but I forget it.
What? I'm interested why the satellite is so
Well, how about
important.
this? You said this is your field of work. When you actually
I'll put
get
that
to
later.
throw the satellite into the air, come back and say, what happened? When you throw it? Have you done
You
it,
mean
an actual experimentation on this yet? Or
You send you launch you listen. You launch or you throw the
like
satellite from
me
the flat
launch it?
floor. You throw the satellite from the flat floor.
Okay.
You see there? The floor, the ground, the flat earth, the water across the horizontal water, flat water. You launch rockets and satellites from that.
I still want to know why the satellite's an important point of discussion. What the conclusion should be, and how it's going to prove the Earth is going to be a sphere.
Good question.
Because it's moving around the Earth.
Okay,
It's
but that's
spinning
in your
around the Earth.
presupposition that the Earth is a sphere and the mechanics that attach to it. Right, and this again isn't first-hand knowledge, Stu. This is a story that we all believe about the mechanics of satellites. Now, this is happening above a sphere apparently, but the surface of the Earth is measured flat. Now, we're not going to reach any conclusions about any technology that some government or somebody may or may not have high up at altitude, and what keeps it up there. It's not going to get us anywhere, dude. You can, it's like I said, search on NASA how they keep things in the sky, and we've mentioned quite a few of them. But at the end of the day, the surface of the Earth will be measured flat. The key word in that is measured.
Okay. I think you have a good point. But I think I have to do my research more for speaking. I'm not debating here. Okay, I'm just chilling. Okay. So
I
yeah.
could send you a link to our main home server, and it has many channels with information about different topics like laser test, long distance observations, many different topics. Since you're saying you're gonna look into stuff, this server is a good resource for research. If you're interested in the research, let me send you a. What was your
Okay, send it
username
to me.
again? Mohammed.
Mohammed.
Mohammed. Let me send you a DM, Mohammed. Wait. I waved. I'm gonna have to send you a friend request because it looks like you're not accepting direct messages. And if you accept it,
yeah, accepted. Yep.
perfect. I'm gonna send you a link to join our server. And if you join the lobby and just wave hi or say something, I'll give you some perms so you can navigate the server better.
In welcome channel or
Lobby, yeah. Look at the first channels. You're gonna probably find the lobby.
Wait a
L
second.
O
Okay.
B B I.
Okay. Wait. Okay. I found it.
Yeah, say something there like hi.
Dot.
Okay, welcome. Thanks, Mohammed. Yeah, you guys can. I might just give you some perms, and in this server, you can look at many channels. I'm a text some for you. If you scroll down, you're gonna find additional information channels. One of the ones. Look, I tagged one. It's called laser test.
And take your time. And take your time.
Okay.
Seems sincere. That's a good role.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Mohammed is definitely sincere. Yes.
What's sincere mean?
Aw.
You're being
So sincere.
truthful. You're keeping
Yeah.
it. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
Thanks,
go
you.
ahead.
Okay. I really appreciate it.
You've
Actually,
been very
security. I
patient.
like to hear what sincere means for you. Go ahead and define it for us.
Sure. When you're sincere, you are inquiring, asking with an open mind. You're acknowledging, hey, maybe I don't know the truth, but I'm sincere, meaning I'm open to hear what you have to say. I'm not closed-minded, but I really mean this with all my heart. I'm listening to you. You're not being dismissive
Yep.
completely. Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm doing now. Okay.
Yeah, take your time. Don't worry. Just we really appreciate you taking the time to listen. Like most people would just exit and be like, "No, screw this, you're retarded." But you took the time, and that's really awesome.
Thanks you very much.
I send invites to people that I know are worth the time. I don't send it to trolls. I only send it to sincere people.
Yeah, I mean, honesty and sincerity is more valued probably than your knowledge or your position. We don't really care if you're flat, globe, concave, whatever, or anything else that you want to label yourself with. As long as you're honest and sincere, that's the main thing.
I mean, but it's the internet. You don't have to be sincere with everyone.
First time I came in, I barely stayed for 1 minute because I was so dismissive. I left right away.
Yep.
You know.
I think the most important thing in these things or in these topics is to be respectful. Like, there's no one fully wrong and there's no one fully correct. Like, we are something in between.
We're seekers. We're seeking.
I appreciate what you said about respecting everybody's opinions and so on. But the subject we're dealing with is objectivity. Right? A logical law of identity. We're figuring out what something is based on the claims of what it's supposed to be and the constituent factors of that claim of, say, for example, shape. So a shape, this is an empirical thing. It's not that right, or we can both be right at the same time, and no one really knows. It's not like that. It's an empirical truth.
Of course, yep. So you take it, guys, like a mission.
Well, however, we will acknowledge if we don't know something. We will identify when we do know something, and we can state it with certainty. But then we will also admit when we don't know something, and that's an important part. That's an important thing to do, is be able to tell the difference between what you can know and what you don't know.
Of course.
The not sincere guy will tell you that they know what happened 6 billion years ago. The Big Bad Boom.
Okay, I don't believe in Big Bang Boom. Okay.
That will be not sincere.
No. Okay. In this point, it's because of religion. Okay.
Oh, no problem. And hey,
Okay. Yeah.
No, that's good. That's good. Actually, if you ever want to discuss the correlations between spirituality and flat Earth, you can always reach out to me. I'm very open to religion and metaphysical truth. So.
Okay. As a Muslim.
What's your religion? Can I ask? Oh, okay.
Muslim. Okay. Like I believe, of course, in this thing. Okay, but I don't know exactly how it's created. Okay, because I don't think in my religion there is a specific thing like how Earth is created or how the world is created. Just like, okay, God created the Earth. Is He created by the Big Bang or something else? Like I don't know. So
some things we don't know.
In descriptions,
Okay.
in that you will see descriptions of the Earth, but you wouldn't see the mechanisms of how.
Yeah, of course, how it's created. So it's
how it
technically
was created,
with a
no,
backbone,
but
but I don't know.
what was created, yes.
Yeah, the same way
So
you find comfort in your religion, you know, that it's kind of similar, you know, like you're finding comfort in your religion because in your religion talks of, you know how people are always arguing with you about your religion, right? They want to question you and say, oh, well, you could say, well, I know because the Quran says this. Well, people who believe in the globe, they say, I believe this because the science and the books and everything I learned says that. So, excuse me, sometimes we have to unlearn certain things and when we observe the reality of kind of like what we're actually, I don't know, experiencing. But I don't know. You'll be all right. Just take your time.
Okay. What's your religion, by the way?
I'm Hindu.
Hindu.
Yeah.
Okay. Hindu's religion.
You know what?
Like,
That's
this is the first time. Like.
What was that? I'm sorry.
I don't know. That's Hindu's religion. Like, I'm sorry.
Well, some Hindus will say it's a way of life, but I will still say it technically is classified as a religion, no matter what they say. But
okay.
Yeah. Because we acknowledge as Hindus, just like flat earthers, that there's things that we will never understand. You know, there's things that we can't explain. But you can learn to find comfort in that. You'll learn that over time.
I think the same thing in Islam. That
really
that we believe that there is a lot of things that we can't understand because it's so big. Like it's so big than us, and we won't know the truth only in the next life. Like we'll know everything because our mind right now. Okay. What's now? Because our mind like now it's not prepared to know all these things because it's so big for us right now. But of course,
it's big, but it's very big. But let's focus on what we have now, like what we can see now.
Yep. Of course. But you won't know the exact truth, like for example, like how God created or who is the true God or all these things only in the next life.
Sometimes we don't even know what happens in the next life. You know.
This
you can have guides that tell you what's gonna happen in your next life. We can have theories,
but we know. No, not theories. Like it's religion. Because you are saying like your religion is Hindu, so you believe everything is written.
See, I believe the universe always existed and it doesn't have a beginning and it's infinite.
Yep. Okay.
He is correct. You can have a belief or religion about what's next, right? Because you cannot have a theory, because the theory will be you will have to demonstrate it scientifically, and you cannot demonstrate scientifically what's the next after.
You can't.
Yeah, so it will be a belief or religion. Yeah.
Yep. You
You have to be comfortable with the questions unanswered. I think you have to be comfortable with the questions that are unanswered sometimes.
But like, if you believe in your religion,
Mm.
okay, and you believe that everything is right, so when you read
No.
like what's no?
I
Like
said I don't
believing in
believe that just because my religion has all these scriptures and all these things, I decide ultimately what what the reality of the situation is, regardless of what the scriptures are. What do you mean?
but okay, what's your description of religion first? Like my description, like Quran,
We're
it's
getting really
the
far
word
off
of
the
God.
beaten track, guys.
Yeah, we're getting really far though.
Yeah, we're getting far off. If you want to discuss with me, I don't mind that on another separate instance. It's fine.
Like, why are you getting far? Oh, okay. You have a certain topics to talk about, not just chilling. Okay, I'm sorry.
You're fine. You can ask me one more question.
Okay. When you say I'm going far, like I'm going far from the topic, or I'm going
Yeah,
far from
well,
something you don't want to
religion
talk
can
about.
be, yeah.
Okay, I don't treat religions like that, like this.
Yeah.
But in my point, like, if you really believe in your religion, there is something that you can't describe, but you believe in it because you believe in the whole religion. So there is something you can't describe it, or you can't know exactly why it's
Talk
there.
about faith.
Yeah, we can't understand what the creator
faith,
intended or what he did.
Yep,
Yeah.
of course. And you have, and you don't allow to question every single detail in your religion. In the religion, like, there is like main thing that told you that this is the real religion, like evidence that told you that this is the right religion, and other than that, it's just something that you have to believe.
Right.
Like,
Sounds like
for example,
heliocentrism.
for example, in my religion, we have the Quran. The Quran, it can't be changed, like, for 1,500 years, like ago when the Quran came. For now, there is no single word or letter. There is no single letter changed. So this is the truth of our, like, for example, the Quran. In Arabic, it's called tahrif. What's okay? Let me Google it. What's the meaning of tahrif? I say, like, I'm going deeply in this thing, so let's go to another topic, okay?
Yeah, you're fine. We can talk
Okay,
about
okay.
this anytime with each other.
Okay. How can I contact you, for example?
Yeah, my DMs are always open, and when I have a chance to answer, I always will.
I think I don't know. I'm new in Discord, so what do you mean by DMs or these things?
Oh, no problem. So what I'll do is I'll add you, and then if you want to talk further about religion and its implications in reality, we can talk about that too.
Like, give you like at, or
I
just call
actually
you
sent you
in
a message
private?
earlier. Yeah,
Oh,
I sent you a message earlier. Yeah.
I got from security Mia dot installed.
Yeah.
This is
So
you.
basically, I was telling you that just learn things on your own time. But if you want to talk about like metaphysical and religious things, you can talk to me anytime. I'm very open. I love all religions, and I'm very open. So anytime you want to talk about this, it's good. Like,
Okay,
you're
so
fine.
I have to prepare before speaking to you. Okay, I really appreciate it.
No problem.
If you got any other questions about this topic, you're welcome to ask.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes.
If you have any questions, you can ask
No,
Jedi.
I have
Listen, you can direct your questions or your inquiries to Jedi.
Jedi.
Why me?
Okay.
Hardly awake.
That's fine. It's overtime.
You signing off, Gemsy? Is it your shift over?
It is. It's been over all day. I just joined to check on you guys, and then security kept me here. It's her fault. She probably left.
Sorry about that.
Just kidding.
Like, not too good.
But sometimes when we mix our religion with these topics, it cannot always be so easily provable to ourselves when we have a bias surrounding our religion.
Okay, I don't have a bias on my religion because at some point, like before 1 year, I say that okay, non-religion guy, and I search for every like religions I know,
Yeah.
and I figure out that okay, I think this is the right for now, and I believe that's right now. But I don't mind if there's anyone who want to change my mind. I'm so open-minded for these things.
Where are you from, Muhammad, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm from Jordan.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
I don't know
Wow,
much about Jordan.
I've been in Saudi Arabia for like 6 years. I think you know it.
Remind me, Mohammed, Jordan, is that the do you have the flag with is it the cedar tree on it?
What do you say?
Do you have the Jordan flag? Is that the flag with the cedar tree on it?
Have the Jordan flag? Okay, I don't know about Discord, but it's maybe, but like.
Okay, I'll check
Like
for
in my
myself,
description.
dude. It's fine.
Yep. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know if I put the Jordan flag or Palestine flag because it's so similar to each other.
Yeah.
It's the same as the Palestinian flag, but with the star on it.
Okay.
Like
Yep, I
this
remember.
rectangle. Yep.
Yeah.
How old are you, Muhammad? Is that an okay question to ask?
No problem. I'm 21.
Oh, okay. That's awesome. Young man.
Young man. Like a new young man, I can say.
But yeah, please check out the Flat Earth Discord. I found a lot of useful information there.
Okay.
And then maybe if you have the time, like whatever you find there, you can come back here or you can discuss with me or with anybody else you trust. Or that you choose to. Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out how I will come here because I think I come here by accident.
No problem. Sometimes we end up in places we don't expect and we learn something new.
Yep.
Yeah, there is no accident of you touching the screen and pressing join.
Exactly, it's an accident.
Destiny.
You don't believe that it's an accident?
Your finger doesn't move by accident.
Muhammad, what did you say that you're currently? Are you in school? You said that you were working with satellites. Are you currently in school for a science?
I'm in university, but I'm working in like electrical departments, not how they throw it and these things. They only told me that, oh, we throw it like that. But I'm working communication
nice.
protocols and electrical circuits. Like, I can't make share screen here. Okay.
It's okay.
I can,
Hey,
for
good luck.
example,
Good
send.
luck with your studies, and please take it serious. Like you're on the right track. You know.
Like, okay, thanks you very much. I can send picture here. Okay. And this is, for example, the circuit that I'm working in now. I can't put pictures. What?
It
Send
won't
it
let
to
you?
me. Since
Okay.
you're new in the server, that's like a thing in the servers for new people. So send it to me and I'll share it for you.
Misty, be
Okay.
quiet.
Or you can send it to her and she'll share it for you.
I said it for YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll post
This
it in
is
the text here.
Okay, are
Mohammed
you
Mohammed is
reposting it?
showing us. He's showing us something.
Yeah, I saved it. Are you posting it in the chat? I haven't gotten to
Post
it
it
yet.
from Mohammed.
Okay. This is shutdown circuit for Formula Car. I'm working in my university.
There it is.
Okay. Some work
Make
that
it
you're
real
doing.
big.
What is this?
That's shutdown circuit. It's like safety circuit. You shut it down if there's anything wrong happen to the car.
Woo, that looks like hieroglyphics to me. I'm like, yo, I can't.
Mohammed, you see all those horizontal lines? You see all those lines?
Yup, it's parallel to you, buddy.
You see how you cannot have a horizontal line on a sphere?
Bro, it's a sheet. So everything have to be horizontal.
It will have to be away from the sphere, the horizontal line. It wouldn't be on the sphere. And your circuit proves it. You have you have circles, and then you have the lines away from. Oh, those are circles, not spheres. I'm not gonna try that.
Okay, it's circuits. Yeah.
Yeah, you got circles. So circles are flat too. Horizontal lines are flat.
Oh, because it's schematic, so it's have to be flat.
So there you go.
Okay,
got
but
Welcome.
but after finishing the schematic, I go to the PCB design, and you know what? It's not flat.
What design? When you design the satellite like a ball, like a sphere?
The shape of the satellite, like a ball, a sphere. Like actually, don't think about it like that. But you know what? I don't know if the shape of the satellite makes sense. Like I'm just electrical engineering.
Yeah,
I have to say.
definitely the globe doesn't make any sense because we don't observe with our eyes, we don't measure any curvature, we don't feel any movement. So the globe will have the nonsensical position.
Can you describe the globe in our in your perspective? Because I think I can
Yes.
get it. Okay.
Yes, there are multiple versions of the globe. You can look. They have many. They have the geocentric. They have the solar centric, the heliocentric, right?
Okay, can you describe each one?
No. There's no way. There's way too many.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
The one that we have today is the one that you see in the TV mostly. They call it the globe Earth.
The globe Earth, okay.
They showed it. They show it the first time in what was it, like the satellite? I think it was like an image. The one that everybody has on the iPhones. The globe. Or the ones that we're talking about is cartoons, because that's all you've seen. But then the real globe that we can see in reality is the one that you can buy at the store and put it like on the table. You know, the globe that you spin with your hands? The globe Earth that you can buy and put it on a table?
Yep.
Yeah, they paint it blue for water. They use crayons. You know why they don't use real water on the sphere to make the globe? Because water doesn't do that. Spheres and water don't behave like they claim it for the globe. Sphere holding water on the outside in a vacuum. We know globes don't do that, and water doesn't do that in reality. And the Earth doesn't curve, and it's not spinning. So the globe, like I told you before, is just misrepresentations of the Earth. The globe is like, it's for navigation. They use it. It's like a, they get it from the sky. The globe is like the celestial sphere, basically projected on the ground, so people can go to places using a grid for navigation. It's like a preference for navigation, but you can have different grids and you can depict them anyhow: flat, spherical, convex, concave. You could, but the globe is not the terrain you're standing on, or the map. The map or the projection is not the terrain you're on. So the globe itself, as a projection of the Earth, is just a misrepresentation of the Earth.
Okay. I think I got it.
People can give you the history of the globe. It was like a religious. They thought God is perfect and God make perfect things. So the perfect shape is a sphere. Therefore, Earth has to be a sphere. But that's just like, it was philosophy. People just making stuff up. The globe was invented, not discovered.
Invented, not discovered.
Yeah.
Like
Nobody
invented by
discovered
who?
the globe.
But invented by God. Yeah, you mean? Yep.
No,
Or,
no.
or
We
who?
didn't discover through history and our advancements in technology that the Earth, after all, was a planet. We didn't discover that. We invented it. The Earth isn't a planet. We made it up. I say we.
Okay.
I have a feeling he doesn't believe it.
Okay. Maybe I don't believe it. Okay. But I reach your
That's
point.
a historical fact.
But I understand your point.
Well, historical fact, for whatever that means.
Like, believing you have to. Okay, I think believing, like, I have to sit and gathering your informations and do my research and then ask again my questions. Then I believe, like, I can believe, like, from one conversation. Or
No,
without
nobody's asking
even
you
talking
to.
to
No,
myself.
nobody's trying to convince you. We're just giving you
Yep.
the facts.
Yep, and I'm listening to this fact.
Jimsy, all you guys have amazing patience for helping.
Oh. Look,
I try. I have patience to the one that want to listen and engage. The trolls,
thank you.
I'll be the worst troll for them.
Thank you.
I'll be the worst. I'll be such a troll that everybody in the VC will hate me.
No. Nobody hates you.
Nah. Just
I've seen it.
exaggerated a little bit, but yeah.
No, I've seen it happen.
Ooh, excuse me. 2 a.m. Jeez, what am I doing?
I get some rest. Tomorrow's another day.
I'm
10
good.
a.m.
Good morning.
I see Rex B muted. Let's check on Rex B real quick. Rex B got any questions for Jedi? Go ahead, Rex B. Rex B, you can ask your questions right now. You're unmuted. You can either ask.
What's up?
Hey, yes, you can ask your question to Jedi or to security. Go.
No, I don't have any questions right now. I'm listening, you guys. You guys keep talking. I'll listen.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yes, just write down your questions. Ask your friends. questions for flat earthers and then write them down and then bring them here, okay? And remember, ask security or Jedi. If you see India, you can ask him as well.
Jimsy, you're giving me a lot of credit here.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because you see many people. Is sometimes say, is Jemsy here? And oh no, they're looking for. I'm muting myself. I just do it to you guys. Oh, is Jedi here? Is really here? Question.
I'm new to the whole
come
thing.
back.
I'm a redirector, if anything, but I try my best.
No, you're good. Don't worry. Okay.
What's your day? What have you got for your day, Muhammad? Since it's 10 a.m., do you have a big plan for the day?
Finishing my shutdown circuit before they got expelled from the racing team.
Oh.
Like, it's a task and I have to finish it today. And I'm working on it right now while I'm speaking to you.
Multitasking, love it.
Okay, thank you.
So you posted the schematics where you actually building the circuit.
Yep. I draw it, not only build it.
You drew it, but you're building it right now. We actual.
Building it? Yep. You can say that.
Are you using like copper, silver, gold?
Copper.
Copper.
Yep. Silver doesn't use, can use aluminium or gold. Gold is so expensive and using for certain PCB, but copper it's the most cheapest one and the most durable, you can say.
It's expensive. We should open a gold mine in Jordan, Mohammed, and make more money. Wanna make money? Let's get gold in Jordan.
Yeah, I wanna do it, but the government won't be happy.
It would be so much profitable these days to just get some gold out of the ground and sell it to the rich guy.
Yep. Unless the government doesn't know, because you will go to the jail. If you found gold in Jordan and you don't told the government, you will go to the jail.
That's the religion. You have to accept it.
No, it's the rule that you have accepted. Yep.
Well, the government has put themselves over there to take the creator's money, right? Because that's gold is the creator's. He made it.
You have a point.
And if you put the effort, to get the gold from the ground, and then some other man says, "Give it to me, or else," that's
okay. I won't say my point. Don't go to the jail. But
no. Go no, just forget about it.
So forget about it.
No. Don't say anything that will send you to a dark hole. Don't do that.
Yeah. And there is no flat surrounded Earth.
Look at Jordan and look at your ancestors, your history, and check their cosmology.
Check what?
Your ancestors' cosmology.
Your ancestors' cosmology. Okay. I write it here as a note.
I'm not sure if they have a cosmology, but
Pretty sure every civilization in the world has had a cosmology. All
What's
of them.
cosmology mean?
Okay.
Why did we think about the universe, the sun, moon, and stars? So cosmology is to do with our place within the universe.
Yes.
Okay,
Hello.
okay. Hello.
Yes, but sometimes no.
Yep.
What was that noise?
I think that was my stomach. Did you hear that? I'm so sorry.
Body fluids going from one side to the other.
You need nutrients, bro.
That was gas pressure.
It is breakfast time.
It's from the vacuum.
Is the worms? They're hungry.
And parasites.
They're talking now. They're like, feed me.
Okay, goes.
Now you know they're hungry.
I'm just gonna ask him. Okay.
You know, a baby will cry. I'm hungry.
All right, Jamesy, all right. Move away from my stomach upset.
Bro, I believe this guy like living the edge of the world.
Hey, I didn't know it was actually you, Jedi. I didn't know it was you.
I did admit to it, mate. Maybe you didn't catch that.
The other guy was talking like Hosna or something. He said something fun. He said something silly.
Oh, God. I had too much wine.
You have too much wine?
That's always a good signal to stop, put it down, get half a glass of water, and go to bed.
I got you on that. I just had 2 cups.
Good.
Yeah. Moderation is key.
Yeah, you don't need to overdo these things.
Mm-mm.
It's only ever followed by regret.
Tomorrow, make sure
Yeah.
you go to the app, check for the jobs, get a resume ready, apply, and be ready Monday to maybe get calls from the employers and that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, and guess what? If
start
they don't
tomorrow.
call me, I'm gonna call them and harass the hell out of them until I get the job.
I don't think it works like that these days.
It doesn't. Not all the time, anyway. At least in retail, I can pull it off, but I can pull it off in retail. But
By next week,
don't
you
know.
come back and tell me you got a job.
Thank you, and then I can say thank you, Jimsy, for helping me to push myself to.
Me helping
do
you?
what
I'm just saying the
No,
obvious. Go to the
you're
app, get the job.
inspiring. Just go out and do it. Yes.
Clip that, Jamesy.
You're gonna help yourself.
People.
You're gonna help yourself on this one.
Yep, I'm a grown adult. I got this. 34 years in, I think I got this. I can't believe I'm 34 though. This is crazy. Like time flies.
It only gets quicker.
You might be 35 because you were like 10 months in the womb.
Hey, I'm 35 in Korean age. Exactly. You got to count that 6 months.
I'm curious, security. How long have you been with us on this channel? How did you find us? What brought you here?
I rejoined recently because somebody tried to threaten to ban me, but I've been on this server for at least a year.
Okay.
And I visit every now and then, and I've met a lot of great people here, so I feel very comfortable.
Okay.
I want to
And
help contribute and stuff like that.
What's your understanding about the flat Earth? What's your story? How did you come to the understanding?
In the same way that there's things that we don't understand, and there's things that are not ever as we're always told. That I'm big on the things that I can't see. I tend to believe things I can't see a lot, but also I try to keep in mind like what I'm observing at the same time. Yeah. Why?
I'm always curious to why people say or believe the Earth is flat, or why they
Well,
want to.
my brother first introduced the concept to me in the 2000s.
Wow.
He was into. I will say these are occult things. He was into things like Ashtar Sharon, like Pleiades, random things. He was into a lot of abstract thought, and I was open to that. Yeah.
I understand.
What about you? How did you get
I
interested?
fell into it by accident.
Yeah.
Wasn't really looking for flat Earth. I'd always been researching interesting subjects I thought that were just interesting to me. And one day I was watching a video. It was talking about camera manipulation and such things like the fourth wall. And it was about 15 to 20 minutes in when I realised that really they were talking about the deception of the globe Earth and how actually the Earth is really, really. And it was
Deception, that's
something.
another part. Yep.
Yeah, it was something I never questioned before, ever. Right, this foregone conclusion that the Earth is a sphere, and I was just intrigued in the questioning of the idea. That was like in 2015 or so. So that's how I started, by pure happenstance and then intrigue and curiosity.
Yeah. Well,
I
I'm
wanted
also.
to ask real quick on security. What did your brother told you in the 2000s? What did he said?
Oh shoot, I'm gonna have to remember because he was a little.
He's still alive?
Yeah, he is, but we don't talk because the last time that we spent time together, the woman he was dating, he slapped her in the face, and since then I did not talk with him because he exhibited these abusive traits right in front of my eyes, and I didn't agree with it. And then years later, this girl, she got hit by a
Just
car.
keep the personal stuff. Let's not talk
Oh,
about
of course.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
because it's your personal stuff and his,
Oh, my
And
apologies.
he's your brother. Yeah.
I just don't want you to, talk about,
Well,
it's your
see,
personal stuff.
he's my brother, but I was adopted, so I never knew him that well. So I don't mind speaking so openly about him because.
Okay.
I was just asking
Yeah.
because you said he mentioned it to you in the 2000s, so I was wondering what was he saying back then.
And he said he believed in it, and I was just like, hell yeah, like this has got to be something, you know? Because he
Give
is
us some
always.
details about it. Yep.
Yeah, he's
I'm
always been
sorry.
into like a cult or different ways of thinking, so I respected people like that more than I would say a Christian or somebody who claims to know some truth without, having any real explanation about what the hell they're talking about, I just like to question things in between the lines. I view things in a very different way than most people, so.
Okay. So apart from your brother just saying it and you thought it was really cool, is it
Yeah.
just that?
No, I think that I've been deceived throughout my whole life, and I don't subscribe to being lied to.
I'm speaking with regards to the flat Earth. It's the reason that you say that the Earth is flat is because your brother said it back in the early 2000s, and you thought it was.
Well, that's not with the help of the community here has helped me to solidify that thinking better.
Okay.
I won't lie in saying that, like I was telling Jimsy earlier, when I first started visiting here, I was being very deceptive. Just like people who believe in the globe blindly, I was being deceptive. I was saying, I agree, like tell me more to get more information. I was being deceptive to be fake, to get the information. But then as I was, in that deception, I also saw the possibilities. So I became more open, even though my initial thinking was I'm going to be deceptive and just agree and cause a little bit of trouble. And just every now and then when I think of a question, I'm going to come in and ask. So I don't know if I'm more leaning towards flat Earth now than I was ever before.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. It's a long progression for you. I see.
Yeah. But initially, yes, I was very deceptive. I would come in here and act like I'm buddy and everything's cool and whatever, and just agree without doing any my own research. So yeah, in the beginning, I did not have good intentions, but I also felt like I wasn't I was very open-minded, but yes, I was being deceptive in a way. Because initially I was like, oh, these guys sound really cute. They're very fun. I love their way of thinking. I want to get to know these really cool people. It became these people are cool. I don't care about flat Earth. I'm just going to join up and talk to these people, you know? So yeah, I was not eager.
It does kind of sounds like you've been in many other channels and you found this one a little different than other ones or something.
Yeah, it was different. I actually stuck around a little bit longer. Because think of it this way, if I had come in like any other troll and I didn't believe you, I wouldn't stick around and waste my time anymore.
Trolls come in all different shapes and sizes.
Yeah,
and I'm
and
only
I was
going to
a
say
troll.
this as a word of caution. Some trolls come in and they act very agreeable to gain our confidence and our trust and act all very, very friendly. So yeah, trolls come in all shapes and sizes, but I appreciate your honesty. I really do.
Yeah, I did come in very deceptive at first, yes. Very agreeable. I acknowledge I'm not all knowing. So whereas I was coming in with the deception, I also was like, wait a minute, this makes sense. This isn't working for me. You know, like I'm like this is really adding up. This turned from a deception to a listen closely.
So, being as you said that you keep popping back with your questions and you're more solidified in your position.
Yeah.
What have you learned from us specifically? Maybe I should rephrase that question. Why do we say the Earth is flat? Specifically, us and that you've spoken to, Gemsy, me, and other people from 24/7. Why do we say the Earth is flat?
Oh God. I mean, from what I've gathered is that you can't believe every lie that you're sold, and you have to learn through your own experience what the truth is for yourself. And to put more faith in what you're seeing rather than what you're being told. I haven't had the opportunity to go out in the world and find out for myself. I am placing a lot of faith in you guys now, but I definitely don't feel the same in that these guys are retards, they're just whatever, I'm going to hear what bullshit they say. No, that has changed to, wow, this makes a lot of sense and I'm going to keep going. Even though I'm quite ignorant, I don't have a good understanding of science, I don't know mathematics, but I'm believing in you guys a lot here. Like I really appreciate this a lot for me because I'm also very spiritual in that I don't believe just everything I see, and I don't always believe what I'm told. I don't know. It's very
That's
hard to
funny.
explain. Yeah.
That must be hard for you as well, being as like spiritually you don't believe everything that you see, and that when you come to us, you say that our position is, you know, you can have more trust in the things that you see.
Yes,
So
it's contrary. Yes.
yeah. But I understand the difference because on one hand you're speaking from maybe a spiritual mindset, and from our point of view, we're dealing with a physical, like reality truth. So they do kind of cross over, but a little bit further down the line. But yeah, the reason why we say the Earth is flat is because it's measured that way. That's the only reason.
When you say measured that way, do you mean like I'm sorry. What do you mean by it's measured that way?
I mean, it's measured to be flat.
Yeah, from
Yeah.
observation?
With measuring tools, surveying equipment, lasers, theodolites, other equipment that can be used to survey the land.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of those videos and I really enjoy them.
Yeah.
I still have a lot of work to do. I have a family and a daughter, and I don't have a lot of time. So in between, mostly at night, I will visit here and I listen as much as I can and watch another video here and there. So it's a very slow progression.
Yeah, I just want you to understand really why we say the things that we do. And for this point, we say the Earth is flat because it is measured that way. Yeah, it looks that way. That's obvious. But yeah, it's confirmed by measurement. What we see is confirmed.
Yeah, and that's one thing that has been convincing me more too.
Cool.
For sure.
Oh, it's a pleasure
Well,
to
when
make your acquaintance anyway. I'm going to go make myself some breakfast before my stomach
well,
starts rumbling
who
again.
am I talking to? Because I'm not looking at my phone right now.
Oh, I'm Jedi.
Oh yeah, Jedi. Yeah, for sure. And I'm probably gonna get off here soon too because I need rest.
Okay. Like I said, it was a pleasure speaking to you.
Hey, you too. You guys have a great night.
Night night.
Bye.
Sayonara. Hasta luego. Buena vista. Arrivederci.
السلامة.
Adiós.
Adios. Okay. Johnny.
Goodbye.
Johnny. Oh, he just.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Yeah. Mm.
Well, being as it's gone quiet, I'll introduce everybody back into the room. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel here on the English Hub. We're talking about the Earth and what it is. We're told that the Earth is a planet, for example, through education and blah, blah, blah. And there are people in 2026, that is the year now, in 2026, and there are people that say that the Earth is flat. And we're those people. We're those people because we measure the surface of the Earth to be flat. But apart from that, my friends, welcome to the channel. If anybody's got any questions pertaining to the subject about the Earth, maybe you want to speak about what you know, so things that you've been educated in, you want to defend the position that the Earth is a planet, for example, then please feel free to do so. If you're a flat earther, say hi as well. It's lovely to speak to new flat earthers as well. But I'll quickly run down the list of people that's in the room, see if there's any names that I don't recognise. Maybe you'll be brave enough to unmute your microphone and say hello. Just going to remind everybody, though, being as I'm going to start at the top of the channel, that you might see a 24/7 live YouTube bot. Just to remind everybody that we are live streaming on YouTube. That's where we get the 24/7 name from. It's 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We are live streaming with regards to the subject of the Earth. But anyway, just remember you're live streamed. 20 Cups is in the house. Good to see you, 20 Cups. Arch is here. Bye. I don't recognise your name, but good to see you. Charlie Hanson's in the house. Well, good to see you, Charlie Hanson. Doves has joined us. Good evening, Doves. Good to see you. There's another bot in the house. Gemsy's here. Gemsy was speaking earlier. Hopefully you all know Gemsy. The Green Weaver is in the house. We've got Hell's Angles. Jesus is here. Thank goodness. Everyone's been asking about you. About time you turned up. Logical Observers in the house. Good to see you, Logical. Miguel Sosa's in the house. Hi, Miguel. Good to see you, my friend. Ming Ming has joined us. Good to see you, Ming Ming. Mohammed, he's been our most recent active person. We've been having a lovely conversation with Mohammed recently, so it's good to see you still around, Mohammed.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries, man. It's good to have you. Rayleigh Criterion's in the house. Good to have you, Rayleigh. Stark has joined us.
Jenny.
What's up, my friend? T-Dub is here. Yaga Bruno. Somebody called Thales has just jumped in. What's up, Thales? Good to see you. Eugen's here, and a couple of names that I don't pronounce down the bottom because they're in hieroglyphics and I can't read them. But apart from that, good evening, good morning, or good afternoon to everybody on the channel. It's good to see you. Like I said, this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel here on the English Hub.
If you have just joined and you want to have a conversation pertaining to the subject of the Earth, then please feel free to unmute yourself, say hi, tell us what your name is, and bring forth your point for discussion. Tripped over my own tongue then. But like I said, good morning to you all. Maybe we can strike up a conversation pertaining to the subject of the Earth. How exciting.
Yeah, the bottom names are in kanji.
What?
Hieroglyphics are Egyptian.
Yeah, I'm showing my ignorance there, my friend. Absolutely. Yeah. They just appeared as hieroglyphics to me, but definitely not. I actually have got some papyrus with some hieroglyphics on, so yeah. A couple of highs in the chat. I'm going to say hi back to you all. Thanks for saying hi. So Yaga Bruno says hi. Logical says hi. Dark says hi. Thanks, guys. Somebody just jumped in. Go on, my friend. Sorry, I'm just talking now. You carry on.
What's new, Jedi?
Hi, my friend. How are you?
Still wondering why people can't understand that ships do not disappear over the horizon. I had 200 years of physics to understand it.
Yeah, but most people haven't even seen it, mate. They just believe that this is the thing that happens, right?
Next thing they'll be telling us we landed on the moon.
Yep. Sometimes they lead with that.
I just want to know how they did 6 successful landings on the moon when they had trouble doing those landers on the Earth.
Oh, that rings a bell in my head somewhere. I swear I've seen some old footage tests that they did with some lunar landers. People were flying everywhere or something. I can't quite remember, but yeah, it rings a bell.
Yeah, they did these tethered ones, which they're on a crane and they were tethered there. So those were the learning modules. But Armstrong actually tried to fly one that had a jet engine in it and stuff like that, and he lost control of it pretty quickly, and he had to eject from it so he wouldn't die.
Wow. This was all back in the 60s, right? I think I
Yep.
remember some of the footage that I've seen as well.
And when you're developing a device for moon landings, don't you need to produce a proposal for it? You know, the companies that are going to be building these things, in that case, I believe it was North American, was the manufacturer, or was it Grumman? I'm not sure. Can't remember yet. But yeah, it's a $6 billion program, and they have to produce a proposal to say how they're going to build this device to take us to the moon. And funny is, they built the device, and then someone realized they didn't have a proposal written up, so somebody hurriedly threw up a 1,000-page proposal. But typically, for a project of that size, similar to say like building an aircraft carrier, the proposals typically are 25,000 to 50,000 pages long.
Wow. Wow.
And wouldn't you also need to know the exact weight of the moon if you were going to land on it?
No, just point the way. It's fine.
Just flip a coin, hope for the best?
Yeah. It's like it's in the sky. Just go. All right, before my stomach rumbles again, I'm gonna have to go and get some toast or something. But yeah, I'm not far away. If anybody jumps in and has got any questions or whatever, but hold the thought, guys. I'll be back soon.
Are you going to toast just one side of the bread or both sides?
Both sides would probably get covered in something, to be fair. I'm half asleep, dude, so.
Jedi, if you use tallow and butter, and you toast it with that, it makes the bread so much better.
Okay, thanks, mate.
Yeah, I make my grilled cheese with ghee butter.
Delicious.
But I'm also one of those crazy people that when I see black burnt grilled cheese, I will eat it.
What's wrong with the black? Isn't that the good part?
Yeah, it's the carbon. You need the carbon. Apparently there was
I'm not racist.
apparently there's old medical advice that they used to feed burnt toast to burn patients.
Have you looked any studies in rats about type 1 diabetes induced by infections in the organs? Brain, liver, pancreas? Have you seen any studies in relation to anything like that?
The only thing I've been looking at for type 1 diabetes is how it increased over the 20th century after the Great Salk experiment.
Yeah.
So somehow the Jonas Salk produced a medical treatment that caused the increase in type 1 diabetes, and since 1955 there's 3.2 million Americans have died of diabetes related illness.
What's the experiment again?
The Salk, Jonas Salk, he produced that the V word thingy to protect us from that non-lethal polio.
Wow. Okay, yeah, I get it now.
Yeah, because if you look at the polio mortality in the early 20th century, yeah, they don't even have accurate numbers. They guess like maybe 60,000 people since from like 1915 to 1955.
I was just saying about experiments because I know there's many studies about so many different things, but it's hard to find experiments about the relationship of the cause of the effects.
Yeah, because they ignore those consequences. Because if you looked at some of the careful studies they did of type 1 diabetes, the incidence was perfectly flat for 30 years prior to 1955. So from the years 1925 to 1955, there was absolutely no change at all in the incidence of type 1 diabetes. And then we had that great medical experiment, and next thing you know, diabetes starts increasing.
With a bunch of other changes since then too, but that was the big trigger. You got the gun and you got the environment trigger.
Yep. But if you look at the abstract for the papers that were written about it, they have no idea why it happened. It's amazing, you know.
Yeah.
Like the same thing with the epidemic of autism. No idea what causes it. No idea how to cure it. But we damn well know for 100% fact it's not the needles.
Tough one.
You know what I haven't done? I haven't made French toast in a while.
That sounds delicious, actually.
See, Jedi is a bad influence. Made me start thinking about toasts.
I've seen so many people saying to make sourdough with certain bacteria that might be better for the carbohydrates. Have you seen that? People making their own bread with sourdough?
Yeah, sourdough, I think, is considerably better. I used to make sourdough bread probably like 30 years ago. And most sourdough you buy in the stores is sort of fake sourdough. You know, there's some sourdough starter in it, but the other stuff they add regular yeast to it as well.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to order me some whole kit to make some good sourdough, but I want to know if I can play with the type of bacteria that will be doing it, because I want to grow a culture of a specific one.
Well,
Or maybe
that's going to be difficult if you're just trying to grab it from the wild, because that's what I did. I just mixed some flour and water and let it sit for about a week. And I just grabbed any kind of wild yeast that was in the air.
I saw some guy doing it with yogurt, using your own culture. It's a anyways.
Yeah, two ways you can reduce the glycemic index of bread is one, freeze it, and then number two is toast it. Both of those actions on bread reduces its glycemic index.
Yeah. Is there any carnivorous bread? Carnivore bread. I guess you could make it with some type of eggs, egg white, what else?
Cheese. Yeah, you mix cheese and eggs and make that. It's more like can kind of make it like into a cracker and stuff like that.
Like a cracker sounds good to me.
Yep. But I'm sure there's like a bun. I've seen like people make carnivore buns, sort of thing, like that. But
Yeah.
I can't be bothered to do that.
You're sidetracking with food and cultures and experiments with rats about type 1 diabetes.
But,
I still have an Easter egg in my mind about some research that was done in Massachusetts. That there was some showing of the tuberculosis vaccine, the BCA. Tuberculosis is a specific bacteria. It's like an organism.
Yeah.
And that vaccine they injected in people, and it showed that it will improve the insulin resistance, and it will, in a sense, it was showing that it was kind of reversing, in a sense, that type 1 diabetes. It was a bacteria.
Well, everything you put into the body has the ability to act like a drug. So
Yeah.
yeah, well, like I said, the type 1 diabetes is somehow the pancreas becomes inflamed, stops producing any insulin. And the type 2, which is the more prevalent style, which used to be called, in the good old days, it was called adult onset diabetes. But now they just call it.
Type 1, they call it juvenile onset diabetes. The juvenile diabetes.
Yeah, now it's just type 2 diabetes, because now even children are getting it. Well, when you feed their system all this junk food, especially high fructose corn syrup and all that crap,
Whole system is in havoc.
you got metabolically damaged kids. Well, of course, they're going to be insulin resistant.
Well, it's a tough one.
Well, Peter McCullough's treated kids who had already non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and he changed their diets, but made their diets isocaloric so they can't say it was the weight loss that did it.
Isocaloric?
Yeah, isocaloric. So they were eating the exact same amount of calories because he didn't want them to lose weight. He just wanted them to lose the liver fat. And sure enough, his the diet that he was using for these kids was curing their fatty liver disease.
I think the type 1 is a systematic infection in multiple organs, including the brain, the liver, pancreas, the intestines, And there is an actual captain of the whole bunch of infective organisms that is the numero uno in the induction of this breakage of the the mechanisms that the body uses to metabolize the do all the work. So this infection is tricking the body into attacking itself because it's infecting to us, I don't know, cellular level. It's causing the body to destroy it because the body is seeing it as an infection.
Yeah, it could, like I said, it could be infection, could be a suppression. It could be that some other medical, that some illness came in, then they did a medical intervention, and that medical intervention drove the disease deeper in the person.
And there's also the terrain, heavy metals, and for like the foods, obviously, that bring the terrain.
Yep,
Also, the
obviously,
body full
that's
of plastics too.
chemicals and plastics and all this crap that's in our food
And
these days.
bro, there was another thing that is very underrated. The solvation, how do you say? There's layers in the body that certain chemicals will open up, and there will be trespasses from layers that are not supposed to be happening.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
There's many layers in the body. They're supposed to stay, in a sense, intact. But there is infection, trespassing layers, and chemicals.
Yeah,
going to places.
Because I would probably say that leaky gut syndrome is not helping. Your body is the stuff that's going in your intestines is bypassing the normal channels and going straight into the bloodstream. And then the liver gets overloaded, and the pancreas just sits right there, right by the liver. So it's gonna catch some side effects from that.
Hey, I thought you were going soon too, Jimsy.
Oh yeah, I'm sleeping. My eyes are closed. I'm just meditating.
Okay, that's good. Meditation is good. It changes the neuroplasticity in the brain.
Talking to my friend here, he's always bringing info tips.
Were you guys talking about how processed food makes us like bloated and have like all these problems? I missed it.
Yeah, because I think there's such a thing as food, and then some stuff that people call food, but it's not really food.
If I said to you, make me something that is very nutritious and not like that, what would you make me?
I'll make you I don't like bison, like a bison meat, like a ribeye bison, 2 pounds. Eat
Whoa,
that.
that sounds good. I've never had
Eat 2
bison.
pounds of that if you can. Fatty, with all the fat.
Oh.
You don't have bison, just eat.
I've never
Duck eggs.
tried it. No.
Yeah, I only eat my bison rare, like raw. Actually.
Blood, yes.
Me too. I've done it like that. It's good.
I'm hungry now.
Still, you can sear it.
So where do you get it from? Like, I can't find that in the grocery store.
I don't know. Bison comes from the refrigerator. I mean, from
Well,
the
damn.
supermarket.
Yeah,
I
Isn't
ain't
that
seen
where
a
bison
super
is
in
made?
my market.
yeah. One supermarket I go to carries it, but there's also a local kind of natural meat butcher as well. They kind of get it as well. You can also order it from Costco.
Is bison better than like regular beef? You think?
It's grass fed, so it is better in that respect, but it's also kind of a lean meat. So, and that's not lean meats don't tend to be as flavorful as fatty meats.
True, but the fat is rougher than the regular meat. The fat is. I think the fat is better, but still, I like fatty meats. Yeah. I
I
think
need you
they're
to
better.
cook for me, please. That sounds good.
Well, I will make a plate myself. I like to eat. If I want to eat a lot of meat, I will make beef bacon, bison steak or ribeye, maybe 3 or 4 eggs. Easy, like over easy, like not even that cooked, and some sauerkraut with, sauerkraut, like
Yeah, it goes on
like
hot dogs,
yeah,
right? Like some.
like with a little bit of, I don't know, maybe garlic or something, and yeah, something like that. Also, I like some hot dogs too, beef hot dogs. Try to
Beef,
stay away from the pork, honestly.
Yeah, pork is bad. Like,
That's
not that
that's
good.
just me.
I
People
don't
eat
like
it and they're
chicken
fine,
much
but
either.
I like the flavor
Yeah,
of the beef better than anything else.
Yeah,
Also, seafood. I like seafood.
Beef bacon is
Yes.
puts pork bacon to shame.
Yeah, beef bacon is delicious. I have some right now. I have some today.
Bless you. Bless you, my angel. You alright?
You can throw a bit of amino acids in there. Have you seen those? I don't know. It's just flavor. Instead of soy sauce, it's like coconut amino acids.
So
like a
which
black
cut?
sauce like
Which cut are you using as beef bacon?
The ribs, like the stomach part of the cow.
La
Ribs.
barrica, la panza.
So like just really thinly sliced meat off the rib.
Yeah.
Hey, can you repeat that in Spanish again?
La barrica, el estómago, la panza. The stomach has 3 different names in Spanish. They all mean the same thing. Panza, barriga, estómago. Estómago will be the stomach. Yeah. So different. Yeah.
Oh wow. Never mind. Is Spanish your first language, Jimsy?
Sí.
Que rico.
No, his first language is baby talk.
True that. True that. My first Happy Meal was Mama's breast. Anyways, Mama's milk. So what was it? Timbo? It wasn't not Timbo. T-Dub. Don't you have like a lamb bacon in Australia?
Not really. Like we have thinly sliced meats. We just call it sliced meat. Like I guess you could like cook it and like treat it like it's bacon. But
yeah,
the only other alternative to bacon really that we see on the shelves is like not bacon or fakin or
Bacon,
the vegetable substitute. Yeah.
But anyways, make sure that the bacon, you don't cook it too much. I mean, I'm just saying that's the way I eat it. It's barely just heated a bit. I want the fat and the meat, because if you cook it too much, the fat, it's gone. So yeah, make sure you don't throw away the fat.
Yeah, I was thinking like silver side, like you could cut that real thin and treat that like a nice bacon too.
I've bought lamb many times in the supermarkets here, and most of it comes from Australia. I think about you guys. Oh, let me get some Australian lamb shoulders.
Yeah, and New
Yum, yum.
Zealand too. The
Yeah, New
foreigners love
Zealand
New
as well.
Zealand
Yeah.
lamb.
I've seen some American lamb that is sell here, decent price. The Australian one is the pricey one. A bit more pricey than the American. Because of tariffs.
Yeah, we're paying a fortune for our own meat. Like it's like ridiculously priced. Lamb especially. Like I think over 300 a head, I think. Some sales.
Yeah, I used to buy lamb chops at Costco. They used to be like $20 a kilo. Now they're ridiculous. I like 30.
Do you guys call it silverside or corned beef?
The who?
We call corned beef silverside, or it gets labelled corned beef sometimes too, but mostly silverside.
Corned beef? Isn't that like very salted? Corned beef here is salted beef, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
But it's not salted. They throw like this chemical. What is it? Sodium benzonate? No, I don't know. Yeah, they do salt, but most of the corned beef that I found around, it doesn't look too natural, say, in my opinion. I'm saying because they add like preservatives to it. It might be the salt, but what type of salt is the question?
Yeah, you can get a butcher to do it, and I don't think they'll use like the yucky chemicals because they're not making it to be stored for a long time. And they'll probably do it on order too, so it's probably the best corned beef you can get directly from the butcher. Like you can still find a couple of butchers that know how to do it. Yeah. Every butcher should know how to do it, but yeah. There's the store-bought ones, supermarket ones, that they're probably treated with preservatives because it's meant to last a long time. Yeah, but it's like one of them meals that like as a kid, like it was like you really like when you got told, well, oh, we're having suicide for dinner. It was like, hell yeah, you jump up and down, or corned beef, the
Yeah,
white sauce.
corned beef is good if it's done correctly. But I've tried corned beef out of the cans, and that's just awful.
Oh yeah, yeah, that stuff is bad. Although I'd probably like eat it if I had to.
Hey, kangaroo's on sale. 8 pounds of kangaroo for $85, regularly $115.
Yeah, it's a lean meat. That one. I've heard it argued that colonizers really shouldn't have tried to introduce species to here and just exploited what was here, farmed what was here. They wouldn't have had to clear trees, land, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just like farm kangaroos.
Yeah,
Would have been a much more viable option.
Problem with the kangaroo is it's too lean of a meat. You can't really eat. We're not really set up to eat very lean meats. Our meats have to have more fat in it.
Yeah, that's true. I like a nice fatty meat. I like
Well,
that marbled steak.
wild boar bacon. Wow, that stuff's expensive. $60 a kilo.
What about camel meat? I actually bought hump back from the camel, and it's good. It's like the it's even better than the tallow. It's similar to the tallow, but I think it's better. Even for your skin, it's better.
Have you had camel milk?
I've tried it. Yes.
We have camel jerky, but I've never seen its meat or milk sold like fresh.
The hump fat from the camel. It's one of the best fats I've found available. You can cook with it, you can eat it, you can use it for your skin, for your hair. You can use it for many things, for your body. When there's hot weather, there's a lot of sun, you can protect your skin. When it's cold weather, you put it in your skin to protect your skin. You put it in your lips. If your mouth is dry, you can make your mouth feel better. You have any skin rashes or any skin stuff, you can put the fat on it. Cuts, scratches. Dry lips.
And Globers can use it as a butthurt cream.
For sure, they're gonna sexualize anything like the globe, the black holes.
There's a book on Amazon that says parts of the camel that cure cancer. It says milk and urine of camel is the best thing. I don't think most people are ready to start drinking camel urine.
How bad could it be? What do they do? Eat cactus and drink water. That's funny. I know the milk is allegedly like higher in mineral, low, like the glycemic index is way lower than cow's milk, and the nutritional density is pretty high. Allegedly. You heard me?
Mm-hmm.
It's a super resilient animal. It can live like in very cold temperature and very hot temperatures, right?
Yep.
travel really long distances.
Never tried camel milk then, but I have tried water buffalo milk.
I bought some milk from Amazon, but it's powder milk, so it's okay. I would rather have the whatever is gonna top the raw milk that I had, like raw milk. That there's no milk that has been better than that yet. Raw milk.
Yeah, the powdered camel milk here is $49 for 500 grams.
Yeah, a lot.
Super expensive. Because the goat's about the same price.
Yeah, goat meal is decent. Goat milk is decent. Is good as well. But I think
Yeah,
going to local farms and just getting the raw stuff. That's probably, if you can get the raw cream, raw milk, raw yogurt. That's the way. Local farm.
Yeah, we're repressed here. You can't get raw milk unless you have a cow share.
Wait, are you in Canada?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because if you own part of the cow, you can do whatever you want with its products, but they don't want us drinking healthy milk.
Just buy a stock in a farm near you. $5 stock, $10, $20, $50 stock, and you own part of the farm. You own part of the cow.
Yeah. That's the way to get around the regulations. You have partial ownership of the cow.
Raw milk is the way it was intended. Just about right.
I think the only legal way you can buy raw milk is you go to the pet stores because they do sell raw milk for pets.
Oh no, but it's for pets. You're not a pet, so you cannot drink it. That's some people's logic. Riley's gonna go to the pet store, get some raw milk. You can go to the farm and say, hey, this is for my dogs. For my puppies. We got a bunch of puppies. Take a AI Photoshop an image of your puppies, a video of the puppies, saying milk, milk in Australian, in Canadian, British Canadian language, and you show it to the farm guy. I need raw for the puppies. They'll sell it to you.
Yep. That's all you gotta say. It's like, yeah.
Got these 25 puppies. I got 2 sisters pregnant from the same father. You just gotta make a AI video do the work.
But we used to drink raw milk on my grandparents' farm, straight from the cow, still warm. I never died, never got sick. It's funny, when people own their own cows and drank their own milk, they never got sick. But when they moved to cities, and then you had these unscrupulous city dairies, which they never bothered to feed their cows grass or hay, but distiller slop. That's when the cows got sick and produced terrible milk.
No wonder. It's almost like it was perpetrated to demonize the milk or something. I don't know. Yeah.
And then, we need to pasteurize our milk. Don't we have the sanitation and refrigeration nowadays? I guess that doesn't matter. They must think we're still living in the 18th century.
That's so ironic, dude. We have refrigeration. We don't need pasteurization. For what? Yeah, we have. It's 2026, bro. Just give me the milk. I'll put it in the fridge. And I'll drink it before it goes bad. And if it goes bad, I make milk. I make cheese, right? Or whatever. Can you make with milk after it goes bad? Something.
Yeah, the only raw cheese you can get here is like the hard cheeses. No soft cheeses can be made from raw milk. Has to be pasteurized milk.
Welcome, Viper. How you doing, Viper? How are you, Viper? What brings you by? What is it, Viper? Yeah, he's not answering. Anyways. Riley, do you eat any nuts? Like peanuts, walnuts, pine nuts?
I try not to.
Not even pine nuts? You try not
I
to.
eat a lot of nuts in my diet.
Ah, I knew that. So what type of nuts do you eat, Viper?
What?
You said you eat a lot of nuts.
Yes, yes.
So which kind of nuts?
Different. I'm trying to shuffle nuts in my diet to make it more healthier, to be honest.
So have you
But
had almonds?
also today I have almonds exactly, but in different some. Let me Google.
So Riley, you avoid them. How come?
Well, stuff like peanuts tend to contain too much alpha toxins. Not good for the liver.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Like, will pine nuts be the same thing? Like
Pine nuts
pineapple?
should be better. Well, the peanut is actually not a nut. It's It's a bean, right? So
Maybe I got out of macadamia nuts and some walnuts, maybe Brazil nuts,
yeah, but
hazelnuts.
Brazil nuts are only good if you buy them with the shell already still on them, because as soon as they're being shelled, they start losing their nutritional value.
To be honest, I don't like I don't like much the taste of Brazil nuts, so it's kind of rare in my on my food table, you know.
So Viper, how do nuts work on a globe?
Nuts work on a globe?
Yeah. Like, how do you get nuts, all the nuts on a globe? Doesn't make sense, right?
I do not understand, to be honest, the answer. What is the question?
Okay, so we have nuts, and
Yes.
we have the nuts on the table, right? We crack
Yes.
them on the table. The table is level, flat, horizontal. Then the floor that the table is on is also flat and horizontal, right?
Okay.
And the water next to the house is level and horizontal. The lake, the ocean, level and horizontal. So the nuts only work on a level, horizontal, flat existence, not on a globe.
Just wait a second. It's kind of difficult to understand for me.
That's fine. That's fine. You at
I
least you got
don't get the main idea of your
at least
speech,
you
you
got the
know.
nut. At least you got the nuts right. At least you get the nuts part. Because first I tried to say something and you didn't reply, but once I said nuts, you did reply. Now I say level. Kind of funny. Kinda. It's all good, bro. Just messing around a little bit.
Well, this nut has to go to sleep as it is 3:44 a.m.
Later, bro. Have a good one, sir. Good night.
Yep.
Hello. Can I
Hi.
present my opinion? Why don't you think Earth is flat? I have one proof that it's not right. I was in Russia and there was a sea called Yenisei, and I was just probably thinking, why is Earth flat? And I saw the horizon and the water comes and flows, and I just probably question myself, what if the Earth is circle? And probably this question or this my intuition was right, and I write about, and I just tell one thing: Earth is flat because when you like for probably fly a airplane, you just saw flat crane, and you just don't need to be thinking that the planet is circle. So when I ask my friend Donald, he said, do you know what he said? He said he thinks too. So we probably set up our cult in a Mexican, and if you want to join, just tell me, or you can write to me some short
Excuse
essay.
me, young lady. This is
Essay
an
or
English channel.
you
This is
can
an English
tell me,
channel. Please speak
and you
English.
can join us.
Only English. This is
I
not a
speak
comedy
English.
channel. This is
I
not a
speak
comedy
English.
channel. This
I
is
speak
an English
English.
channel.
The whole time I speak English, but my accent
Okay,
is
try again.
probably not that good.
Try to
My accent is probably not that good, but I speak English.
try your best to complete your syllables. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I will probably answer Yega Bruno. I think my intuition is very strong, but it doesn't depend on it. But nothing you said was scientific verification. Probably because some people just think intuitive, and probably some are like based on scientific facts or something like that. But maybe one thing I can say is from scientific world is that
Can
my
you be cohesive? Can you be cohesive? Can you say stuff that makes sense, please?
what I make sense. Just but you don't understand that this channel is to discuss our opinions and our thoughts, and I just want to represent my opinion. So when my chemistry
Your nonsensical
teacher,
opinion?
when I'm not nonsense, why are you so arrogant? When I just sit with my chemistry teacher and we discuss this thing, he said, Donald, this is
Okay.
the right. The planet is
The
is
who?
flat.
The who?
And this is
The
the
who? The who?
scientific facts from our country. I
The
don't think it's very bad.
the who?
But when you can just ask yourself, is the planet flat or circle? I would say it's flat. Thank you for your applause.
Crickets.
It is a pencil. This is a book.
So thanks, Derek, for your Meme, and I will come again.
Wait, are you saying your chemistry teacher said the Earth is flat?
Yeah, but he was like called Donald. We call him Donald because in our country we say it's like the position of teacher, Donald. But in English it's a like name.
Yeah, like Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so did he give you a reason why the Earth is flat?
Okay, I can give it. But wait me 1 second. I just want to paraphrase my thoughts and what the teacher of chemistry said to me. Okay, so I'm there and I can tell facts or opinions why the earth is flat. So if you think about spinning, the earth is every second spinning. If the earth were spinning, we would feel it. Do you know? Why don't we don't feel it? It's like, why don't we feel it? And the secondly, from scientific word, water always finds its level, so it can curve. While standing on a planet covered in curved oceans, why don't the water just finds its level? Like it's not circle, it's level. And when you like go or went to beach, you can see the horizon always rises to eye level. And fourthly, I think NASA lies. Therefore, the Earth is flat because NASA is investigating many things, probably seas on something like that, and the NASA stopped the investigation, and we can just ask ourselves why. What the NASA found then, and what is the result it stopped. I don't think it will be just one people or one person will say I can't do it, but there will be really reasons why the Earth is flat. So, sixthly, do you ever see the curve with your eyes? I don't think so. When it's like drawn or something like that, the photos are flat from a flat horizon or valley. Like, why the Earth will be a curse? And the last fact, if air were a glove, helicopters couldn't hover in one place. This makes sense for me. And I don't think it's bad. And if you are like religion or do you know some religion? Flat Earth is mentioned in the Bible, therefore is scientific. So I think if you are like a religion, please, Jaga Bruno, can you please don't be so specific about your opinions? So yes, you have right. If the air is rotating sphere, why are these pendulums not moving? Yes, I think it makes sense. You have just for one time right.
Thank you for sharing. I agree with some of what you said. Water seeking its level is most definitely one of the biggest indicators to us that the Earth is not a sphere, because its surface at rest lays flat and level and
So you agree
horizontal.
with me? Thanks.
Are you you aware of long distance observations?
Can you please repeat it? I don't hear you at all.
I said, are you aware of long distance observations? As in, we see a long way, we see too far. We see if the Earth was a globe, we wouldn't see very far. We see further than that.
I think it's first proof on science because when the Gagarin went to Man or Moon or sorry Moon, I think it's false fact because the first animal in our space was Laika, and I was probably thinking about something. When do you know like Epstein Island? You know, it's a very horrible thing, and he leaked that the Earth is flat, and I would probably agree because I said my facts and the more. And if I will answer your question, I would say when you are like looking observation, you will see like flat water or I don't know how it's
You
said.
just said that Epstein Island. They wait. What do you say? Flat Earth, Epstein Island. What do you say about that?
They leaked that the Earth is flat.
What do
In
you
the
have
Epstein
about that?
file,
Where do you saw that?
in Epstein files, you can find it there.
Okay.
I can probably share you a link.
All right. You can share a link in the chat.
Okay. Give me 1 second, or maybe 2.
Oh, thanks for that. You got some good points. I was being a little bit pushy in the beginning, but what do you think, Tito? Bring in some points there. I mean, it's just like scattergunning, but it's your thing.
Yeah, there was some okay points. Yeah. I'm surprised that she found an educator. I'm not that surprised. Like we have educators here, teachers, professors, right? But yeah, it's unusual for someone to come in and say that they had an educator agree with them.
He wanted to take the mic, took the mic, or she took the mic, or he took the mic. I mean, yeah, go ahead, say what you gotta say then. Just keep it clean. It's being polite and respectful, though, so yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. What's up?
Not much, we're waiting for someone to come back and talk to us about saying that the Earth is not a globe. Can you debunk this person? Can you show her that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, it's okay. What do you believe? What do you think?
Saying that water doesn't curve and that the Earth is not spinning.
You think that Earth is not spinning?
Yeah, because there's lack of movement of the Earth, so it's not moving.
So
Yeah, it
what
definitely
moving?
doesn't feel like it's moving.
Okay, so when
I
you
will
in
be
a
there in
in
one
a car,
second.
example like if you are in a car or a train, so do you still say that you are not moving the car while car is moving, or you are in aeroplane while you are flying?
Yeah, but
So
I remember getting in those things, and I remember feeling it like take off and start, you know, and start to go.
no, when you are in
And
air,
I'm
so
quite
there is
aware of my surroundings and quite aware of the fact that I am in a moving vehicle, despite the fact that at a constant speed, I may not sense it really directly. Right, I'll sense little bumps and turns and everything, but yeah, if you're just going at the one speed in a straight line, yeah, you can't fit. But I remember getting in the car and starting it and starting to drive. I know I'm moving in a forward motion, right, or a backwards one if you're reversing. But I don't
Yeah, the
remember
Earth.
getting on the Earth. I don't remember the Earth starting. I don't remember any of that.
because
Just
Earth
Listen,
I've
is
the car.
always
billions. Okay, can I say?
The car also has something called. You see, when it's not moving, it says zero. You know, zero, not moving, zero, and then when it starts
right.
moving, it says
See,
non-zero.
it's an
Do you
example,
have
right?
that for the
I'm
Earth?
not.
Do you have the device for the Earth that it says it's non-zero because it's
I'm
zero?
not saying. Can I say? Can I say? Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
hello.
saying like I'm not directly connecting starting of car or sitting inside a car to a moving of Earth. Earth is like billions of years old. It's not like when you are born and Earth started. No, it is beyond like it was before. Do you understand that? Like you have lots of proof which say that Earth is billions of years old. Like there are asteroids. When you look at sun, high tide, moon tide.
But why not
So
quadrillions of? Why not 7 trillion years old? Why not?
yeah, it is. It is. It is. I'm just saying like it is older than
Well,
you.
tell
So
me,
it
which of your
doesn't
listen,
start.
which of your ancestors was there and left for you like I don't know, like some evidence that this stuff happened 7 quintillion years ago? Or is
Well,
it just a
there was
story, like a movie, like a book that someone
so
wrote,
what you say
an idea?
is also like a story or movie, right?
But what did I say that is a story? What did I say? That the water is level and flat? That's not a movie. That's reality. That's objective, real. It's a real, physical, and natural world. It's not emotion. It's not curving.
Okay, have you ever saw the like boat going outside the horizon?
I've seen boats, yeah, going away
Have you ever saw like
from my
a
view.
real test experiment that prove that like Earth is a globe? Have you ever seen
That
any
was
videos of about that?
the experiment, the tests have been performed to
Yes.
check if it was a globe, and all tests
Yeah.
came back that is not a globe.
So what references do you take? Like what was your
Laser test, lasered many lasers and many locations across the world over bodies of water, huge distances, 12 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles. Lasers, right? That's one. We also have radars from. We also have radars on line of sight. Radars that go many kilometers from one point, from point A to point B. Line of sight. No curvature between them. We have long distance observations. We have landmarks from point A to point B that we can observe with infrareds, and they're really at a distance that there should be a curvature. They should be behind the curvature, but they're not. They're observable.
So okay. Have you ever saw like different planets from telescope, like moon, sun, and
Yes,
everything?
from the flat, horizontal, level, motionless ground that we stand on, we can develop telescopes, opticals, to observe the sky, and we observe phenomena of the sky that doesn't determine the shape of the ground that we are standing on.
Okay, so why do you think that Earth is a flat and everything else is a globe?
Because those things are what they are, right? The luminaries, and the earth is nothing like those things, and those things are nothing like the earth.
So how do you explain like uh, winds, northern winds, and everything? How do you
High
explain
pre-
hurricanes? How hurricanes happen?
wind is high pressure, low pressure, heat, cold, wind that comes. Yeah, wind. Yeah, high pressure, low pressure. You can only have that in a contained environment. Wind debunks the globe, because the globe doesn't have a container that is required to have gas pressure, because gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. And if you were on a globe, there will be no pressure. You wouldn't have any wind. No weather systems, no wind, no gases, no water, no you breathing air, no you and I talking about this if the earth was a globe.
So how do you explain satellites?
We have devices that we develop. We put chips on them, computers, optics. We attach them to balloons, and we send them high up to observe the surface of the earth and weather patterns. And we look at the ground, and we send pictures and data, and they're pretty useful. But everything is done on a horizontal, motionless earth frame of reference. And the satellites that you imagine, the ones that show you like a cartoon globe and you have a cartoon
Okay,
satellite, that's
okay.
not. Listen, you gotta make a
One.
separation between the real stuff and the fantasy stuff. You gotta
See,
separate
to
those.
prove the Earth is globe, like we can't discuss like this. Like you say, Earth, okay, like you are standing stationary and you are not feeling that Earth is moving. Like that, we can't prove it.
It's,
So
it's not
you,
that I
you
don't
need.
believe it,
No,
it's that
no.
I
I'm
acknowledge that
saying.
there is no movement. That's what I acknowledge. The lack
Yeah.
of movement. I'm saying, okay,
Can
the
I,
earth is not moving. Okay, it's not moving.
can I say like I want to say something? You are just interrupting in this.
Okay, go ahead.
So like this, we can't explain to each other like Earth is like flat or it is a globe. Okay. So what I was saying is like we have to go to higher altitude, like not even like uh, how do I say? We have to go to the
You have to go away from the thing in question to answer the
Yeah.
question. So if you want to measure your house,
We have to go
to go
higher
away from
altitude.
your house. Yeah, if you want to check and
Okay.
measure the table in your house, you go to your neighbor's house and you measure your table at your neighbor's.
So let's say you put guys in like top floor roof and then in middle and then it ground floor. If Earth is flat, so sunset should
You measure
happen
the
at
earth.
exact time. Do you believe that sunset should be like exact time? It should not be like uh, time to time. There should not be any time differences. Do you understand
Well,
that?
the
If Earth
you're
is
talking
flat,
about
then
the
how do you
international
explain?
the time zones.
No, no, I'm saying that if Earth is flat, then sunset should not happen. Like, where does the sun goes?
So you know that light attenuates, right? Light attenuation, light travel in a medium forever. You know, it could be daytime, and if there's a storm in your area, you don't see the sun, right? So there's a medium between you and there's a limit to where the light can reach.
See, I live in a
Light
tropical area.
attenuation, look it up.
No, no, listen to me.
And there,
I live in a
and
tropical.
the
We don't
sun
have
is
that
not
many storms,
what you
and we
believe
have
it is.
like clear sky.
The
So
sun
at
is not
night,
93. The sun is not 93 million miles away and a million times bigger than the Earth. That's fantasy.
okay, I got to go. Like, I have some work to do. So
Okay, bye
I have
bye.
like, okay,
Sayonara.
listen, whatever. Listen to me. Like, I have something for you. I have like this YouTube channel which explains to you why
What's the
Earth
name?
is a
What's the
globe.
name of it? What's the name of the channel?
I'm sharing this in inbox. Like, just
What's
watch
the
it.
name of it? What's the name of it of the channel?
Or just go through it.
Look, what's the name of it?
Just
What's the
like
name?
news. It is a YouTuber named Dhruv Rathi. He make the
What's the,
content about latest news. So you can just go search him
can
in
you tell
YouTube.
me about it? Can you
The
tell me
flat
about what
Earth.
he's explaining? Can you explain it to me? Can you explain it?
No, I'm not that good at explaining. Like, my
Oh,
English
so
is
you
not.
don't know what
English
he's
my
talking
second
about.
language.
So you don't know what he's
I
saying.
know. I can't just explain
Oh,
it
you know?
in
So can you explain it
English.
to me? If you know.
My English is not that good. Do you understand what
So
I'm
you
trying to
don't
say?
know. So you don't know.
You are not able to understand.
No,
Just
you're
go
the
through
one
it
that doesn't
and
understand the video that you posted. You said that you don't know. So you're posting something that you don't know anything about. Let me check that silly video. Let's see. If it's something good, it might be something good. Why 10% of Americans think Earth is... Oh. I'll watch it later.
What happened to our interlocutors? Did we get proof of Earth motion? I'm just wondering how anybody be able to tell the difference between an Earth that's moving in a fashion that is imperceptible to its inhabitants and an Earth that isn't moving at all. It is a pencil. This is a book. That is a globe.
Reached a lull. Okay, fair enough. Hello. Welcome aboard. Buddy, your mic is pretty crap. We can't hear you. I'm sorry, sir. You have to fix your microphone.
Yeah, wait a second.
Your microphone.
Yo, is
Good.
it better? Hello?
Yeah, that's kind of okay. Although, a bit sus on the voice changer.
Yo, what do you mean?
The voice changer is not necessary.
What do you mean? I smoke vapes all day. Yo, hello? Bro, it's my normal voice. I'm a smoker. Hello?
Yes, and I am not convinced.
Okay. Then, yeah, okay.
I mean, how is it that your normal voice mic is trash, but your voice changer works fine?
Like, I'm not using a voice changer. I've accidentally used the mic of my PS5 controller. Yeah, so
Yeah, nobody sounds like that. What are you, the son of the devil or something?
nah, actually not. I'm 13.
Yeah, no, I wasn't interested in your age. You didn't have to share that. That's good to know that you're
Okay.
just above the age requirement for Discord. Thanks for
Yeah,
letting
of
us know.
course.
What brings you here today?
I don't know. I just wanted to speak to some guys that speak English like really good and fluent and stuff. So I wanted to learn some English.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Hello. I am
What's
well, thank
good
you.
today? What's good today?
What's good? The food's good. Weather's good. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Those are some good things.
Bro, I'm like so stuck. I'm so stuck. I just joined the Christian community, then I joined the Muslim community, then I joined the Hindu community, and they all are saying that read our scriptures, read our this, and I don't know what to do.
Quite a conundrum. Maybe do it or don't.
Yeah, like in Christian one, they were talking about what is in Muslim verse, what is bad, and then the Muslim verse, they were defending it, and
I
then
think that they should be able to, you know, I think they should be able to express their sentiment without having to point out the negatives of some other belief system. So they should be able to just stand on the positives of their own belief system without pointing out the negatives in another. I mean, if that's the basis for you and the foundation for wanting people to join you in your belief is just to point fingers at others, that doesn't sound very inviting to me and very welcoming or very pleasant. I think I'll give that one a miss. Thanks.
And that's why I decided to read everything, and it will also enhance my knowledge or it will waste my time. I don't know. What do you think, bro? It will be helpful reading religious books of Christianity and Bible and also the Quran.
I mean, you can just simply read them out of interest. You don't need to necessarily be, just read them and see what you get from it. It doesn't have to be about anything else other than wanting to understand
Reading.
what it says. Yeah, read it and just see what it says. If it does something for you, then good. If you read it and go, well, that didn't do anything for me, then well, that's okay too.
Nah, at this point of time, I just believe that meditation and yoga is good for me, and I'm like a half Hindu, not a full Hindu. I just don't go to temple, but
Wait, so do you you don't have legs or something?
no, I mean that I just don't believe. Maybe I'm a Hindu only. Maybe my beliefs are different, but I'm a Hindu only. But
Maybe you're just a person.
yeah, I'm just a person. I'm just trying to understand why so many people follow this religion, what's what they say in it, what's motivate other people. Maybe
Yeah, people do
so.
that. People do that without necessarily finding a place within that belief system. You can learn about what others think and say and do without joining them.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same.
Like maybe you're already in a religion and you don't even realize it. Like the globe
Yeah,
religion.
maybe. Which religion is that? Globe religion. Globe religion.
Well, there's millions, billions even of people that think that the Earth is a big spinning ball in outer space with no evidence whatsoever. It's just a belief.
Yeah, that's truth, right? Earth is not flat. Yes, Earth is not flat.
No. The globe is the belief. You experience the world as
It's
flat.
I experience it, but I don't think it's like something. It's something not a full sphere, but something like that. Different shape. Ast- Astronauts who go to space, they see spheres, Earth.
Well, that's a story that someone's told you. Why do you believe it?
Because of the satellite pictures.
Why do you believe those?
We believe what we see and what we can sense from our five
On
senses.
TV?
On
You believe
TV, yes, on my.
you believe what you see on TV?
Maybe I should, people say, and not much people have gone to space.
And why don't you question what they say?
That's the thing, I don't question things. I should question it. I will question it. And why I'm not questioning that you ask me to question? I don't know, man.
Just wondering why you would just instantly believe something that someone said on TV or shown you on TV and not question it.
Yes, like I just don't question anything. I just realize that I just agree with everyone. They say things and I agree. Maybe they just spreading propaganda. The things which benefit them. So maybe I will read all the books and I will get some knowledge about the world.
Yeah, I'd say it's healthy to question things. I mean, you would just like want more evidence and not just blindly believe something that somebody's shown you on a screen or shown you a photo and claimed that's real, especially if it's an outrageous claim, an extraordinary claim, and beyond the average person's normal human experience. Like, I went to a place where you can float around and look back at Earth. That's quite an extraordinary claim, wouldn't you say?
Yes, like that's not possible. I need to question everything and shouldn't believe anything.
Right. Yeah, that's why we're here, because we questioned it and found it to be very lacking in evidence. And actually, what turns out is that your experience of reality is true. So when you experience the surface of water to be flat and level and horizontal, that's true. It is. It looks like that, and it measures like that because it is that. And if it was a sphere, you wouldn't measure it to be flat and level, right?
It's just like don't know. I just don't know, bro. Hmm. I believe in things. We all believe in things which we are told from when we were born. Like we have to do this.
This is true. And then you get to an age when you are capable of thinking about it critically and objectively and seeing if you can go out and do anything in reality to test those claims that you were told as a child, which you trusted that the person who told you that was a reliable and trustworthy source of information. Teachers, so claimed to be scientists on TV, right? Authorities or authority figures, people that we generally look up to and rely on for information, right? They tell us these things and we accept them to be true, and we don't think about testing them generally. Like, most people don't think to question. I didn't for a very long time. Very long time.
Thing is, like most of us are being told something to do, and we keep on doing that. And when we question it, we are told not to question it. And that's how we become. We stop questioning everything. We think if we question things, we will hurt the sentiment of the other person.
That's quite ironic given the fact that by questioning things in the past, people have made very valuable and amazing discoveries about physical reality, right?
Should question everything. Thing is,
Yeah,
I am
nothing
very
should. Go on, sorry.
think that I'm very agreeable person, and whenever someone says me anything, tells me anything, I start believing it and don't question it. And sometimes because of it, I have been in disadvantage.
Right. Well, it's a good thing you came here because now you'll be empowered, right? Empowered with the realization that you have the ability to question things, and you don't have to just believe things, right? You can see if they are true. And if there is no way to test if the thing is true, that means that thing is unfalsifiable, right? And that means you don't have to believe it if it can't be shown to be true.
That's right, that's right. I just believe some things I searched in net, and then I just had different method. I stopped doing those things, and I realized that maybe the information on Google and Chat GPT is not always right. You have to just experience.
That's a good place to start. Yep, that's the sort of thinking that we would encourage. I'd even encourage you to not just blindly believe what I say or what anybody else here says. But it is all right to absorb the information and take it with you and think about it and read about it, research it, and go out and make your own observations and determinations for yourself. And I think it's very rude when somebody comes in with their mic open and has a background conversation going on in the middle of a conversation that's taking place here.
I muted him. Muted the guy.
Yeah, so did I.
They were having some family dispute and they are talking over here. Why will
Yeah,
someone join?
they need to be more polite and more considerate.
One thing I realized, like, I just speak too much and people don't like it. Like, I speak too much and over other person, and then they start to hate me.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, that can be a problem. Yeah, hello, Hanuk,
Hello, how are you? Where are you from?
Australia. Where are you from?
Oh, I am from Pakistan.
Very good, very good.
So, which state do you live?
I live in New South Wales.
Okay. So, how is going your working over there?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I am talking about your activities. Okay. Just a minute, brother. I will talk to you later. I am talking with someone right now. Hello?
Okay, very good.
So I am saying that which state do you live in? फिर बंद कर देता है.
Hello, greetings, my friend. How are you?
क्या है ना उन्हें इन्हें सुना तो इन्हें सुन के मैं ज्यादा किताबा में.
What was that, bro?
I don't know.
Bunch of redeeming codes there, I guess, in like Australia.
What was that? Sorry.
It was a joke.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
So is it? It's so I'm kind of new here. Can we just like all talk and yap, or is there like a? I don't know the etiquette yet. I don't want to be rude or anything.
Oh, we generally like to discuss the room topic, which is flat Earth.
All right, cool.
Or for
Yeah, I
those
just
that don't agree, they can express their views on the nature of reality and tell us why they think it's a globe.
Okay, that's
Bro,
cool.
I just need to go. I
Nobody
have a
thinks that's
class.
globe. I mean, nobody thinks that's
Okay.
globe. It's
Thank you.
It's a shape of an
Thank
egg.
you, Az. It was nice talking to you.
T-Dub, I have just sent you friend request. If you don't mind, you can add me in. Like, it was great talking to you.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, he seemed pretty chill.
He's a pleasant young chap. He was realizing that he doesn't necessarily have to disbelieve things that he's told by so-called authorities without question, that he is welcome to challenge those claims, any claim that's presented to him.
Yeah, it's always a good thing to learn, I think. I think it's more about, in my opinion, it's a little bit more about the process rather than the conclusion that you get to. Because with the right process, you'll figure it out anyway.
The process of what determining. Go on.
Yeah, it's just like the process of determining what's true or not. Like, because it can be hard to, maybe impossible. It might be impossible. It might be impossible to tell the difference between whether you know something or whether you just think that you know something. Like from your perspective, it's impossible to tell the difference. But if you're careful with how you ask questions and careful with how you investigate things, and if you're open, it kind of feels like the truth ends up finding you, as long as you're just like looking for information and you're not too picky about where that information leads you. So I think it's a lot more about the process than the conclusion.
Right. And sometimes the truth is that you just can't know.
I just assume I don't know shit about shit, and it works out pretty well.
Yeah. Hey, it's an honest position to take. If you don't know something, you don't know something. It's good to admit it, realize it. Yeah. Or if you come to the realization too that if a certain claim's presented to you and comes with so-called evidence, you evaluate that evidence and find it to be actually not very good supportive evidence, or not evidence at all, or has flaws, inconsistencies, etc., then it's quite all right to it's quite acceptable to dismiss it. It doesn't have to be entertained until further supporting evidence is provided. And then you can look for any contradictory evidence and see if there is any. If there is, then what do you say about that claim?
So I have a question for you. So on the topic of, I guess, questioning things in general, There's a point where we sort of it's practical to sort of trust. Um, like for example, I'm not a chemist, so I would ask a friend who's a chemist, or I might um, maybe I'll just Google what the general consensus of whatever topic is, and I'll say with like I don't know, like 69% certainty that like, all right, yeah, this seems like it'll work. I can follow this. I can take this institution's word for it for now. Always with an open mind that they could be wrong or even just straight up lying. So like, how do you handle that sort of, I guess, like just giving that, like, because on one hand, you don't want to just trust everything, but then on the other hand, how do you navigate, I guess, trusting nothing? I don't want to make it like it's either black or white. You either trust or you don't. You trust everything or you trust nothing. But like, I'm curious how you where you would set that. I guess like that kind of smoke alarm of
Yeah.
suspicion or whatever.
Yeah, I see it as a risk and benefit evaluation or assessment.
That sounds fair. Yeah.
I mean, like because yeah, you might not have the knowledge or enough information about a certain thing, like your chemistry. But you can see firsthand that there is something to be said about mixing two chemicals together. There will be a reaction, right? Like
Yeah.
that's indisputable, right? The intricacies of what's taking place, the nuances, the ideas and all that, the theory behind it, why that's happening. That's another story, right? But at least you've got, the first-hand experience that a reaction takes place when you mix two certain chemicals together, right? So that's
Yeah.
something like that's, and someone might say, this will achieve a certain outcome, create fire or heat, energy, whatever, like, and that's, a benefit, or it can be a risk. You know what I mean? Like, so there's this direct experience thing going on, but some things, like, the average person, well, the majority really have no way to assess the veracity of the claim, and have no way, and there is absolutely no risk or benefit at all. That's like not even it's inconsequential. It's irrelevant because there's no way for that person to see any benefit or risk, other than maybe some stories they're told about it, like such as astronauts claiming to go into a place which violates natural law, by the way, and take photos of Earth, or place their feet on a rock ball that's floating in the sky, right?
So what alternative would you like, I guess, subscribe to or offer, or um and also what's your certainty on that alternative? Like, do you because I don't want to make assumptions. I might make some assumptions, but they're not going to be strong assumptions. It's just like, to make the conversation easier to happen. But I don't mean to make strong assumptions, but I'm assuming like, you're clearly like probably some kind of flat earth person, and I'm going to assume you
Proponent.
probably
Yep.
have some concrete idea of what the Earth actually looks like if it's not a globe in space or whatever? Are you and like so like I guess the question is like one, what does that look like? And two, do you have one concrete idea that you're certain of, or is it more like you just look at the globe model and think, no, it's not that. It's got to be something else.
Combination of different things. But yeah, look, there is no viewing Earth from outside or viewing reality from outside. So I can't and I won't present something like that. Like I could present to you like a hypothetical or a conceptual visualization. Hey, maybe it looks like this, right? But there's no way I'm going to make a positive claim that definitively that it looks like a certain thing from a vantage point that nobody has. Nobody will ever have, right? So I would just say to people, if you want to know what reality looks like, just keep looking through your eyes because that's real, right? There's no cartoon somebody can present to you, no diagram, no mathematics, etc., which is going to represent reality better than what you can experience physically through your own eyes and your other senses, and that's it, right? Yeah, the concrete thing that I would rest upon as far as the nature of physical reality and the surface that we live on is concerned would be the fact that water, liquid, at rest, lies flat and level and horizontal. And it's used as such, it's measured as such, it's treated as such, it's viewed as such. Therefore, eliminating, excluding any notion that we live on the surface of a giant sphere. That's that simple.
That seems like pretty fair and reasonable. I guess if you haven't seen a sphere hold water like flatly, then it would make sense that you wouldn't believe that we're on a sphere that's doing that.
Yeah, it is antithetical to everyone's natural experience of reality. Now, look. Yeah, I know. I'm quite aware. Like, I was raised, with a modern education, system, and watched TV. Was exposed to all the same things as what anybody is today, right? Like, so it's not like I was born into like a flat Earth family or something. Right?
Yeah.
I was exposed to the notion that what I've been told all my life is not true. Just relatively recently, in the last 5-6 years, and so it's I'm aware that there's claims made by people that you can get far enough away from the Earth's surface in order to be able to view that your experience is just an illusion, right? Your experience here on the surface of it being flat and motionless is just an illusion. And trust us, we've gone high enough, they say to us, that we can see that it's actually a sphere and it's embedded in outer space, along with the moon and the sun and the planets and all the other things, right? And that is an extraordinary claim, which I had never thought to question. And this is what I was talking about with that other young fellow that was in here before. That just like him, I just learnt to accept these claims to be true, right? Never thought to question them, or never thought to seek if there was any contradictory evidence, or if that claim had any supporting evidence beyond them telling me so and showing me on the screen that it's true, right?
Would you say that you feel like? Would you say that you feel? Would you be comfortable saying that you feel that the globe has been ruled out, or is it a little bit more agnostic? But it seems like why would I believe a globe when I can make way fewer assumptions and just say the Earth is flat? Like, why would I add all these extra assumptions? Is it more like that, or is it more like you feel that we can rule out like?
Well, it can be ruled out, mate. It's measured as flat, so
That's right.
whilst ever you've
Absolutely ruled
got
out.
measured as flat, there's not really going to be any globe. Unless you can show us measurements of drop over distance, it's gone.
Yeah. If what they're saying is true, then share it with the world. Let them be have the experience of it, right? This elitist freaking only we can do this stuff. You have to believe us. Shit has got to stop. Either they can show us and let us experience it, right? Or we're going to go with our experience because we're the majority, and we're going to want to share that information with people that they can be empowered to share in that experience, right? That they're missing out on the actual experience that they're having and trading it in for the word of strangers that don't give a shit about them and are stealing their minds, their money, and their imagination. And so it's time, right? It is absolutely 100%. Now is the time that if it's true, you're going to freaking share it with the rest of the world so that it's their experience too. Because what we have on the surface is measurable, observable, measurable, and practically used flatness. And I have absolutely no reason whatsoever to accept anything those people tell me until they make what their claim my experience.
Can you walk me through the experiment that shows flatness and how large of a distance we can measure?
Which one you want, T-Dot? FE Core?
Sorry, what was that? I
Yeah.
didn't hear.
I'd probably just go to 21 mile.
The 21?
Hold
on, I'll grab it for you, man.
Cheers, mate.
Oh, that one there. There she is.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay, yeah. That makes
Cheers, man.
sense. I feel like lasers are pretty hard to bend.
Yeah, that's a beauty of that observation. It's been performed by just an average guy. He's a lawyer in the US. Heard about this, decided to start going out with his P900 camera and started to make some observations across large bodies of water, particularly. And then, thought he'd get a laser and start pointing it across the surface as well. Because if the Earth is a sphere, as they claim, with a radius value of 3,959 miles, or if you like kilometers, it's 6,371 kilometers, I think. Then the consequence of that being true would be a curvature rate over distance, which it's approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Now, while that is a parabolic function, it is good for distances that we're going to be dealing with, like over tens of miles, right? Now, most people are unaware of the claimed size of the Earth and the geometric consequences that it would have as far as their experience of the surface directly. They just have this vague notion that Earth is big, right? So that's why it seems like it's not curving, and that's why it feels like it's not moving. That's why it feels like seems like there's no curvature, etc. But the reality is that with a radius value of 3,959 miles. Then there, over a distance of 21 miles, there would be about 260 feet curvature for a 5-foot observer. That that means that after 21 miles in a straight line, right, like a tangent, you draw a line from there perpendicular down to the surface of the Earth. There should be 260 feet of drop, right? And that means that you would see a horizon at around about 2.7 miles for a 5-foot observer. So in this particular observation, this guy has pointed his camera across the Great Salt Lake in Utah and has seen no horizon whatsoever. You can see the shoreline on the other side, lights and buildings and whatever activities happening on the ground over there, 21 miles away, and a big smokestack, which is like, how high is that? So many hundred feet high. And then they waited till the night time, and him and his friend both had a laser, his friend on one side of the lake and him on the other, and pointed at each other and were able to record that with their cameras. Where a laser shining across a large body of water would be, after 21 miles, would be 260 feet in the air and not hitting an observer's eyeballs.
Right, because there would be the ground in the way.
Right. Yep.
All right, and 21 miles is it sounds like it's because I'm gonna be honest. When I hear numbers, I have like a little bit of like a number dyslexia when it's spoken. Like numbers don't, but like the gist of it is 21 miles is long enough for an object the size of the Earth to have a noticeable curve where you wouldn't be able to have a 6 foot ish guy see another
Right.
5-6 foot ish guy. Yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
Put it this way, like, because remember we're told that, we're told that we see boats go over the horizon and disappear bottom up, right? So like the Titanic is like 100. I can't remember the exact number. It's 100 and something feet, right? So if you were to imagine the Titanic ship, like a ship the size of the Titanic, sitting like at one end, and it's sailed out away from you towards the other side, where the target is after the 21 miles, it would be completely hidden by the curvature of the Earth. You wouldn't be able to see it. There's that much curvature over that distance that it would be able to like block a 10-story building.
That is a curvy lady. All right, yeah. I mean, this is sounds like a pretty solid argument. Yeah, I mean, without knowing I guess committing the sin of trust a fellow ant, as what's his name? Iago Bruno. Committing the sin of trusting a fellow ant. Like it sounds like if 21 miles is enough is enough to like prove a curve, and we don't see a curve, that's pretty compelling. I would love to see how people handle this problem. And then if the handling is just like they shrug and they're like, well, I don't know, that's it's a bad look for the globe heads or whatever we call them.
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest with you. The excuse is that it's refraction. So light is traveling through the air in a manner that just so happens to follow the curvature of the Earth because of the way the air is distributed, temperature variance, density variance in the air. It allows us to magically just see the Earth as flat, have lasers hit their targets over long distances. Where in any other instance, they would say that they are observing they're observing refraction of light due to the fact that, you know, like a laser is missing its target, not actually hitting it, right? But when it
Right.
comes to these long
Yeah.
distance observations, they have this excuse on hand, ready to go. They say that it's you know, that there's well, basically, look, their proof that that's happening are the observations. They don't have empirical measurements of this actually taking place. There is no
Wait, sorry, can you
empirically validated refraction modeling.
sorry, can you say that again? What's the observations instead of that evidence or
That their evidence that the light is refracting in a way that allows us to see, you know, the Earth as flat and measure it as flat are the measurements and the observations. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
circular reasoning.
I see. Yeah, I see.
And we get into it a fair bit, you know. There's some really learned people amongst us, you know, amongst our group that hang out here on Discord and part of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord crew, and they really get into it heavy with some of the more combative opponents, right? Who think that they're the armchair experts of the globe. There's even been like conversations and debates take place with, you know, academics and, you know, professors, etc., where, you know, they don't have anything better than the average person.
Yeah.
I'd invite you to, like, you know, drop in every now and then and see if there's one of those types of conversations going on, and just listen and hear what's going on. It's quite entertaining.
That does sound kind of fun. I've already seen like the R word dropped like maybe twice. So it seems like we can kind of go mask off a little bit. But
Right,
it's
and this is just one example. Like since the P900 came out, there's like thousands of these types of observations, and people going out and doing all sorts of long distance observations, laser tests, just mirror flash tests. Like you just find a large body of water, you and your friend go out with a mirror, and just reflect the sun's light across the water and see if you can shine it on your friend across 10 miles. 10 miles is enough. 10 miles is there should be 66 feet of curvature drop over that distance. You know, that's a significant amount of.
It's a 7-story building.
7-story building. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. What else? Like horizon tests. Like if the Earth is a sphere with that claimed radius value, then you're gonna the equation for it is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which works out for if you do the calculation that for the average 6-foot height observer, 5 to 6 foot, it's about 3 miles. Right. That's where your waterline should end before it appears to meet the sky, forming a horizon, right? And we're told this, but when we actually go out and take a look, like we don't see that. It's not there. We see horizons, not that the horizon is a physical place that can be, like, you can put a flag in, right? But we're seeing horizons essentially in orders of magnitude further than that geometry would allow for. And again, their excuse is that light's behaving in a way that presents itself, light to the Earth presents itself that way to us. But, you know, on one hand, they tell us, just go watch a boat start to go over the horizon at 3 miles. Oh, I did, and it didn't go over the horizon, as it can still see it after 10 miles, and the horizon's behind it. And they're like, well, that's because of refraction. Did you think of that? Like, I mean, it's like flip-flop from one thing to the other, and it's just excuse after excuse.
So I have a follow-up question, but I'm gonna go check on my food real quick. So I'm gonna be back in a couple minutes if you guys are still around.
Yeah, for sure, man.
This dude so sounds like a young Matthew who learns.
Kind of.
Seems pretty chill, which is somewhat refreshing.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. I'm only gonna log off for a sec too. But I'll be back in a bit.
All right.
All right. Cheers. I'll leave it in your good hands.
Oh, here we go. I was going to say, this is where Cyclone drops in and India comes back because he's woken up early. Welcome, Captain Levi.
Nice to meet
and
you.
Whale. What's happening, Captain?
What you kind talking about?
Oh, it's been pretty quiet in here for a minute or two.
You kind talking about at is flat?
Well, if you think it's not flat, why do you think that?
You fast. What do you think? You think at is flat or not?
Oh, it's flat.
Okay.
What are you thinking? Flat or not flat?
Okay, I'm not against you. And then it's not flat.
So it's not flat? What is it then if it's not flat?
Not flat. No, it's not circle. It's not ball either. Not like ball. Column.
So what are you thinking? Not flat? Oh no, he's
Not
gone.
flat.
Oh no, there he is.
Not flat.
So if
Not
it's
circle.
if it's
not like
not
circle.
flat, what do you think it is?
It's a different surface on the earth.
Yeah, what do you think that surface is?
Do
You're
you agree?
you're saying not flat. So if you say not flat, must be something else. What is that something else?
Do you agree? That I have a gravity.
Do I agree that you have gravity? Oh, I don't know what you've got in your pocket, my friend. That's not how this game works. I don't have to agree to anything. All that happens is you present your information. I look at it and go, yes, he is truthful, he is factual, and he has presented the correct thing. And then we go from there. But at the moment, I'm just trying to get out of you. You said it's not flat, and I asked you what it is. And now you're asking me if I believe in gravity.
No, I'm
So
saying.
let's go back to the
agree?
start. You say not flat. I ask you what is.
It's like the science said. No.
Say again, sorry.
Scientists said.
There's something Earth.
Scientists said the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, I understand that bit. You tell me Earth is not flat. I ask you what is Earth if it's not flat.
So you thinking is the other planet is flat too?
Also, I still haven't got an answer from you yet. I'm waiting for you to answer question. Question is, you tell me Earth not flat. I understand that bit quite clearly. So if you're saying Earth not flat, what is the Earth?
That is like the other people say, like it's not flat.
So maybe like what other shape would it be?
Flat's not a shape.
It's not totally circle, but it's not flat.
Okay.
We have a lot of mountain and not the same height. You know,
Yeah, so like mostly a sphere, you would say, right?
that
Mostly like
it's
a
weird.
ball.
Its shape is like a ball, but it's not like a ball.
Not like a perfect ball, but
Not like a perfect ball. Yeah.
okay.
One of the hardest things to do, Sastora, is not lead them on.
Sorry, what was that? I missed that last part.
To not lead them on.
Oh, right,
Don't put
yeah.
words in their mouth. Yeah, it's very hard not to do, especially when
Yeah.
you're thinking at like 9 million miles an hour and he's just chugging along.
All right. Well, yeah. The only thing I need to feed was the word shape.
Because all he kept saying for me was not flat. I quite clearly understand that bit. If someone says it's not flat, then what is it then?
Yeah, I mean, we got there. Throwing out the word shape, I think, was the main thing that was missing.
I mean, I'd agree with him in the stricter sense that the Earth isn't like flat, like smooth, with no indentations, no elevation changes, right? Because obviously,
Either
even the
perfectly flat or perfectly circle.
right, yeah, right, yeah. Well, that's true too. Because if someone says it's a sphere, well, technically it's not that, because that means it's the entire surface. Any point on it would be equidistant from the center. All points on the surface would be equidistant from the center, but they're not going to claim that because of mountains and stuff. But yeah, we understand that there's mountains, undulation, valleys, even the surface of large bodies of water are somewhat turbulent, they're not static, right? But we
Where is he?
would
Where is going?
present the evidence that that those undulations are distributed horizontally and not overall arching around to form a sphere, right?
So I have a question about you said earlier the light refraction thing. You'd call that an excuse. And I'm curious. I find that like most of these debates, not just on this topic, but like in general, any debate, there's a lot of back and forth, and it seems like things just get endlessly more nuanced and more complex as any topic is explored. I'm curious how certain you are that the light refraction stuff is just an excuse, and not just part of the universe being just like really, really fucking weird and hard to
What,
describe.
heavily refracted?
Sorry?
What, being heavily refracted?
This is directed to T Dub. This is a follow up to a conversation we were having earlier about
About the laser test.
the laser test. Yeah.
Yeah, the issue with the lasers, there's a video of a physicist talking to another flat earther about refraction, because it's one of the most common things. It just gets blurted out as a get out of jail free card. Refraction, and they think they can just walk away after saying it. Now the physicist basically went, "Oh, hang on a minute. At best, you're probably going to get a maximum of 7 to 10% extra." So when you're talking at a 270 foot drop, 27 foot. So let's be fair. I'll hand you your 27 foot. Where are you going to get the rest from?
Right. That's fair. Yeah. I think if it's internally inconsistent, then it's not a good model to use.
Well, the other side of it too is there's no actual refraction model that they use. For example, Captain, you're hot micing, bro. They don't come out and say, "Oh, the temp."
Sorry. Sorry.
Anyways, you get used to it after a while. There's no model where they come out and go, "Okay, the temperature is 50 degrees Fahrenheit. The air pressure is this. The humidity is this." Put them all in, and we should expect a deviation of 2 foot over 10 mile. They don't do that. What they do is they'll get the image and then run it through Bisland's calculator and then bend it backwards or reverse engineer it and get a K factor. So they reverse engineer it after all the data's accepted, not put the data in first and then go, "Oh, look, it is true and correct." That's the biggest thing that annoys me with it. It's reverse engineered. It's not actually put forward. It's ripped backwards.
Right. It's sort of it's circular then. The thing
Correct.
is being used to prove it. So all right, yeah.
That's my only whinge about it. A lot of the times you'll get people who just come in here and just go, "Refraction," and they'll think they've won the argument, and then you quiz them on it. What is refraction? Yeah, and they just stutter and carry on. And it's like, are you talking about Snell's law? Are you what are you trying to put forward? And half of them have got no idea. Like seriously, it's comical. If you're just sitting here for a day and listen to some of those clowns, especially the so-called higher-end anti-FE crew, it's a circus, man. It really is. You'll have a good laugh at it.
Mm. Yeah, I feel like we can be pretty bad at pitching these kinds of things just straight up, especially if it's sort of like more conventional. We don't really like like in some ways certain ideas sort of have to earn their place, and when something's sort of granted just because it's the thing that we're taught from the start, it doesn't really have that. So I can definitely imagine people reaching that threshold of frustration where they just start like attacking you right off rip. Like the second you ask them what kind of refraction or like any question about refraction, they just like melt immediately. I guess I can understand that.
Well, it's because they think it's a get out of jail free card. They think they can come
Yeah.
in here, say something stupid, lay down one word, and then run away, and it's all good. And then we start quizzing them on their claims. "Oh no, it's not my claim." Well, what'd you say it for then? Yeah,
What'd you say it for? Yeah. So I'm curious about alternative models. And it seems like, in my ignorance, like on the outside, it seems like there isn't like a strong consensus on an alternative, and maybe it's a little bit
There is no model.
right.
And this is what's interesting. Why would I need to generate a model when I can just go outside and measure reality? Because what's going to happen, I'm going to go outside, measure reality, and then make a model anyways, and then compare it to whatever models you've got. Isn't it pretty stupid, isn't it? So why not just grab your model, go and measure reality and go, "Oh shit, it lines up." Or on the inverse, "Oh shit, it doesn't line up."
So we might be using model differently. What I mean by model is I just mean when you, I guess, imagine the shape and nature of the Earth. Do you think like does it go on forever? Does it kind of like Pac-Man
Don't know.
in on itself somehow, or like
Don't know.
where do you, don't know? I mean that's base as fuck.
There's no point making claims to anything that I don't know. If I know it, I'll tell you. I'll tell you where to get it from, where to hunt it down, where the information comes from. But if I don't know, you're probably going to get the answer. Don't know. Maybe I'll say
Don't know.
sorry in front of it. But no, that's one thing the 24/7 crew don't do is they don't sell what they don't know, mate.
So okay, I got one, and this is like kind of just for fun, no stakes whatsoever. Let's say like, I don't know, fucking God himself comes down and says, "Make a bet, place a bet right now." What do you think's going on with the Earth situation? What is your like number one bet, or are you truly just zero?
In regards to what, like the shape of it?
Just like what, basically as much as you can describe about like how you think the Earth might look.
Might look, without ever having a God's eye view, I'll never know. But I do know from what we've measured that it is planar in nature and has topography. What the exterior shape is, whether it's a triangle, whether it's a square, whether it's a bloody great big octagon, I don't know. I've never had the privilege of getting to a wall or falling off an edge, or not even a fat dude with a shotgun that says, "Please turn around, you're going too far." I don't know, mate. I've never been any further south than Melbourne, and I've not been any further north than a trip around Lake Superior.
Fair enough, yeah.
So outside of that, yeah, I got nothing. Sorry.
Yeah, fair enough.
So what got your interest in the whole FE scenario? You heard one of your mates say something about it and you just pointed and laughed at him?
No, actually, honestly, I never really thought much about it. I joined this server because I saw it, and then I just sort of realized, like, I could use another server. I feel like me English good. Maybe I can do some good with me English. And then I saw this is the thing going on. This is what people are talking about. So I hopped in.
Fair enough. So what do you think so far? We're mad? You're not sure?
I'm pretty comfortable with the whole. I don't know, just shrugging. I don't know. I think the kind of the pursuit of saying I'm not sure, but not this. I admire it. It'd be stuff that I would probably chew on over time.
You start looking into it, you'll end up asking more questions than what there's answers for. I'm warning you now.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm gonna start on the whole thing.
Well, once you sort of start digging into it and you go, holy shit, it is flat. Then the next
Holy
question
shit.
will come to your head. It'll be, oh, if I've been lied to about something as simple as this, what other shit have they lied to me about? And then you take a sit down for a while, or you might do laps in your lounge room like I did. I did about 3 weeks of pacing across my lounge room floor. I don't know how I didn't wear tracks in the boards, man. Of all these possibles, should have, would have, could have.
What's another one? Like after this one, you start wondering what else they might be lying about. What's something else?
This is normally the last of them. Most people sort of climb their way up the ladder, and this is the one that normally locks the best of them. But yeah, if you happen to hit FE first, you'll just march through the rest of them. But
right,
yeah, you
makes
just
sense.
imagine it. Things about your government. Oh man, it's an endless list. It's called the rabbit hole for a reason.
That hole. Yeah, I am kind of excited to see how the debates go.
It's not really a debate. You can't debate measurements. Probably argue with me over what color tape measure I use or what shop I bought it from. Maybe it's not calibrated. Just go and get another one. But as far as the actual direct measurements, yeah, debating those are It's pretty useless.
Yeah.
That's why it's funny. You listen to a lot of people will drop in, flat earthers just don't believe in science. Oh, wow. I didn't know this was a scientific inquiry. I thought it was geometry and just straight up measurements. My bad.
Oh, my fucking bad. Oops.
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 But if you do want something to think about, we do a thing called Speculation Sunday. So on Sunday, you probably get a few more of the lads talking about random weird stuff, indirectly related to the shape or lack thereof of the ground.
I like speculative stuff. That's fun.
Some of the guys get right into it. Other guys just sort of step back and go, yeah, not my cup of tea. Each to their own. But if you're over on the other server, that, what is it, politics, we're a bit late now. This is probably the tail end of it. You could probably catch the clown car. He comes in most days. Over the last 5 hours. So go back 5 hours, starting from then, right forward to about now. You get a bunch of clowns that'll come in, carry on, and then they'll leave, whether they're forced out or they just, I don't know, run out of clown juice and leave of their own steam. I don't know what's going on with them, but
Yeah, the politics server is kind of, it's a little too cesspool-y for me. I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe I've
it
only...
is.
Okay, yeah.
It's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it does seem like the fucking worst place on Discord.
It is. I don't know how that place
Yeah.
hasn't been shut down. I've got no idea. But anyways, you get a lot of young, I'll call them debate bros, that'll try all the debate tactics. They don't really give a crap about what they're debating. They just want easy wins. Look at me, I'm a better debater than you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you get a bit of that over there. They try all the tricks too. They'll ask you a question, and just as you get your third word out, they'll answer it for you and just keep steamrolling through you. Just shit like that.
Yeah, I've sort of, over time, I've sort of, the itch to interview people, sorry, the scratch of interviewing people sort of scratches the same itch that I think, like, debate would, and I've sort of, personally, like, that seems like a more pro-social way of kind of, like, engaging in that, whatever it is that makes people want to debate.
Yeah.
Just interviewing people, it seems like it does the same kind of thing. And then you might get into some weird, wild shit, and then you guys are really, like, bouncing ideas back and forth, and there can be some heat to it, but you didn't make a win condition out of not admitting that you're wrong, which is sort of
You
like
make a
the
win
more
condition
important.
out of asking lots of questions.
Yeah, you make a win
Yeah.
condition out of just understanding, like, the best version of what the person's trying to say.
Yeah, we get that. No, you've been pretty good to talk to, actually.
Just before I go sit down and eat dinner. Sorry, yeah, no, just on that point, like, because there was a young guy in before, a friend, Sestoria, he joined in, and he opened up with that he'd just been into the Christian server channel, and he'd been in the Muslim channel, he'd been in the Hindu channel, and they're all saying this and that about go read this text and telling him reasons why the others were wrong, right? And, I was encouraging him that he doesn't have to take a particular stance, that he can actually absorb the information and read the text without necessarily wanting to advocate for any particular position, and just to have the knowledge of what they say, right? That's a brilliant position. And then you're in an unbiased stance to be able to evaluate the information for yourself, and then, like, if you like anything that's said or feel that one has more legitimacy than another, then you can decide. It's not like you have to take up the banner, or the baton, so to speak,
instantly and feel pressured to be this or that or lean one way or the other, right? So I like what you said about, I like what you said.
Oh, cool. Yeah, thanks. I think I don't know if that was directed to me. I don't remember what I said, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I think there's definitely like it feels like there's this intuitive reflex to like as we take in information, we have to form an opinion on it. And like it's weird to think about just like gather a bunch of information. You don't have to have an opinion right away. It's probably better to not have an opinion until you've gathered a bunch of information, and then you can start forming opinions if you really want to. But you can that shit can wait. You can give it like a couple days. You can like read a couple books or read a couple articles or even just talk to a couple different people. Give some people a chance.
Right.
Give multiple different conflicting ideas a chance to be persuasive. And then hold them
Right.
both in your head and see.
But it seems like the conditioning of society has like brainwashed us into thinking that we have to be this or that one way or the other. Like, it makes it really hard, to get through to some people, like regarding these topics. I mean, and a great example is not long ago I saw, what's her name, the black lady.
You'll have to narrow it down. Michelle Obama.
Outspoken, black American lady.
Candace Owens?
10% less.
That's the one. Thank you. Candace Owen. Yeah, with her, saw an interview with her, and she was
got it into.
She was talking about this experience she had. So she's in bed on a tablet reading some flat Earth literature, right? And her husband leans over and says, "Oh, what are you reading?" And she goes, "Oh, I'm reading about flat Earth." And he instantly lost it. What are you looking into that for? The Earth's a globe. We've got pictures from space. Like instantly went on his defenses just went straight up. And she went, whoa, what are you doing? I didn't say anything about believing it or like leaning one way or the other. I'm simply just researching at this point. I just want to know what they have to say instead of listening to what people say that they say. I want to hear directly from them, right? Like, and to her, it was just another example of the dogmatic indoctrination that we're exposed to and that we accept. We adopt that stance that you must, like certain things are taboo and you shouldn't, and she actually from that point on started saying things like science is a religion, and like it's that there's scientism. Now we distinguish it very clearly, the difference between actual natural science and what would be pseudoscience, which would be that which claiming to falsely claiming to be science, because it actually doesn't have any empirical method behind it, right? And she's starting to see, that stigma, and then the brainwashing that's going on, and pointing it out. And I don't know where she stands on this whole topic with flat Earth versus globe Earth or any other, geometric position, but yeah. I just that's an example, right, of what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, I think so. I forgot what it was that I was talking about, but yeah, like the yeah, like forming opinions really. Yeah, I think yeah, I think it's just like yeah, you can just say I don't know. It's like so. I think it's so important to find some way to get the feel goods in your brain when you say I don't know, instead of getting the scary alarm system in your brain when you say I don't know. Like it feels good for me to just be like, I don't know, like that, like something about it feels good.
It's interesting. We get a lot of people in here that think when they're asked a question, they have to give an answer, and they will baffle us with absolute bullshit just because they have the feeling that they have to give an answer. Whereas I would rather someone say, "Shit, bro, I don't know." At least they, they're
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah, and that's like one thing that I kind of hate about that like debate bro attitude too, is like it disincentivizes people saying I don't know. So if you don't know, like there's a like you have to say something. You have to pretend that you do know. Otherwise, like you lose points in this game that is kind of stupid. Fun. It is fun. Debating is fun, but you know, you gotta kind of. If I think debate can happen if you're willing to occasionally just take like a quick break, a quick little meta break of like, all right, you know what? Hold on, I might not know this. Whatever. I'm playing the game of debate. I'm not really. You know, I don't. This is a game. Like we're consenting to a stupid game where we pretend to know for sure. But I think a lot of people don't really do that. They're just like they go right in and they're like very kind of aggressive with it.
Yeah, that doesn't normally work around here.
Yeah,
Cough, cough.
I remember when I was probably like mid-teens, and I watched these two dudes in like the YouTube comments hardcore at each other's throats while also completely agreeing. Like the content of what they were saying was like in no way they were in no way contradicting each other in content. But since they started every sentence with yeah, but then they like trapped themselves into disagreeing. And sort of like ever since then I've just sort of been looking for all of the different ways that we sort of just fight for I don't want to say no reason because there's always some reason, but like it's like silly. It's not the reason that we would expect. It's because we like to start sentences with but just on reflex, for example, when like you could yes and people and just kind of see where the conversation goes. Or like you said, like people ask you a question and then give you like 3 words and then they jump in. um it can be sort of intuitive to like if I asked you to describe your house and you said, well, there's the front door with the knob, and then I interrupt you and say, ha, idiot, that's a door, got him. Right, like
That's the normal shit we deal with. Yep. Yep,
yeah,
you've got
and
it
it's
bang
like
on. Yeah, oh yeah, we're used to it. I can't stand it myself. It makes my skin crawl with these teenagers, and they're in there. Most of them are between about, I don't know, 17 and about 23, 24. All of them out to prove something. And it's like, kid, just chill out. You're getting way too excited, sunshine. Take a step back. Have a think about it. You'll be right. No, I'm in it for the debate. I'm going to beat these nasty flat earthers. They're stupid. Oh man,
earlier,
no, it's crazy funny.
one of the first things that I wanted to um ask about, but I kind of got the answer just by talking about other things. But the line of like believe your eyes, I'm personally a little suspicious of that depending on what people mean. Um, T-Dub was the one that said it, and I think the way that he uses it is like fine. But there are definitely instances where sort of like firsthand experience can be very misleading, and like we have a lot of like we have a
In
lot
what
of
way?
heuristics that are designed for um speed and efficiency rather than accuracy. And so I think as long as you're mindful that well actually I think you asked why Am I?
In what way?
Why? Oh, in what way? Sorry. In what way? Sorry, in what way? What?
When you said about trusting your eyes. In what way?
Yeah,
In
I
what
think like
in what context?
I think in the context of something like sometimes if we look at something, I wish I had an example. Um, but I often find that like sometimes if I'm looking at something, um, it might.
I was going to say, do you want me to show you our really nasty nature when we get people that are being horrible? I'm not going to do it to you, but when people come in and go, oh, I don't really have an example, any claims put forward without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Yeah.
Yeah, we're pretty nasty with when we get people we don't like. Yeah, we just drop that on them. So, and it normally shuts a couple of them up. And they'll have a little sulk.
And then they lose the debate that they wanted so badly to win.
Yeah, well, look, with us, it's all empiricism. If you're going to make a claim about data, bring the data, place it down, we'll assess it. If it's good, we'll check it out and go, holy shit, we've got to go and have a look at this. And you'll probably get guys that'll go out and measure it and check it and go to where they claim it's happened. But most of the time, they just fail. So
Yeah.
But as what was I going to say? Something about trusting your eyes. Yeah, just a quick question. Outside of your television, your computer, and your mobile phone, where have you seen the curvature?
I don't leave the house often. So I'd assume it's outside, but I haven't checked.
Interesting question. I don't want you to answer it, but I just want you to have a think about it.
Yeah. I guess I've found my. I guess okay. When I hear trust your eyes, it means one of two things. It either means like, hey, the evidence is something that you can just see, just go check, which I think is a little bit more how it's being used here, or hey, our eyes and looking around is a pretty like flawless tool for measuring stuff. Oh, here's an example actually of where trust your eyes goes wrong. When it comes to political polarization, I think we probably both know, or at least like are somewhat aware of how like weird algorithms are with heightening certain things based on engagement and stuff like that. If you don't
They're
know
assisted.
about,
Yeah, we've copped enough of that over the last 10 years.
yeah, and if you know that, you're probably not really going to want to just trust your eyes because you recognize that the thing that you're looking at is a kind of cherry-picked feed
But
of
we understand
information.
that. So from our perspective, we understand that the data has been corrupted. So using that as
Yeah.
an example against us is not really that crash out, sorry.
Yeah. And I think that that was like one of the first questions that I had that ended up getting answered anyway. Was
So when we
basically
say
like,
trust your eyes, like when you go outside, you don't see any curvature. You go to work, you do whatever you do, you go play your sports, hang out with your kids, missus, whatever. You don't ever see any curvature. But yet you're told it's a ball. So why wouldn't you just trust what your own eyes see to start off with? And why wouldn't you be questioning what you're told? On one hand, you're told something that contradicts what you actually see. So you should be taking a step back and going, hang on a minute, I'm going to go and check this out. That's it. And then you confirm it by doing the measurements. So you've already made the observation. You've gone, I don't think it's curved. That's great. You've made your observation. So now how do we check it? We go and measure it to confirm whether you're right or you're wrong. That's it. There's
and I
nothing
do
really much more to... Pretty simple stuff.
I do really like the laser thing. There was another one, although I've only seen this example used as like a gotcha. So I don't know how curated that was. But there was another test that was pretty similar, but instead of using lasers, they just used like a thicker light, and like a board with a hole in it.
Oh, that was a
And
mockumentary.
yeah. So
Have you looked into it?
No, I've only like caught. So I guess that's what I'm asking you about is like, what is the deal with that? Is there a similar one that's already ignoring the
Okay.
mockumentary part? Because like I don't care about.
Well, we'll go
that
through it. We'll
aspect.
go through it. So
Yeah.
they started off using a laser. All right. So their goal was to shoot the laser through the holes. If they all line up correctly, then flat. If they don't line up, then curved. There's a thing that they put in front of the laser called it was a columnator, and what it does is it helps focus the beam and keep it at the same width for a longer transition. So that's all it does. And what happened was they left the laser on and melted this collimator at the front of it and basically broke it. And because they'd already invested so much time and effort into making and doing all the filming and that they had, they just went, stuff it, we're just going to use a torch. And the funny part is when you use collimated light versus just a standard flashlight, it behaves differently. So I'll leave that there, but yeah, there was also contracts signed and people weren't allowed to change it, and the editors and whoever had the rights to it said, stuff it, we're still putting it out. So there's quite a lot of other things going on, and there was an interview afterwards, and one of the lads actually explains the whole lot of it. I don't know if T-Dub or someone's got that somewhere, but yeah, it's very interesting. But there's normally an associated little cartoon that goes with it, with a guy that's got a 23-foot reach, which is spectacular. Wish I could jump that high. That'd be great.
And it sounds like do you think that the like our special laser broke, we're going to use a flashlight instead? Do you think that was just like them fucking around and bullshitting, or
they
do you
didn't
think
know.
that
They didn't know because
Right,
they
yeah.
probably should have done a little bit more research into optics and what happens when light passes through apertures and whatnot, just so they had a bit more of an idea what was going to happen. Most of them know now because they've looked into it. Trial by error. Hey, I got no problem with that. Stuff around and find out. But what is interesting is go and watch the documentary again, or if you want, just fast forward to the end, and all you hear him say is, that's interesting. And out of that, most people got the conclusion that it must be a ball. I don't know how. Like if I say, that's interesting, you'd go, what's interesting? And then I'd have to elaborate somewhat more about what happened. But yeah, the answer to the whole show was, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And apparently in the film that that's interesting wasn't actually from the end. It was from somewhere in the middle where they were doing something else, and they put that at the end and aligned all the footage.
Oh,
So,
that sucks.
that's interesting.
That's interesting. All right, I have a question, but I want to find a way to put it to words. Actually, in the meantime,
just go for it. You never know what's going to come out of me.
Yeah, I guess so with regards to the 21-mile laser and the lake and blah blah blah.
Yep.
One way that we could find actually we've already done this with like way bigger structures, haven't we? Anyway, whatever. One way that we could maybe find a curve or test for a curve without that light refraction bullshit could be over a smaller distance, with like maybe some shorter I don't know. I think you know what I'm trying to say. I think you can autocomplete.
Well, how
where
about,
I'm
since
going
you said
at.
earlier you're not a big fan of numbers when they're spoken, I'll chuck up in side chat for you a spherical trigonometry chart, and you can have a look up the distances and values there. So at 1 mile, expect a 0.67 of a foot. 5 miles, 16 feet. 10 miles, 66 foot. So you can pick what distance you like, and that'll tell you what the drop should be.
Okay, yeah, and then you can just fucking do it. I imagine. All right, so at like, let's say you have something 2 miles
But
away.
something to think about. If you've got the
Yeah.
opportunity to do a 2-mile test or a 20-mile test, do the bigger one. Because it will supersede a smaller one by a long shot. So if you do, we both go out and do a 10-mile test to start off with, and it's supposed to be a 60-foot drop, and our laser is out by, just picking a random number, 5 foot. And then we go and do a 20-mile test, and our laser is out by 5 foot. 5 foot over 60 is a little different to 5 foot over 270.
Right.
So it's a lot more accurate. So, yeah, if you've got the opportunity to do the larger, longer test, please do so. That's just, yeah. Neither here nor there, but yeah.
Yeah, the thing that I was thinking was the advantage of a smaller test is there's less room for the whole like light refraction or like whatever like other kinds of explanations. I almost feel like a smaller test is so simple that it's harder to dismiss than a test with more distance.
Well, if you follow the drop chart, as we get closer and closer and closer to the Earth or the surface of the water, the horizon should technically get closer and closer and closer. I don't know if they went through the numbers earlier on, but the calculation is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you're 1 foot tall, square root of 1 is 1, times 1.22 equals 1.22 miles. And that's where the horizon should be. Now, one of the actual tests is at 0.3 of a foot, and they can see 13 miles.
Oh, okay.
At 1 foot, they're only supposed to see 1.225, and yeah, they're seeing 13 at 0.3 of a foot. So, yeah, they're crushing it without even trying. Now, here's something really cool. You're concerned about the refraction side of it, so let's just get rid of this refraction because everyone gets hooked on it for some reason. If I was to whip out an infrared camera, what does IR do to refraction?
I have no idea. I know nothing about refraction.
It actually reduces it.
Okay.
So here's what's interesting. If we're supposed to see the horizon, so let's go back to 1 foot high because it's easier to do numbers. If we get our normal camera at 1 foot, the horizon technically is supposed to be at 1.225 miles. Now, we've got photographs where the horizon is cleanly beyond 10, and there's markers there to see it. So we get told refraction is the reason why we're seeing these extra distances. Now, we grab the infrared camera, and we start seeing by magnitude further again. I think the record is 12 or 1,400 miles out of an aeroplane.
At what point?
Out of an aeroplane at 32,000
out
feet.
Of an airplane. Oh, yeah.
So you're talking
that's miles.
Multiple miles of stuff that should be hidden behind the curvature of Earth that you can plainly see. Like, disgustingly easy to see. So yeah, here on one hand, we're being told refraction allows us to see further. Okay, that's fair enough. That's a claim. So let's test it. Let's remove refraction and see what happens. So you pick up the IR camera, you go and take the photo, and all of a sudden you can see a lot cleaner, a lot clearer, and a lot further.
I hate to admit it, this is like...
We've got it covered, mate. Don't worry.
I don't want to...
There's one inside chat now. Thanks, old dude.
I hate when I hate when I have like any kind of like bias in my soul, but it is a little bit more fun to imagine the Earth just being flat, and there's like
you don't have to imagine it. Just go outside. Just go outside, go for a look around, and go. You know what? These mad bastards are right. I was in here having an interview, having a laugh, thinking, yeah, this will be a gas. And I go to the beach, and they're not joking. It is flat.
I can see real far. I can see my house from here. Wait a minute.
Well, you can do it yourself. You don't need any fancy equipment. Like a lot of people, like when you look at the FE Core stuff, they use a laser that's worth about $30,000. So they've got this rig and platform thing that they set it up on. And it's called the Salad, and they align their shots with it, so everything's Mickey Mouse. You don't have to spend that kind of dollars. Like if you want to go and buy a P1000 or one of those, or go and get custom camera stuff done, like I'm in the process of doing, you're more than welcome to do so. But a couple of guys, a carton of beer, and a 1 foot mirror. You know, like you can go and spend $20. You spend more on grog, and go and have some fun for a weekend. Go and find a lake, and just reflect the sun from one side to the other. You know, get on Google Maps, check the distance across the lake. So if it's 10 miles, you know that by looking at the drop chart there, it's a 66-foot drop. That's a 7-story building. So if you get the light reflected across and you hit your mate in the head with it, who's only 5 foot tall, you got to question where you got that extra couple of feet from. It's only 55-foot difference.
Yeah,
Well, 61 foot. Yeah,
I shouldn't bring my 55-foot friend for this one.
that's right. So when you're burning his ankles,
kings, my 5'11" short kings.
So you don't have to spend big bickies to do some really basic tests. You know, if you've got a nice camera, long-range observations, you can go, right, I know that I'm X distance from that lighthouse. Hey, Joel, how's it going, man? You know your X distance from a lighthouse. You know your elevation above the water. Take your photo and go, oh, look, I can see the rocks underneath the lighthouse. Have a look what it's supposed to be on the calculator, and you can go, oh, wow, I'm only supposed to see the very tippy top of the lighthouse. Where's the curve? So you can do it quite easy. So you don't need to spend big coin to do some basic looking up.
And it does sound like it would be kind of fun to just like grab your friends, find a lake, and just check. Just see. Just see.
Even better, if one of them's got a shit-hot camera, so while you do a mirror flash test, they can set the camera up on a tripod and film you. Like if they've got like a P900 or one of those, they can set that up while you're trying to hit them with a light, and then film it. And then when they do get the film and someone says something about it, you can go, oh, look, we actually did do it.
And honestly, like all your, I'm understanding what you mean about like it's just measurements. Like really, all you're doing is the main claim that I would be making there is like, hey, I tried the test to see like this whole curvature thing. We expected this number. If there's a curve, we got this number instead. That's all.
Well, be warned, if you do go out and do the test, they're probably going to ask you, how far was your mate? What elevation was it? What temperature was it? You're going to get hit with a whole string of questions, which is normal, just to see what the conditions were like. If you turn around and say, oh, look, we are 200 foot up above the water, well, it doesn't really falsify any globe claims, because at that elevation, if you just type into Google Earth Curve Calculator, there's one from GitHub. I like using it because you can switch from freedom units to metric.
Like the real units. Not freedom units, by the way. Freedom units are fucking. I hate. Anyway.
But anyways, you can switch between it. So even if someone says something in feet, you can go feet, and it'll convert it over for you. Just one click of a button. It'll tell you how far the horizon should be, what distance. So you just put in your elevation. And how far you think you want to be seeing, and it will tell you where the horizon should be and how much should be hidden behind the horizon.
Horizon calculator, is that what it was?
Just type in Earth Curve Calculator.
Earth Curve Calculator.
It's one of the first ones from GitHub. Very handy little toy.
Here we go, GitHub.
Super basic.
Fine,
nice little picture there to explain.
I guess I'll fucking become a flat earther. I guess we're doing this.
Well, you'll find that it's not about proving it to other people. When you first kick off, you'll do it to prove it to yourself. Because you don't want to be a flat earther. You just want everything just to be normal, go back to work, do whatever shit you normally do, you know, go out for dinner, drive to and from work, play soccer, or whatever you do in your spare time. You're not a flat earther, you're just a normal person. And at some stage, when someone tells you all this shit, you're sitting there going, yeah, these guys are full of shit. I'm going to check it out for myself. And that's when it ticks over. You go and check it out for yourself, and it's like, holy crap, that's not possible. Because all the calculations say this is what should happen. And that's why most of us are in here, is because we were told a story at school, and we've gone and tested what they told us at school, and that shit did not line up. The math just didn't math.
This sounds fun. Yeah, this.
Oh, make it fun. Pro tip: if you're going to grab your mates and take them with you, don't just go, "Oh yeah, I'm a full-blown flat earther. We're going to test this shit," because they'll just point and laugh at you, and you'll be going by yourself. Whereas if you do take your mates with you, make a laugh out of it. Just go, oh, look, these flat earthers said this. I want to take the piss out of them. We're going to go out and have a few beers, have a laugh, film it, whatever. And just watch the look on their face when it goes wrong.
Oh, that's actually really funny.
Yeah, so you're not proving it to them. You're out to get the flat earthers, and you need their help.
That is actually really, really funny.
We get a lot of people that say, oh, it doesn't really matter if the Earth's flat or round. Yeah, I'll tell you something now. If it doesn't matter, next time you're having Christmas dinner and you've got all the rallies are sitting around, just say to them, hey, everyone, I'm a flat earther. And you watch how Christmas dinner goes. Doesn't matter my right foot. He's thinking about it. Shit, don't do it, man, I'm telling you. A few of them won't talk to you for a while.
This is good, yeah. Yeah, no, I'd love to learn more about the light shit. I'm gonna be honest, the light refraction shit, I'd probably have to see like some charts and shit to understand like what the claims are there and how that's supposed to work and shit like that. I really like the where is it? The Earth.
The whole refraction thing, we just crush that instantly when we pull the infrared cameras out. So that's what I love about it. You get all these guys, oh, refraction does this and refraction goes that. And here we just go, yep, camera out, turn it on, zoom in, click, game over. Like, It's that easy. It's about, following the scientific method is just about eliminating variables until you've got one cause and effect relationship. So let's eliminate the variable. What can we do to get rid of the refraction? We can use infrared. Okay, let's use it. We use infrared, refraction gets minimized or removed, and we're now seeing what we shouldn't be seeing. So either the Globers have no friggin' idea what they're talking about, or they're just downright lying. Either way, I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. But yeah, we eliminate that variable. So variable gone, we are now seeing further.
Yeah, that's
super quick.
Yeah, that. My mind keeps going to like images of like just like this happening like between friends, and one of them is thinking like, oh yeah, we're gonna get this evidence that says this one thing, and then they find out like, oh wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. My friends.
Yeah, so don't just drag them in there as you are the flat earther. Seriously, man, it won't come out good.
Personally, I know a friend who I could kind of say anything and he'll be down. I actually know a couple. Yeah, this one guy in particular, he's trying to make a YouTube channel. It's not working because he doesn't got it. Actually, no, that's a little mean. I could be meaner. It's fucking garbage. The channel is garbage. But...
Well, he could actually film it. He's probably got cameras and shit, so he could actually film it, and you could get his reaction to it. So tell him our goal is to go and prove these clowns wrong, and you could just make an episode of how this is what we're going to do. if it's claimed to be a ball, we're quite easily going to see the curvature at this distance. There should be X amount of curvature, and we're going to shoot this beam of light. So we're going to get a big ass mirror, reflect it across the lake. You're going to film it. I'm going to be over the other side trying to smash you with this beam of light, and we're going to point and laugh when these flat tards fall on their head because it doesn't work. And as long as the camera's on him when the light hits him in the face, it'll be great. Just to watch the look on his face when he gets like, hang on a minute. He just said we're supposed to be 51 feet below this.
That is a lot of feet.
So you get that?
That's a whole lot.
Yeah,
of
that's
feet.
noticeable, isn't it? See, like, I fully get it. Let's just say the difference was only 1 or 2 feet, and we shoot the laser, and it's right in the middle. It could go either way. I'd fully understand that, and I'd fully understand Globers having a whinge and a bitch about it. Oh, yous have done the test wrong, or refraction, or all of these claims. There's a whole list of them they could possibly throw at you. You know, you looked at it wrong, the wind was blowing the wrong way, gravity, the idiot didn't line it up properly. Who knows what they want to say? If it was only a difference of 1 or 2 foot, I'd go, yeah, fair enough. But when you're talking 66 feet at 10 miles, 270 feet at 20 miles, 600 feet at 30 miles, over 1,000 foot at 40 miles, like, where do you draw the line at yeah, they win?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is giving me a lot to. It's giving me like a really, really fun rabbit hole. I appreciate all this.
At least you can have fun with your mates.
If nothing else, it's an excuse to get the gang together, and dick around a
Get the
little
boys
bit.
out and about for a day.
Leave the house. Breathe normal outside air that I haven't recycled with my body already. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna be right back.
Ah, cool.
Oh yeah, and space is fake. Did we mention that?
I didn't want to hit him with that one
And
just
Earth,
yet.
and Earth's not moving.
We'll just stick with the basics. Nice, easy measurements.
Oh, okay, all right.
We
Just
don't
go
wanna,
with the curvature first.
yeah, we'll just let him sort the curvature thing out. He'll get that out of the way, and then he'll come back and ask hardcore questions because that's how it works. I hope. He might be one of these that just goes, well, there's no curvature, no ball. Hang on a minute. These clowns have claimed all these other things that require a ball. That now becomes bullshit.
Right. I was just thinking too, like I was just listening because it'd be like he'd go to his friends and say, go to his friends, whatever, and say, listen, you ever thought about this, right? That they tell us how much curvature there should be over X amount of miles, right? Now, like, oh yeah. What's a lie? Well, what does Google say? Well, oh yeah, right, Well, what would you say, right, if we did this thing and blah blah blah, right? Like just pose it to them hypothetically, right? Like, and
Well,
see
that's what I
what they
reckon he should
say.
go from the perspective of I was just having a debate with these flat earthers and I want to prove them wrong. And so they'll all go out there because everyone hates flat earthers. They are wrong. And we're all going to prove them wrong. And the whole lot of us together are going to team up. We're going to do this shit. This is the calculations. And let's go and smoke these puppies. And yeah, filming it. It's going to be great. So if we go your way, T-Dub, I'm just worried that it'll backfire. Because everyone's got that one friend that's full anti-FE, and it doesn't matter what you say, what you do. Like, I've got one mate who his basic bottom line is,
true.
until I fly you to space, you are never going to understand. And that's what his answer to me was. And it's like, okay then, I'll never bring it up. Ever. Again. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm envisioning
Yeah.
kind of like a Point Break scenario. That was cool. What are we gonna do next? Go skydiving. Yeah. Rob a bank. Yeah.
Oh, just imagine it. A team of flat earthers gets busted trying to rob local bank. Oh, shit. No, ladies and gentlemen, please do not rob banks. That is unlawful. If the police catch you, they will put you in a place called jail. Jail is not nice. If you don't believe me, go and ask anyone that's lived in there or works in there.
And that could be my money you're taking.
Could be your money. What, don't you keep it under your mattress? all $7.50.
It's my lunch money. No, I wish I'd forgotten about my Dolomite account longer.
What's that?
Because I remembered it when I was about 12, 13, something
Yep.
like that. Yeah, and no, I took all my stuff down to the bank, and they said, "Oh yeah, you get like $50." I was like, "What?" They said, "Yeah, with interest." I was like, "Cool." Like, I'd only like put a few bucks in there, like maybe from kindergarten to year 2 or something, you know, like.
Same as me. Yep.
Yeah.
Except my one, I left mine through till I probably stopped doing it. Yeah, probably when I was in about second class. Probably when we moved down to Newcastle. I might have done it a couple of times, threw a few bucks in here and there. Left it right through till I was 24, and I thought, oh yeah, this will be a go. I'll have heaps of coin in here, and the bank actually has the right to freeze accounts if they're not being used. So as soon as you go over a certain time period, they just lock the account. You don't get interest. You don't get anything. So
Oh,
when I was
crud.
24, I got what was it? It was $32 or something like that. And Mum said, "Yeah, you probably
Oh,
put
really?
20 bucks in there." So yeah, I was pretty dirty about that. And there's actually a thing on Facebook the other day about it. And yeah, I posted up that yeah, you probably won't get much because they have the right to freeze the accounts. So
Oh,
which is pretty
kidding.
shit. If you keep, there's a certain time frame they're allowed to do it over. I'm not sure if it's like 3 months or 6 months or whatever it is, but as long as you put in $1 within that time frame, the account stays open. So all you've got to do is just drop $1 in every 90 days or whatever the number is. I can't remember what it is for the life of me. Yeah, so if you just keep pumping $1 in every so often, the interest of it still collects. So yeah, pro tips if you've got kids and stuff or grandkids, just make sure you chuck $1 in their account every month or so. So the
Just
accounts
keep it
don't freeze
alive,
up.
yeah.
Yep. Well, there you go. Stark
Advice.
thinks it's 1 year for him. Yeah. Because it used to be a common thing. Like when kids were born, Nan and Pop would chuck $100 in an account, or maybe if you're lucky, $1,000 into the account, and then just basically get that passport book and stick it in their safe or hide it out of the way, stick it up in the roof, whatever. So they just forget about it. And on your 21st, you'd get given this account, and over the last 21 years, it would have accumulated interest. And it was very common for people to do that.
Yeah. There's uni paid for or whatever, you know. Yeah.
Yep, that's right. And yeah, it was just a grubby bank way of shutting that down so they didn't have to pay people money for jam.
That's kind of counterproductive because, like, they're actually benefiting from it. Like, even though
They
you're
are.
getting interest,
They still
that's
are.
how they're giving you more money because they've made money off it.
Well,
And
they still
that's
do.
that little bit they
They
can
just
afford to
don't
give
pay
you.
it. They just don't pay it to
Right.
you. So not only do they
Yeah,
make the money they
right.
would have anyways, they make your money that they should have given to you. So let's just say they were going to give you $500 over 20 years of interest. Now they're not giving you the 500, but they're still making the same money.
Right, yeah.
So
Sneaky bastards.
it's grubby, but anyways, hints and tips for young players.
I did my credit score rating the other day. I didn't even know that. Like, I was surprised. I'm actually only a few points off excellent rating of excellent. Yeah, didn't realize. Not that I could really. Not that I want to go into debt.
So that's your financial credit score. What about your social credit score?
Oh,
yeah,
that's,
negatives.
That's down the drain. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool knowing that when they bring that shit in, I'm going to be running negative numbers from the get-go.
Yeah, apparently going into debt is the way to get rich. You know that?
Yes, in order to get a loan, you must first prove you don't need it.
Yeah. And it's like tax free or something to a large degree. I don't get
Well,
how
what
it
you're
all
doing
works.
is you're going to debt so you can use other people's money to make money. That's why.
Yeah, like because I've heard a couple of times now from this so-called billionaires like Elon Musk, like he went, oh, what are you going to give me? And they gave him the number, and he said, I want it all in stocks, and so he just put it all into the company, right? Like, and then went to the bank and said, "Look, I'm worth this much in stocks. I need some money." And then so they went, "Yeah, sure. Like, yeah, you don't pay this back. We own SpaceX, basically, or whatever." And they say, yeah, he got all this money, and then went out and just did that again with the money. Like, just kept on, using borrowed money to invest in shit, which then built collateral. Then he'd just go borrow more money on top of that. Like, I don't know how it really works that way, but apparently that's how he's done it, and others too.
I've got a pretty solid hate on for banks. Remember years ago I tried to get a bank loan for only about 167,000 so I could buy the house next door to mum and dad, and the bank said no. So I called them rude names and basically went, you know what, stink your bank up your nose.
Yeah, right.
Same house now is
Yeah.
worth about 400 grand, if not more. So nice one.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, if I was gonna get a loan, I think I'd just go, try for a micro loan. Apparently, I'm more than eligible for one of them.
Oh, there you go. I don't even know what that is.
Microloan is just like, a small amount, up to like, I think they can, it just depends who you go to. They can, some consider microloan up to 50 grand, but, it could be anywhere between up
Oh,
to
wow.
5 grand, up to 5 or up to 50, just depending on the institution and their standards or whatever. You remember? Did you see the movie Yes Man
Yes, man.
with Jim Carrey?
Oh, I know that. Yeah, the one where you can't lie.
No, that's Liar Liar. This one he can't say no.
Oh, right. That'd be entertaining.
Yeah, you haven't seen it?
No, I don't remember seeing it. I probably have, but yeah.
Yeah. So because he works at this bank, he's in charge of he's in the loans department, right? So he's stamping disapprovals, right? And then he can't. All of a sudden, he can't say no, right? So he's approving of all these little loans because someone wants $120 for a bicycle, or somebody wants a couple of grand for their beekeeping business or something, and he's just like yep.
Oh no.
and then he gets called upstairs to the big boys, and he thinks he's in trouble, and we've noticed you're approving a lot of loans, what's going and and he's thinking he's in the shit, and then they're going, we like it, like, you're making us money, like, and the whole microloan thing is like, becomes a thing, But I think it was already being done by some banks, but yeah. So I don't think the movie kind of like inspired them to actually do that, but it kind of painted the picture of how it might have actually took off. Because like once upon a time, like you go to a bank and ask for like $500 loan, like it was like a joke. You wouldn't do that, right? You go to the bank to loan thousands,
Hmm. Yeah, when I was over in Western Australia, I was buying gold and silver and stuff like that. And again, I tried to get a house loan. And I went down the bank. The bank's just going, yeah, go and cash in all your gold and silver. And then what you've got to do is get all that money and stick it in your account for a minimum of 6 months. And then we'll discuss your financial affairs after that. I just laughed at him.
Right. Yeah. That's probably the setback I get there. I'd probably get knocked back even despite a good credit rating score, um, because like I'll save right for a while, and then times are tough. You gotta break into it, and what you've saved is just like you know dip in. You have to dip into it. You know, get by. So sort of defeats the purpose, but whatever. They probably look at that and go, yeah, would have been nice if you hadn't have spent that you'd saved over, the 6 months or whatever.
Yeah, on rent.
Yeah, rent. Yeah. Get pay that bill. The rego, whatever that comes out. Like yeah. Freaking water bills are bad enough.
Yeah, electricity's my one. I hate that shit.
Yeah, government's like been pretty generous to us in our situation as far as that goes, but we get so much. Like we just make sure that so much a week goes straight onto the account, and so by the time we get the bill, it's very low or next to nothing. Yeah,
No, my
which
bill
comes in
is
handy.
never low. I think I average about, was it 300 and between 300 and 350 a month.
Dang, yeah, it's a lot. Is there something wrong with your meter or something?
Well, I think a lot of it is a deliberate act to get people into smart meters and things like that. And I know their methodology of working it out is full of shit, because they'll tell you, oh, we can't do this if you don't have a smart meter. And it's like, hang on a minute, you can still average my usage out across the month. So if I've used 1,000 kilowatt hours, you average that time out per hour across the entire month. So some of that kilowatt hours is going to be used at 2 o'clock in the morning. But what they do is they just dump the whole lot in the high period. They just assume you've used the whole lot in the high period and charge you at full rate. So people get the shits with it. They'll go and get a smart meter put in.
Yeah, we didn't get a say. We rent, so that like they just turned up and said, "Yeah, we're putting a smart meter." And I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh, you do get a say. I had one of them turn up to
Really?
my house. Yep, and I bet you can't guess the 2 words that I used. The second one was off.
Oh right, okay. FO, right.
Yeah. Turned up. Oh yeah, I'm here to install a smart meter. Who said? Electricity company. Mate, that's not happening. And he goes, oh, you don't get a say in it. And I said, well, actually, I live here. You're trespassing. Yeah, and now you can get on your bike. And he's sort of like, but I still have to check it. And I said, mate, you're not touching the thing. I'll probably do something bad, and then we'll have to get police involved. And he's like, oh, you're not joking. What? Why would I give you permission to screw around with something that's got nothing wrong with it? He goes, oh, and he started rattling off with all this bullshit. And I just shook my head. And he walks into my yard, and he has a look at it and goes, well, you wouldn't believe this. I can't do it anyways. It's the, apparently there's a couple of different, like, meter box sizes, and they need to be in the bigger one in order to put the little dongle thing, or they've got to cut a hole in the bottom of the box so it fits. And it was like, okay. Then the next day they sent me a message. Sorry, your new meter could not be fitted. Please contact us for a future date. So I thought, you know what? I'll ring them up. When would you like your future date to have this installed? I wouldn't, thank you. What do you mean? Oh, I'm not interested. Oh, it's a requirement. No, it's not. It's only a requirement for you because you bastards are too lazy to pay, or too cheap to pay someone to come around my house and check me meter. That's all it comes down to. It's you guys making money for doing nothing. So I'm not
Just said something
interested.
like
Thank you very much. And I was actually quite polite to the young lady, and she's like, okay then, not a problem. Thank you. Have a lovely day.
there you go.
So
Because you could have said
yeah.
something like, "Oh, you make it the 3rd of January, 2,250."
How about this? When I move out, you can do whatever shit you like to it. I don't care. So yeah, it's very interesting. They claim that you have to have them, that it's some kind of law coming in. No, it's not. If I go down and grab the 1901 Constitution, I can quite certain and confident in saying there is nothing that mentions smart meters being a necessity as an installation on a premises.
I'm looking I'm looking around, and it is kind of funny how like comparably dead a lot of the other chats are. I mean, the psychology chat's kind of popping the fuck off right now, but aside from that, like the flat Earth seems to be the spot to be.
What's the command, T-Dub, to check what our ranking is? S question mark P or something like that?
S, is it? Yeah, S question mark top or something? Is it top
S
or
question
something
mark
like that?
T?
I don't know.
Loading. Here we go. Yeah. We're still on top. Good.
Oh, base. Damn.
I'd like to know where relationship advice come from. Because we were chugging along all right, and then there was Ask a Christian, and then all of a sudden relationship advice just come out of left field.
There's no way there are this many people on Discord that are in relationships. I refuse to believe it. No, the math ain't math then, guys.
It's all advice for Discord relationships.
My Discord kitten won't talk to me anymore.
If you go into this channel, you probably don't want to talk to this person, or this person.
Why is the Earth so popular? Because we're standing on it or sitting.
Got him.
We actually need someone to come in here and have a good cope session. I haven't heard one for a while.
I'm say cope session or coke.
Cope.
Cope.
Watch the emotional reactions and watch them melt like an ice cube on a summer day.
I like when they start hurting and then all of a sudden we start just memeing them. As soon as they see the side chat, it just makes them cry harder.
Nuh-uh, why would they lie?
But flat earthers don't believe in science.
The Earth is spinning. I can feel it. What are you talking about?
What are you laughing for? This is the type of stuff we get.
Oh,
and then you get
that's pretty fucking bad.
So, flat earthers don't believe in science. Do you believe in the moon?
Bro, I was just gonna say, there's land in the sky. It's real, I swear.
Wait, are you asking? I don't know anymore.
That's the type
That's
of stuff
just
we
it.
get. Do you believe in the moon? Flat earthers don't believe in science. Do flat earthers believe in the moon? It's like, no, I go outside at night time. There's a big white thing in the frickin' sky. No, I don't believe in it. Like,
that's just a
you've gotta be
figment of
kidding
my
me.
imagination. It's just a figment of my imagination. But why would they
it's
lie?
crazy.
Why? Somebody tell me why they would lie, please.
Also, out of curiosity, what's everyone's take on like how the moon and the sun work?
Dude, there are lights up in the sky going round and around like racetrack. Oh, sorry, like race cars going around a racetrack. That's it. Simply put, one governs over the day, one governs over the night, and they go round and around and around. Sometimes they catch up to one another. That's called an eclipse.
It do be eclipsing.
It definitely do be.
It do be.
Matrix, what about gas having weight?
Well, it can wait a bit longer.
Yo, shut the fuck up.
Holy crap.
That's stupid.
Matrix tap dancing on English.
I'm all over this. So obviously you've not done a trade. So when you're an apprentice, they'll send you down for a short wait. So you go down to the store and you go, "Oh, store man, can I have a short wait?" And he goes, "Hold on, I'll go and grab one for you." And then about 20 minutes later, you'll come back. "I didn't have a short wait, but you just had a long one."
That's really stupid. It's all very stupid. It's really good.
I was thinking yesterday, if we could we come up with a if P then Q regarding the Earth?
Probably could. If ball's hard, then
What do you want, a modus tollens or a modus ponens?
I'm looking for a modus ponens. If P then Q, I think would be the modus ponens model, correct? Establish P so you can proceed
They
to
both
Q.
start off with.
Dang
they
it.
both start off with that. Yeah.
Teach me. Sorry, man. I thought I had it on point.
Well, you got your modus tollens if P then Q, not Q therefore not P, or you've got your modus. Wait, that's modus tollens, isn't it? And then modus ponens. You've got if P then Q, P therefore Q.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So for me, and again, you guys know me, I will go to construction because that's what I stand upon. I've studied it for 30 years, work in the industry. If you observe level and plumb locally, then the earth is flat. Period. That's my thought anyways. And I know I get laughed out of town a lot about that. Apparently I make us look stupid when I refer to plumb and level apparently, but I'll keep talking about it because it's important and everybody gets to see it level and plumb everywhere we go.
The only downside about it is the definition of level.
Yeah, but then you're going to the word level. I'm talking about using a tool. You can't defunk the use of a tool, right? Called a level.
Yes, you
a
can.
construction level.
Yes,
oh my
yes,
gosh,
you can.
Tell me. Go ahead.
Because of level is what? You're using the tool. Okay, the tool is called a level. That's great. I've got no problem with that. But that's not what the tool is referring to. What's the reference of the tool? Perpendicular to a vector of pointing to the center of a ball. And this is the type of bullshit semantics we listen to all the time, Sistora.
Yeah, and that over minute distances, essentially you can just treat the verticals as parallel, even though we know they're not. That's what they'll say.
So what is it? The claim 60 miles is 1 degree. So there you go.
Yeah.
So over 60 miles, it's not going to tilt less than 1 degree. So it's more than accurate enough for you to build a building.
But that's just ad hoc or post hoc because they haven't given us the proof that the Earth is a sphere to begin with, and
Correct.
Killian stands on a point where they can say, yeah, sure, it's locally flat, locally level, locally horizontal, blah blah blah, and everywhere you go, it will be that. So that's the experience, right, of anybody, right, operating and functioning on the Earth's surface. And then there's the excuse that, well, it's just so big that over short distances it's negligible. You don't have to worry about it. Well, yeah, because it's flat. No, because it's a big ball. Oh, well, go ahead and prove that for me, please.
Exactly. And within this arena, I think that we almost do ourselves a disservice by giving them that within the confines of the observation, because the observation is you go to a building anywhere. I don't give a shit. I shouldn't cuss. I'm so very sorry for that. You go to a building anywhere, you're going to observe those two principles. These are principles, operating principles of the industry of construction. Again, level and plumb. These are two principles that you cannot escape, period, no matter where you go. So then once I established that within the conversation, I then moved to, okay, proven fact that we're on a ball, because once you have that observation of level and plumb locally, it then becomes a mathematical, or mathemagics, if you will, to try to bring in this idea of a ball. Because when you start unpacking the ball, drop over distance, it doesn't show up, period. Belong on the point, it's almost like we're white knighting for the globe within the confines of the conversation. We bring up a good point and then we literally say, oh no, but it's okay, it's only locally level. When did we become so gratuitous within the confines of conversation?
That's just, I think it's, discretion and just on an individual basis, case by case basis. I mean, one person might say, okay, I'll grant you that. How about this, right? And then bring up a further extending point on it, like over this distance then. Oh, okay, what about, no, not that, how about this distance? Like, it can be like a lead up to a more, well, not a more, but further, support.
What is interesting, T-Dub, even though
Reinforcement.
we just take the piss out of poor Killian for about his locally level. If you jump on an Earth curve calculator, 60 miles, like even though it's only a 1 degree tilt, 60 miles is still a 2,200 foot drop.
Yes, sir. And that's the thing. We keep it simple. We go to 100 miles. You need a 1.26 mile drop. That's 6,600 feet. That is a 60-story, a 600-story building. Every story of the building equaling 10 feet. We don't see that in reality, bro. You drive 100 miles, and you're gonna actually notice that your drop over distance will splay by 1.26 miles. Absolutely not. Go ahead. Sorry.
Wasn't the Chicago skyline 60 miles over the lake?
Across the Great
something like
Lake,
that.
yep.
52, 50, 52, 56, 60, something like that.
So their buildings are all, what, 2,200 foot or higher? Or is it 52 mile? Hold on, we'll just jack that down to 50 then, make sure. 50 off a 4 foot observation. You still need 1,500 foot. Let's put them up in the air a bit higher just in case. 50 foot observation, 1,100 foot. Plus. So as you can see, where's his headphones? I was going to say we do go through the measurements and check these things to confirm what they should and should not be.
You know what's crazy is we're in an era now, right? This time and age where we can hop onto YouTube and we can look up drone footage and we can literally watch drones. And again, I know you have to be cognizant of what type of lens is mounted to the drone, the type of camera. But if the drone itself is using a rectilinear lens, then we can watch that drone gain altitude and extend its viewing distance further and further out. Right? And then as it lowers in altitude, we watch that viewing distance shorten up. So why is it when we're still spending time trying to dispel the idea of a globe when we can simply just hop on YouTube again, watch the horizon line update as this drone gains and decreases in altitude? And when we look at drone footage of states like New York, you know what the actual square mileage is of New York? I think it's around 250 square miles, something like that. So when you start to unpack the mathematics behind it, and you realize that New York is a completely built up form, it's a built city. There's buildings everywhere. And we have all of these references of level and plumb locally. Well, bro, I go from building to building to building, and I keep observing these things. Where is the drop over distance in order to prop up the spheroid claim? It ain't there. So, slight sidebar, but have you guys heard about Matrix T-Dub, or anybody who wants to mic up on this? Have you guys heard about this idea of the little season, Satan's little season, if you will? And again, I'm not going down the Bible talk, just asking y'all if you've heard about it.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's my thought. I'm actually thinking the Statue of Liberty is actually the thing that's marking Lucifer. The original year of independence was celebrated 1776. Funny enough, 2026 minus 1776 is 250 years on the nose. And to close out my point, this is why I think we're in this age of deception, right? We look at the globe, even the tilt of the globe, 90. So the tilt of the globe is claimed at 23.4 degrees. 90 degrees minus 23.4 is 66.6. Another marker of the devil, if you will. I think we're in his season, and this is why the lies are being fleshed out left, right, and center. Or sorry, eaten up left, right, and center, I should say. Oh, and I think there's going to be some kind of false flag event on July 4th, 2026.
Interesting. Interesting prediction. Got something to do with outer space?
Nah, no prediction, just an idea. I don't want to be accused of date setting, but outer space, who knows? Independence Day, perhaps. You know, we have been warned quite a bit about the Statue of Liberty being destroyed at the hand of some kind of war. Aliens, perhaps. With all these buildings, these cathedrals that we have that predate modern day construction, we don't even know how these things were built. Look at the Arc de Triomphe as an example in Paris, France. I think all these buildings were actually built during a prior reign of Jesus Christ, because he already came. But again, that's a sidebar into itself. Where I think we're in an age of deception brought to you by the devil. Why would they lie? Because the adversary is at the helm, that's why.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think of it all. You know, I just know that there's a lot of questions. And I learned a long time ago to, like, stop listening to this person saying, you know, the end time is is going to be this time, and you know, another saying, oh no, it's a different time again, and like, oh, it's going to be in 5 years. Oh, this date set, it's got to be this because of that, and blah blah blah. Like, I just went, you know, this went, yeah, I'm not going there no more. I'm not listening. I'm not entertaining or any of it. When it happens, you know, it'll happen, and you know, man, it can it drives people crazy thinking about it, and there's mysteries, and I'm going to leave them at that. I'm not going to try and solve the puzzle. You know what I mean?
Amen, brother.
Probably too. You know, it'd be arrogant to think that I even could.
Yeah, I think it's the evidence, right? We're considering the evidence and asking or at least, sorry, from my standpoint, I'm looking at the evidence, considering the evidence and asking questions upon that. And from the questions that I'm asking, well, to myself or to others, I'm drawing down to my own conclusion based on, again, the evidence that we have at our hands.
Absolutely, man. Like, look, no doubt. Like, I agree that, like, the past, as it's been told, like, is there's something fishy. There's, you know, it's off, right? And I've got a lot of questions, you know, about it all. And you know, it could be that, you know, something like that has occurred, and that this is an age of, like you said, deception and all that. Yeah, I just like I just don't know though. You know,
Like, brother, one of the questions I have is how come none of these old buildings, the cathedrals that we all have seen, how come none of them have bathrooms in them?
did they have bathrooms per se then, or did they have outhouses? Did they have indoor toilets?
No, they'd have outside dunnies for sure.
Yeah, I don't know about like royalty and like higher up, like high priests and all that, cathedrals or whatever. I surely the kings and the queens had some sort of indoor thing, whether it'd be like a long drop down to a sewer hole, or they had servants carted out in pots for them or whatever. I don't know. Like, I can't see the king and queen, trudging down 20 flights of stairs to get outside to go to the toilet every few hours, or every, depending on your bladder and your bowels, you might have intolerant bowels. Might have some problems down there that requires you to go every hour, or something.
Regardless if you've had a couple of drinks. Oh my.
Yeah, bit of that mead. Yeah, it's a good point. Like, yeah, I know, like, there's a lot of things warrant answers that we don't
Thanks for
have, or not easy, not at least not really reasonable ones. There is a lot of inconsistencies. I love a lot of it, right? And I love people challenging and questioning stuff that I hadn't thought of before, and make me think, that stuff too. It's good. I like it.
And thanks for chopping it up, T-Dub. I appreciate it, brother.
I saw one the other day. It's an interesting question. Um, doesn't necessarily imply anything, but it's like, how did we have steam engines before matches? Right? We're smart enough to figure out how to get huge chunks of metal moving at high speed. Yeah, building engines and things, but we didn't know how to put some chemicals on the end of a stick and strike it on the surface and light it. Yeah, it's not inconceivable, really. I mean, there's a lot of other ones. Jedi's right into this at the moment too, and like the whole candelabra thing is interesting. The wigs thing, like what happened there? Why are all the men bald? Even some of the women, right?
What was it? There was the candles, the candelabras, the suits of armor, the wigs, pianos.
Suits of armor, pianos.
Yeah, there's a whole string of just really odd things that were totally out of place.
Yeah, like even when I was watching the other day, it was about just calculating the number of bricks that were required for well, these elaborately built structures, and not just the bricks, but the, the rendering, the plasters, this, all of it. Like you're talking production on mass scale, right? That just seems like there's no remnants left of that industry, right? There's you have the byproducts of it remaining, but not what helped build it.
Have you looked into the Tartaria and the mud flood theory, like from the Australian side of it?
Australian side of it, yeah. There's two ladies that look
Yeah,
deeply into
you've
it.
seen it then, yeah.
Yeah.
Very interesting when you start looking into the glassworks side of it, the brickwork side of it. When Australia was they first originally landed here, they've still got all the inventory lists of all the tools and equipment that came out here, and the buildings that were allegedly constructed with zero tools. Absolutely amazing that. Like as if a lot of that
Yes.
stuff was already here.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, like that, they inspired me to look into a bit of the local history where I am.
Yeah.
And I thought about this one spot, right? It's called the Castle, right? They call it the Castle, and I was like, yeah, right, because I'd heard it before, and I was just like, oh yeah, someone built like a a house that resembles. It's got turrets and stuff on it, right? And
Oh shit.
I was like, yeah, and I'd never thought about it before. When I heard about all that and watched a couple of their episodes, I was like, oh, that reminds me, like, yeah. And I wanted to go out there. It was a tourist attraction for a little while, this place out of town a little bit, and then I never got there while it was still like a bed and breakfast place, and they didn't mind people just showing up and taking photos, looking around, right, whatever. And then someone bought it, and then it's private now, and they won't let people in. And but I looked at some photos, and I swear, there's a half buried window. Yeah, and I'm just like, oh damn, maybe I can approach the owners, find out who they are, and approach them one day, and just like ask them, can I just go and just take some photos and have a look? Like I never ever got to see it, and I'd never got to go inside it. But and then I looked into that particular area, right, and the history of it. Now, apparently, in like the early 1800s, so we're like talking not long after colonization, and you've got to remember, it took them months to get here, right?
That's right.
Months, right? And this early explorer turned up at that area and found an already well-established mining community.
Right.
He was sent from England to freaking explore the land. What? Like, obviously, it had already been explored. They were sending this guy there to find resources, explore the land, find out what's there, what minerals there are, what sort of document it, what sort of fauna, flora, etc. Everything, right? Well, someone already did it, bro. There's a mining community there. Within a short space of time after alleged discovery by the British. Doesn't make any sense. And it just happens to be that there's this possibly partially buried structure there that's nicknamed the Castle. resembles an old English or old Scottish style castle. Yeah, you seen that? It's like an piece of artwork map, right? It's supposedly the Portuguese drew it, and it's apparently of the Australian coastline. Did you see that episode they did? Those chicks on that one?
I've watched most. I watched sort of binge watched it, so I took in a lot of information in a very short period of time.
Right, right. Yeah. Well, this partial coastline of Australia depicts.
Let's have a look here. Is it? Oh no, I've got
It's
a Dutch
it's
one.
like first. Could be the first. Could be the second or third episode. It's really one of the first ones, and it depicts people in clothing. Depicts camels, I think. And in the background, like there's this on this hill. There's looks like
Oh
a
yes,
castle.
I know the picture you're talking about. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, there's huts and just not what you'd expect from that era of if they're depicting Australia. Right? That's what they is that really what they experienced, or is it what they imagined? Just passing
I
by. Did they
don't
actually
know.
land? Did they did they port and
I like when they were going through
explore?
the big cemetery down in Sydney with all the little like the little creek things that are channels that are dug down there. That's very interesting. But even in my town,
Right,
you know,
yeah, I
they
might have
talk
missed
about
that one.
the half windows that are buried due to the mud flood theory. Even in my town, there's a couple of the older pubs that have exactly that. Super weird.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the explanations are, suspect. I mean, like they say that they deliberately do it. They it's just like developmental planning and stuff. Or people back then just threw garbage in the streets and it just piled up until people just poured dirt over the top of it and to get rid of it. Like what?
Well, let's say it was deliberate. And this was on one of their episodes. They sort of went through the hypotheticals for both sides of it. If it was deliberate, that means it would have taken them longer to construct the buildings than what they're claiming it did. Because even with today's technology, it still takes X amount of time to dig out sub 1 floor or sub 2 floors. And the claimed times of building these beautiful old stone buildings, they wouldn't have had enough time to not only build the building, but dig it out in the first place to have that sub-level in order to build on top of it. So, yeah, there was a whole heap of things that just didn't add up, which I like the way they did it. They went actually searching through all the information and as much documentation as they could get for it. I actually enjoyed that sort of few episodes that they did.
Yeah.
It was on YouTube, wasn't it? Other YouTube.
And that
Yeah,
is
what are they
where the
called?
secrets lie for me. Oh, sorry, go ahead, brother.
No, you're right. Sorry, yeah. I was just going to ask Matrix. Are they called? Is it Tartaria Australia or something like that? The channel name.
Yeah, Tartaria Australia, something like that.
So any built form we consider, right? These buildings that exist all should be considered as direct evidence of something. We don't know what happened, but like the explanations that are coming out regarding these buildings don't make any sense.
I mean, we know that they have built like huge ass cathedrals, like relatively recent times, modern times, like that Ewar or whatever his name was. He ended up, conceding that look, it is possible. Like because he found some village where this cathedral was built and talked to people that had actually like worked on it, and you would look at it and think that impossible, right? Like that they did it with this many people and this amount of time, blah 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 blah, and but he heard firsthand account witnesses testimony, of the construction of it, Whereas he would have had he not, he would have looked at it and gone, "Yep, that's Tatarian Empire work," So I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting. YouTube has unfollowed me on that channel.
Yeah, they do that sometimes. That happens sometimes. You get unsubscribed. Yeah, I've had to ask channel owners before, did you somehow unsubscribe me? They're like, no, I can't do that. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll just sub again.
Oh, you wouldn't believe it. They've just put a video out in the last 3 weeks, explaining how because of their lack of activity, and they thought they were actually blocked. So, there you go.
What
Control
what happened?
C.
Did they get shut down
Control V.
temporarily or something?
No. But anyways, I'll post it up in side chat, so if anyone wants to check it out. Yeah, they hadn't posted up in a while, but yeah. Anyways, welcome to our new people. Oh, and another one. Welcome to more new people.
Bro,
What's happening?
what's up? Welcome.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I am from Morocco. by
From
the way.
Morocco.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And you? Where are you
I'm from Australia. From Australia.
Australia. Alright. When exactly?
Where exactly?
City, my city.
Not in the city. Middle of New South Wales.
Village.
Middle. Center.
Alright, that's good. Is rich people?
Is there
Bro.
rich people?
Rich people.
British.
I am millionaire.
Yo, can I have some money, please?
He's
I think also he is so rich.
Well, you're going to walk into a room, virtually walk into a room full of strangers and make that claim. I'm going to put my hand up and say, prove it. Give me some. I accept Venmo, Cash App, PayPal.
Gold,
Brother, welcome to the
silver,
community.
palladium, platinum.
Welcome to the community, brother. Any questions about the title of the room? Guess not.
Someone's here.
Yes, you are here. I hate that one.
Come in.
First time I heard that, I actually got up, headphones off, went to the front door, checked it, went to the back door, checked it, right, grabbed me naughty stick, went outside, looking around, couldn't see anyone.
No, guys, we need money. Who is the rich? Where is the billionaire?
Why are you in here begging for money? That's not a good scene.
Yeah, I know. But who is someone say I am billionaire? We are billionaire
Why
for
are
what?
you in here begging for money? That's not how you get money.
Oh,
Get a job.
okay. Yeah. What's the problem if you give me?
Because why do I have
Triangle.
to work twice as much to give you something? Why do I have to keep working harder for you to pay you?
What do you say?
Yo, right
I
quick,
didn't hear.
Triangle. I saw the beginning of your name, Trig, and I'm like, if that says Trigger Triangle, you are an absolute G. Well done, Trigger Triangle.
That's right. Seems to work.
Oh yes, without a doubt, baby. Celestial navigation, part of the triangle. Sidebar, of course.
Tom DeMarc. Oh, it didn't do it.
No, that's not the full one. That's not the CB one.
I'm just CB.
But this guy here talking about like begging for money and stuff, it's like,
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Hello, everybody. Anybody in here think they live on a spinning ball? Go ahead.
I do.
Hinkle.
Hey, Killian, what's going on, man? Good to hear you.
Salutes, brother. Good to hear from you as well.
Currently no spinning ball dwellers, unless I can't pronounce his name. Hiwara Tata. Have you talked to them?
He's been in here before. We were having a pretty awesome conversation with Where was he? Sestora? Probably said his name wrong, but that's alright. I'm getting used to it. Other than that, we've just been talking crap.
It seems right now he has the right to remain silent and the ability. So, you guys go ahead.
Oh, always trust your algorithm.
Isn't it kind of bizarre that we live in a world where most people think reality is the exact opposite of what it is because everybody else thinks that reality is the exact opposite of what it is? Probably said that wrong, but you guys know what I mean.
Because they've been told and indoctrinated into what the reality is, when all they've got to do is just go outside and have a look for themselves. It's actually quite sad when you think about it.
Yeah, the simplicity of it is the irony of it. Is people just open their eyes and just actually go out and experience reality. They wouldn't accept any of this globe bullshit. But so many people never even take the time to take that step back and do that, you know. Anyway.
See, gravity prevents you from being able to experience the Earth like a ball. Because everywhere you go,
Can't let gravity get you down, T-Dub. Don't let
that's
gravity
right.
bring you down.
Yeah, yeah. It's an idea that doesn't carry much weight. Because as Killian likes to point out, everywhere we go, we experience level. So we experience this relationship between horizontal and vertical. We stand upright, we look horizontally, right? And you can't escape that sensation. You can't escape that experience, no matter where you go. And the excuse for that is, well, that's gravity.
I go to outer space.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, go there. You can escape that sensation. Yeah. And there's no up and down. There's no direction at all.
That's why it's fun. It's so funny. Even I heard somebody yesterday. I think they were talking to Trigger and Triangle, Professor Triangle, but like they just assume that they're going to float if gravity wasn't real. You know, why the hell would you float? You know, they had this idea that we automatically float if this force wasn't pulling us down, that they can never feel. Anyway.
Right. Yeah. Despite the modern experts of this day and age not really you know, they have a different take on how it all works now with, you know, Einstein shit. But some people liken it to, like, you know, you got your two magnets, you know, opposing ends facing each other, you know, or the opposite ends facing each other, and they snap together, right? You pull it apart and let it go, and it snaps back together. Well, they liken that, you know, like you get lifted off the ground and it's snap back, right? like it's a magnet. Like matter itself in a large enough, you know, clump will snap you back to it if you leave it.
Yeah, that's generally what they're thinking. I guess some kind of magnetic attraction, and you know, at what scale does something become big enough to start doing that to you? It's the same thing as like the scales of water. When does it start to curve? You know. Anyway,
Well, last time I checked, you know, I can't Spider-Man my way up a skyscraper. So obviously, skyscraper's not big enough.
now people should be stuck to the side of mountains or whatever, right? If that was the case,
Should be easy to climb that cliff.
go right up Everest, man. Just magnetic boats, right? Blip, 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 blip. Hello, we've been
Well, let's
joined
say,
by Zark. Would Zark like to say hello? Sorry, Theo, go ahead.
no, it's all right. Hey, Zark, how's it going?
Hello. Hi, pal.
Hello, Zark. Welcome to the server. What say you?
Thank you very much.
What's your opinion on the subject matter at hand? Is the Earth a ball or is it level?
Oh, it is measured flat and level, has a
It is
horizontal
measured plane.
plane. Yeah, I don't think that's up for debate.
Get out of
Maybe
here.
what
You're one of them
afterwards
crazy
is
flat earthers, aren't you?
Yeah, thinks that reality is what he experiences it to be.
well, the funny thing is how it all like started for me was where's the curve? That was where it all started. And I tell you what, a few years later, I'm sat here now thinking, unbelievable. Years have passed and nobody's shown a curve measurement yet. But there you go. That's what we have to deal with. I'm working at the moment, so I just bobbed in to listen to the conversation, just to sort of sit in the background and listen. Oh dear.
That's fair enough. We always talk to new people to see if they actually think they live on a ball. But if you don't think you live on a ball, then you don't have to talk. But you know, welcome to the reality accepting club.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, I am always very interested for people who say we live on a globe or a sphere and they have no evidence. But I'd like to see evidence. That's why I suppose I keep coming in. I'm like, God, has anybody got any evidence of a globe? Come on, please. I want to be there when it happens.
Well, yeah. I don't
You
know
think
if
someday
anything.
there'll be like two guys come in, they'll be like, okay, here's my video. We were 10 miles away from each other across a lake, and here's the curvature. You guys can go ahead and shut your server down. That ain't gonna happen, man.
Oh, videos. Yeah, I had somebody say that to me a while ago, and my immediate thought was, I'm going to ask him, how do I orientate myself when looking at this video? Because it's so easy to actually be looking at the video as if you are that observer, that camera. But I was like, but I'm sat behind a screen looking at the video. So I just that's where I got recently. I was just orientating myself to a viewing 2-dimensional screen, which is supposed to show curvature. I thought that was quite odd. If you see my reasoning, if the screen's 2-dimensional, how would one view curvature of the ground, of reality? Not so much viewing a circle, because you can view a circle and see a curve on it, but I meant in the sense that reality itself has curvature and it can be shown on a 2-dimensional image. So I scratched my head over that for a while. But anyway, I'm rambling. Right, I better get back to work. Thank you.
It's all good.
Cheers,
Thanks for
Zach.
piping up, man. Cheers. I mean, I know what he's kind of talking about there, but what I was talking about, somebody coming in here with a 10-mile video, they would have like an object on the other side 10 miles away that you could clearly see that was below the line of sight, but I understand what he was getting at there, but, you can always be tricked by videos, but you know what I mean, T-Dub? You still there?
Yeah, yeah.
We're not going to see a depiction of somebody doing something in reality like that that's showing the earth curve that's not there. We all know it's not there. Water doesn't do that. Come on, people.
Right. We had a good conversation with Sistora earlier. He's on deafin at the moment. Yeah, and he was a bit blown away, about some of the stuff we were presenting to him, talking to him about, and looks like he's primed to maybe get some friends together and go do some observations or some light tests or something.
Good. I mean, that's the reaction you always want to hear from people. They actually take in the information, and maybe they haven't thought about it before. Most people haven't, right? Just physics of water, stuff like that, If somebody actually takes in the information, actually they're actually going to, I don't want to say act on it, but you know what I mean? Like, actually engage with the subject matter and be like, hey, wait a minute. How are we living on a ball? We're not. I mean, there's no proof for it.
Absolutely.
So it's good to hear that people will actually, like I say, we're not here to convince people. We're just trying to share information with people. Come on, people. Go outside. Experience reality. Do some tests. Do whatever you want to do, but it's not a ball.
Yeah, absolutely. At the very least, just offer the challenge, challenge to people to challenge themselves, to challenge the claims that they've just become accustomed with, taken for granted since childhood. Right. Think about it. You never challenged it, never questioned it. It's time you did. If you come out the other side and agree with it, so be it.
Good point, Tito. If you try to name anything else that we were all pretty much taught as very young humans, right? 5, 6 years old, got no evidence for it, but everybody believes it. And then name something else that we ever question that we just don't until you do, Anyway.
Yeah, so that's one of my big issues with it all is like, hang on a second. I was never given the choice. In fact, it was decided for me before I was even born that if I was to be born, that's the worldview that I was going to have. Like it was
Correct. I
set
mean,
in stone. You
it
know,
was dictated to us. It wasn't presented as any kind of evidence. It was just, here's what it is. You know, believe this story.
not even as an option. It's, you know. Here's the progression of our history and our acquisition of knowledge. Once we thought the Earth was flat and that we'd fall off the sides. Now we know better. Now we know the Earth is a ball. Yeah, right. Okay.
And a
Story,
giant
bro.
asteroid wiped out all the dinosaurs 18 million years ago, and we got oil and blah, 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 blah.
But wait, yeah, the story gets better. Yeah. There's more. From how long ago was it? 13 billion years ago?
Yeah, it could be billions. I was just making it up. I forget the dinosaur details, but I'm probably jumping
I'm
the
talking
gun.
about the Big Bang and all of it.
Oh, the Big Bang is 14 billion years or whatever. Right?
14 billion. There you go.
Yeah, they'd be like, flat earthers are scientifically illiterate. And you're like, don't you like dinosaurs? I'm like, well, no, because I thought it was pretty dumb to call it Jurassic Park when they rolled out a bunch of Cretaceous period dinosaurs. Wait, what?
You're educating them on their paleontology.
Yeah, it's like, why call it Jurassic Park if it's a bunch of Cretaceous Park dinosaurs? Why not call it Cretaceous Park? Asteroids kill the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Now you got a whole generation of retards who think the Tyrannosaurus Rex was a Jurassic period dinosaur.
I've heard people talk about how birds are little tiny dinosaurs now. They used to be dinosaurs. You ever heard anybody go down that road?
Yeah, like where they got chickens, like a T-Rex evolved into a chicken, and then you take chickens and make them into dinosaur chicken nuggets.
Yeah, I love it. It's like, thanks, Hollywood.
We do have a newcomer to the panel. Not sure who this is. Jedi, do you think you live on a spinning ball in the middle of literally nothing?
Well, I thought it was Jetty.
Could be Jetty.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, spinning. Yep.
Well, that makes sense with your avatar because you're a Star Wars guy. So go ahead. What's your best globe evidence?
The picture of me being a Star Wars guy is the best evidence.
Oh, well, I never thought about that one. What do you think, guys?
It's pretty solid.
I think he's got us.
Yeah, drop that microphone.
Which episode? Hold on, Dave, hold on. Which one? Which episode? This might be what seals the deal here.
Well, for me, how could you even make a movie called Star Wars if you didn't live on a ball? That's not possible.
Well, that's just stars fighting each other. That's all.
In Star Wars, you have dark magical forces, like Gabity. You got good gabbity and bad gabbity.
And they're supposed to attract each other.
You can't have one without the other.
Yin yang. Yeah.
May the force be with you, and when it's not, hope it comes back to you.
Yeah, people say, "Hey, it's May the 4th," and I'm like, "Yep, it's Kent State Day," and they're like, "What?" No, it's Star Wars Day. I don't know what the fuck Star Wars Day is. I know what Kent State is.
Showing your age there with Kent State. He's
Yeah,
talking
it's like
about
the.
he's talking
Oh, okay.
about 4 dead in Ohio about Neil Young, where the National Guard executed 4 students at a protest in
Just open
1970.
fire on unarmed students.
Yeah, they're supposed to have rubber bullets, right? Or was
Oh,
the
yeah, their
story.
magazines were accidentally loaded with ball ammunition. The fuck? How does that happen? Oops. And then one of them, and then like people went to smirch the students who were killed. One of them was hit by a stray bullet and was a National Guards member of himself. Just was going to college, wasn't activated. It's like, oh, look at these communist sympathizers siding with North Vietnamese. Really? So the National Guardsman that got hit by a stray bullet, he was a communist sympathizer? Huh. Yeah, so it's not May the 4th be with you. May you always remember Kent State.
Back to Star Wars real quick. It may not prove the globe, but it definitely reinforced the globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, galaxy far, far away. You can avoid the draft if you go to college. And then kids at college are like, well, good, now we'll protest the draft. No, you can't do that either. The best we can do is use the military against you. And then Say we went to the moon for world peace.
Crit, I thought you could avoid the draft if you closed the window.
Yeah, that one too. He got bone spurs. You always know it's bullshit when they tell you you can't even question. Just accept it as fact. I have a secret plan to end the war in Vietnam. Really? What is that? Because I guess that seems like a good idea because you just went to the moon, not even a year earlier for world peace. You're going to invade Cambodia. You're what? What the fuck? That's going to end the war in Vietnam, is it? You're going to invade Cambodia. How'd that work out for you? Oh, it destabilized the region and caused the killing fields. Well done.
Well, let me tell you something, Grant. When bullshit is all you have, bullshit techniques are all you use.
Yeah, bulls on parade.
I went to a doctor here when I first got here, and it was actually for my wife. And he decided that she needed really invasive testing so she wouldn't have to see that kind of doctor ever again. Because he thought she was getting better. And then he called us to tell us about the blood work, saying that it was worse. So the blood work did get worse. It went down. It went up. It went substantially up. It went from 2,400 all the way up to 1,800. And so when I confronted him on that discrepancy, he said, "Well, the blood tests, they're not reliable, so that's why you need to do this other stuff." And then so I asked him, I said, "Sounds like you really don't like people asking you questions, that you just want to prescribe this and make it happen." And he didn't like that too much. We found another doctor who thought it was absolutely asinine and ridiculous that a medical professional would be requesting that test. And you were not allowed to question him. It was really clear that, so if that side is going to do that on something that of a scale, why wouldn't they tell you that you can't question them when it comes to cosmology or anything else their imagination come up with?
Yeah, that sounds like an issue of trust. I think trust in Western society, there was an attempt to install it, but that failed. So now everything, it seems, is to be questioned, and people who are invested in the system of trust don't like it. They don't like being questioned. They just like to say, "You trust me, I trust somebody else, and they trust somebody else." But once you start unpicking things, it becomes a sticky wicket for everyone.
Yeah, it's big Gordian knot that you can't untie. Like you say, it's a big sticky wicket that you're not going to be able to make heads or tails of it. And in her case, she wasn't even alleged to have a serious etiology. She was alleged to have one that has a 0.7% chance of turning into that more serious etiology, which people routinely live 50, 60 years, 70 years after being diagnosed with it with minimal treatment. So, to what end any of that makes any sense, I can only think of one thing, and that's the almighty green. But having said that, if they're willing to do that on such a small scale, where else are they going to demand obedience?
Damn. Good morning, Flat Earth. Hope all's well with everybody. How's it going?
Yo, what up, gang? It's good to do it.
Word.
So you think the Earth is flat? Flat?
You observe it to be so.
What, bro?
You observe the horizon to be horizontal, and for all practical purposes, you treat the Earth as being flat and stationary. At no point in your life do you go out treating the Earth like it's a ball in motion.
Okay. Facts, bro. Facts.
To be To be clear, nobody's claiming that Earth is some kind of pizza planet in space. We're saying that you stand on the ground and the lights in the sky that you see moving overhead are indeed moving over your head.
Yeah, he's right. And do you think the sun is also flat?
Why would anybody think that? Lights in the sky have nothing to do with the ground. The ground's not in the sky.
But you know, round is always better. You understand? Flat is not good. Like flat tits are not
What
good.
does that have to
Flat
do with
butt cheeks are
anything?
not good.
Dude,
Round
you're
butt cheeks are
yeah,
better.
and
Round
now
tits
you're
are
going to
better.
appeal to your own reprobate behavior. You feel uncomfortable with the conversation, so now you have to start making it into a joke, right?
Shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
Yeah, now you feel so uncomfortable that you've degraded yourself.
Yeah, shut up,
Sir, I
nigga.
feel
You
sorry for you.
fucking gay as fuck, bro.
I hope one day that you find what you're searching for. Same shit, different day. Welcome.
Hello?
Hello. Welcome to the chat. Feel free to ask any questions that you may have. Right now it's a bit quiet. Everybody's busy or AFK, whatever. It's a bit early.
Okay, sorry.
No worries.